equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Too much, man!
What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich way, man.
Consequences.
Come on! I'm staying in the race.
Put your drum up.
He looks good. He looks good. And he looks hard.
Aren't I a good guy? Are you not entertained? Yeah!
I made a huge tiny mistake.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
What now?
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Break now.
I see that you know your judo.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Your name, please?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
A fucking bitch.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Anti-Semitic.
Winter is coming. Cyclone Cheeto.
Don't worry about it, little Margot.
Gentlemen.
Welcome to the Resistance.
Give me a joke. Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I got boxes full of Pepe.
Here we are, once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a lot to talk to you here about tonight, Space Fam, so I guess you better get right to it. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark. Technical difficulties today, not fun, unfortunately, but it does look like we're back to, hey, whoa, there we are. It looks like we are at least doing okay now. So, I'm gonna try and start this stream. Better do some shoutouts first. Noem, Mozart, Hermit Horologist 123 in the YouTube chat. BCat, a very close fourth. HBX, also here. Look Bovine, Arvin Trevino, The Reference Frame, Pitchfork Dragon, Tracy Eva, Chef Bongi, Will in Detroit, and Nightbot, Tamara Chance, in there too. Lanzetta, hello. Good to see you folks. Sorry for the delay in the show. That being the technical difficulties we just experienced. Thankfully, those seem to be behind us, and we can move forward with this stream without any more problems. Fingers crossed, knock on space wood. So we got a lot to talk about here, and breaking freaking news as well. Multiple things coming to light in recent hours, including a bombshell letter in Wall Street Journal piece published earlier tonight. Donald Trump letter to Jeffrey Epstein with vulgar pictures, further telling the story of what's going on right now. But more other things. The continued fallout among MAGA and Trump diehards in the Republican online and offline world. What else are we talking about today? Trying to think. Jesus. Zohran takes a little trip down to Washington to meet with lawmakers. Israel striking Syria. And much, much more. Anyway, chat, I guess we better get started. Now, I think we're gonna let's start it off with this. Let's start this. In the recent hours, this is not going to be the Jeffrey Epstein thing I brought up, but in the last 4 or 5 hours, breaking news about Donald Trump's health. I figured before we get to what that news is, we should go back just a month or so ago. Carolyn Levitt out in her most yellow suit, the yellowest thing she could find, to tell us about how great Donald Trump is actually doing. Just got done with a physical. Let's, yeah, here we go. Caroline, no cross. Some have speculated that when Caroline isn't wearing a cross, she knows that she's going to be lying ahead of time, because she doesn't want to defile God.
President had his physical recently.
Hey, whoa, what just happened? Don't be a
As
dick.
you know, he had perfect. The president had his physical recently. The president had his physical recently, as you know. He had perfect results. He's in very good shape.
Very good shape. The very best shape.
I did everything right, and they
People tell me
indicted
I am a incredible physical specimen. The doctor averts his eyes when he comes into the room. He's like, "Oh my God, what am I looking at?" I know. It is almost difficult to behold. Very, very. I'm like a Greek god. You know, you ever see those statues? That's what I look like. Don't let the suits fool you. All right, now let's go to just a few hours ago. Carolyn Levitt coming out onto the podium at the Ministry of Truth to relay some news about Donald Trump's physical health.
I know that many in the media have been speculating about bruising on the president's hand and also swelling in the president's legs. So in the effort of transparency, the president wanted me to share a note from his physician with all of you today. In recent weeks, President Trump noted mild swelling in his lower legs. In keeping with routine medical care and out of an abundance of caution, this concern was thoroughly evaluated by the White House medical unit. The president underwent a comprehensive examination, including diagnostic vascular studies. Bilateral lower extremity venous Doppler ultrasounds were performed and revealed chronic venous insufficiency, a benign and common condition, particularly in individuals over the age of 70. Importantly, there was no evidence of deep vein thrombosis or arterial disease. An echocardiogram was also performed and confirmed normal cardiac structure and function. No signs of heart failure, renal impairment, or systemic illness were identified. Additionally, recent photos of the president have shown minor bruising on the back of his hand. This is consistent with minor soft tissue irritation from frequent handshaking and the use of aspirin, which is taken as part of a standard cardiovascular prevention regimen. This is a well-known and benign side effect of aspirin therapy. And the president remains in excellent health, which I think all of you...
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God.
He looks good, and he looks hard. He looks good. He looks good. He looks good, and he looks hard.
He looks good and he looks hard. Thank you, Caroline. God, for a second I thought he was looking terrible. But according to Caroline, he looks good and he looks hard.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Looking good and also hard. The first one, yeah, she was matching the golden gleaming suit that she was wearing. All right, now what I've heard so far about this situation is, I mean, it's not, this isn't necessarily a sign that Donald Trump is going to die anytime soon. He's definitely not in good shape. I mean, this is not a good thing. I mean, it has to do with his body's ability to regulate the thickness of the blood. It could lead to blood clots and other sorts of things. And in fact, there was images that came out earlier this week of something like that on his hand, where blood had basically was not getting back to the heart. It wasn't properly circulating and all this other stuff. But it does not mean that he's in good shape. Doesn't look good.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
No, I'm saying he does not look good or hard. Looks kind of bad and mushy.
Donald freaking Trump. There were some photos where people basically zoomed in on like Trump's hand, and you know, in typical old guy fashion, he has some crazy stuff going on, but also he had like crazy cankles that people identified at the FIFA. Okay, his cankles were out of control. Like, I'm not talking on some body shaming. Like, there's a lot of people that have cankles. It's like there's nothing to be ashamed of, you know. It is what it is. Like, this was like medical condition type. It did not look like regular cankles. So it turns out U.S. President Donald Trump diagnosed with vein issue after reporting swollen legs, according to the White House. Yeah, he has two different photos. I don't know if anyone has the photos. One is the cankles thing, and then the other one is his hand. It was weird. Donald Trump's got some health complications. First, there were the swollen ankles of the World Cup. And look, this is not a normal amount of swelling, okay? This is not like regular-ass cankles.
Those shoes are doing a lot of work. My God.
Look at my man's hot dogs pumping out of his shoes. Like, bro, he's wearing those shoes and his ankles are so swollen that they're literally busting out.
It is bad.
They're spilling over. They're spilling over his shoes. So when people saw that, they were like, this is crazy. Okay. This is actually crazy. What the hell's going on? He's got that like royal disease. You know what I'm talking about? Like, what's his face? The new king, King Charles. Like, have you ever seen his sausage fingers? King Charles sausage fingers? Like, that's what he looks like. Dude, Donald Trump's ankles are giving this. And this is like, I thought this was like exclusive to like the inbreeding.
God damn. I think this is
like
King
the
Charles.
maximum amount of inbreeding that like you can't get this as like a normal mutt. You know what I mean? Like you have to get this if you're like purebred, like a designer dog. You know what I mean? This is like centuries of consistent like cousin that cause you to have like this kind of genetic condition. You know what I mean? But it turns out Donald Trump's got that on his cankles. So it's not even just like inbreeding. Bro, look at that ring. It's so funny. It's like, this is the first.
Okay, Zohran is getting out of control over here. Suffice to say, Donald Trump's health not in top. We were told that by Caroline on multiple occasions that his health was astounding and it was a peak physical specimen and all of this other stuff. And now this is happening. I mean, I feel lied to. I feel lied to by Caroline.
How rude! How rude!
Okay, all right. We're not going to sit here and get all deep in on this cankles situation, even though people in chat are clearly, yes, no, I get it. But this is not even the biggest things. We have to get to that thing. We have to go in chronological order on the next thing we're going to do, which is talking about the continued devolution or evolution, however you want to see it, in the MAGA and Republican world, the right-wing online space. Things are getting crazy. I mean, and a lot of it's not even in the title. Some of this shit is wild. But if you do see, there is certainly a lot to talk about here today. Wait a second. Sorry, I'm having an issue. I'm trying to turn this back on. I think the video is lagging right now. I can't tell if it does seem like it's lagging a little bit. I'm going to do something really quickly. Yeah, I'm seeing it. It's not perfect. It could be better. It's one thing I've been doing to solve the lag lately. Which has been generally working. Solve it. Do it. Okay. Hopefully that works. There we go. All right. Moving on from Canklegate. Let's go to the continued Epstein files debacle. Donald Trump is currently currently making and living through. Starting with this top House Republican, Michael Fast Legs Johnson. He came out and he had some stuff to say about the Epstein files 2 days ago. Let's see what little Mike Johnson has to say. Mike, tell us things, buddy.
In a notable break from President Trump, House Speaker Mike Johnson is calling for the Department of Justice to release all of its information on Jeffrey Epstein. Speaker Johnson made those comments during an interview with conservative influencer Benny Johnson.
We should put everything out there and let the people decide it. I mean, the White House and the White House team are privy to facts that I don't know. I mean, this isn't my lane. I haven't been involved in that. But I agree with the sentiment that we need to put it out there. And you know, Pam Bondi, I don't know, when she originally made the statement, I think she was talking about documents, as I understood it, that were on her desk. I don't know that she was specific about a list or whatever, but she needs to come forward and explain it to everybody. I like Pam. I mean, I think she's done a good job. We need the DOJ focusing on the major priorities, so let's get this thing resolved.
We need you guys to focus on other stuff. We can't have this distracting everybody. How are you supposed to take the W for other stuff when everyone is just screaming their heads off? It's about the Epstein files. Release the files, says Mike Johnson. This is distracting everybody. Oh God, Mike Johnson. Oh wow, at 2, Mike. At 2. Now, 2 days ago, I'm sure everybody's heard this one already, but Donald Trump had a number of things to say about the Epstein files, calling them boring. Oh, the boring Epstein files. Nobody cares.
Mr. President, I know you've urged people to move on, but I'm curious, why do you think your supporters in particular have been so interested in the Epstein story and so upset about how it's been handled? Why do you think that is?
I don't get it. What is up with that? Why are people so into the Epstein files?
Why they would be so interested? He's dead for a long time.
So long. He's been so long.
Never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is. I really don't. And the credible information's been given. Don't forget, we went through years of the Mueller witch hunt and all of the different things to steal dossier, which was all fake. All that information was
all fake.
But I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring.
Sordid and nasty.
And I don't understand why it keeps going. I think really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going.
It's both sordid and boring. Those do not contradict each other whatsoever. Those two things are not at all contradictory.
But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say let them have it.
At least the credible stuff, let them have that. Nothing with my name on it. Donald Trump calling the Epstein files boring, suggesting that Epstein has been dead. So he's just been dead so long. Why are we talking about it? It's been since the last time I was president. That's right. Of course, Epstein died during Donald Trump's first presidency. Could have released the files then, I guess, and he didn't do it then. I wonder why. He's had 2 chances now, I guess, really, to release the Epstein files. Thank you for the super chats, Columbia Rican. GSL, are you giving us some good news? You think God has blessed him with bad cankles? Did someone pray for a miracle? Canklegate, give me hope. Did it? Great hope, Canklegate. You need a super chat goal. Pitchfork Dragon. Thank you for the sweet super chat and the reminder to start the super chat goal. I've been trying to start them an hour in, so we get like 4 full hours, right? Because if it doubles, right? Because we go like 8, usually like 8 hours. I usually have like at least 8 hours worth of content. So I try to give you like first hour, and then I'll just add them onto the actual goal thingy. Is it still lagging a little bit? I can't tell. It does seem like it's just slightly. I don't know why it's doing this. Okay, I just want to say real quick, because I've totally forgotten about this. I did some quick math earlier, and so we also have another separate, well, not separate, I guess conjoined goal, really, because I will count any donations to the Galactic deficit to the YouTube goal, but right now we are still going to be short once again for the upcoming month. Someday we'll start making enough money, and I recently did some math actually with regards to my earnings, and I keep coming up short basically the number that YouTube is taking on a monthly basis. Like basically, if YouTube didn't take a cut, we'd be coming in right at where we need to be every month. But for now, we need to continue doing galactic deficit financing around here for the GNN budget. So if you got a Cash App or a PayPal to consider contributing over there, I will count those to the YouTube goal. Just like I'm going to count this super chat from Columbia Rican. Why did Trump do this interview with Epstein's neighbor literally standing next to him laughing? That bald guy is confirmed to be Epstein's neighbor. The one in the video of them in Mar-a-Lago? Oh, wait, are you talking about Howard Lutnick? Wait, did Howard Lutnick also used to live next to Epstein? I thought... You're telling me that Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, and Howard Lutnick all lived in the same neighborhood? That does not shock me at all. Is that what you're suggesting right now? I need to look this up. Is that true? Sorry, I am looking this up right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold the phone. Wait a second. Hold on, I'm gonna put this up on the computer. We should look at this. What is this? Hold on. Newsweek just dropped a story yesterday. Howard Lutnick's ties to Jeffrey Epstein come under scrutiny, published July 16th. Howard Lutnick's real estate ties to financier and child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein are once again drawing scrutiny, giving the Commerce Secretary's apparent support for President Donald Trump's dismissal of what he described as the Epstein case. A 2019 investigation by Cranes found... Wait, what just happened? I just lost it. A 2019 investigation by Cranes found that Epstein, in addition to his infamous townhouse at 9 East 71st Street in Manhattan, also known as the Herbert N. Strauss House, had significant links to the adjacent property, which real estate records show is still owned by Howard Lutnick. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Why it matters. The dispute. Well, okay, all right. We need to know why. This is wow. Wow, bombshell dropped by Columbia Rican in the super chat. I should be paying you for those kinds of tidbits. Jeez. At least I assume that's what you're referring to, I guess. I mean, I'm not reading chat over here. Did you respond? CoffeeZilla made a video. Okay, well, we can't go that deep. I have not seen that video yet. But I do appreciate the heads up. But I had no idea about the Howard connections. That one somehow slipped by me. There's so many webs in here. I mean, Michael Acosta, Pam Bondi, Howard Lutnick, all these Trump allies seem to, and they're all, a lot of these people that we're talking about are from Florida. Acosta and Bondi, both for Florida government. Let's go here and see. Let's go. We're going to be going through a bunch of different reactions of different sort of well-known right-wing online personalities throughout this discussion. Probably going back and forth between them, honestly. But let's start here. Glenn Beck. Got a caller to call in. Well, didn't get him to, but had a caller called in to the Glenn Beck show. And, well, this one, I mean... Oh, God. You'll see. Oh, Jesus. This poor guy.
If I was a Donald Trump supporter, if I was a member of MAGA, and I watched the president and his hand-picked attorney general refuse to release these files with no explanation other than we've been talking about this guy for a long time. I mean, Trump brought it up a lot of times. We were going to release these files. He told people this. If I was one of those people and then saw the Republicans vote to not release the Epstein files, come on, I would be bereft. I would be sobbing. I would look to my North Star and maybe call that guy for some emotional support.
I mean, you're the best guy, your best friend, or maybe just a right-wing talk radio host.
We go to Travis in South Dakota. Hello, Travis.
Hi, Glenn. Hi, Jason. I tell you what, guys, I feel really betrayed, and I feel really, really angry. We have a president who tells us to move on from Epstein because it doesn't matter. Are you guys still talking about this seriously? And yet he still talks about the 2020 election fraud. He talks about the Hunter Biden laptop. He talks about all this stuff from 5-6 years ago, and he tells us to move on from the Epstein trial or the Epstein case. People like me will not stop talking about this. I feel so betrayed and so angry. This is not what I voted for. If we do not stand up for the children of this country, we have nothing. We have absolutely nothing.
Every time this guy's voice cracks, I get this, like, I don't even know what to call it. Like, I just get hit by this wave of emotions. It's multiple emotions at once because I feel bad for the guy. I genuinely feel this dude is crying on national, well, not whatever you want to call it. He is crying on the Glenn Beck show right now, and who knows how many people are hearing this. I mean, he knows. I mean, I'm sure he knows full well that people are going to hear this, but oh my God. But then I'm also just like, I can't help but want to laugh every single time because it's like, it really is. I mean, oh God, these guys have, this is a core central belief in the Trumposphere, in the Republican Party. Honestly, these people, I don't know how many times in real life I've heard people bring this up, let alone on internet videos. I mean, this shit has been not just the bread and butter, but it's been like, it has been everything to so many people. The QAnon movement, Pizzagate, all this stuff. And this guy's entire personality has just been like obliterated by this scandal. And he's like starting to realize, I think the guy is genuinely starting to realize that Donald Trump has betrayed him. At some point, I think, I think in some way he probably realizes, you know what, he had the chance the first time. He had the chance the second time. Did I really vote in a rapist and a child predator? Like, oh my God. When will this? I've been thinking to myself, this is genuinely going to create a bigger rift than people realize right now. This guy is crying on the Glenn Beck show. He is crying.
Trial or the Epstein case. People like me will not stop talking about this. I feel so betrayed and so angry. This is not what I voted for. If we do not stand up for the children of this country, we have nothing. We have absolutely nothing.
Oh, dear.
And I tell you what, I've also lost a lot of respect for a lot of people that are prominent figures in this country because they are saying, you know what, this doesn't matter. Like Carrie Lake came out on Saturday. She's like, you know what? What really matters is election fraud and post-election fraud. It's like, you know what? The children of this country really, really matter. How can we just sweep them under the rug and not care? Move on, America. Move on.
Travis, thank you for calling. Let me ask you, is there anything that could be said that would make you go, okay?
The desperate sarcasm at the end is really what sells it for me. For like a moment when I was listening to this earlier, I was like, this has got to be fake. But like multiple times in there where there's just certain things that he says, I'm like, no, this guy is legit. This guy is legit crying on fucking Glenn Beck right now. And it is really, honestly, I hate to say it, but it's glorious. It is incredible to watch. It feels like we're seeing almost like a decultification in some cases. People are just like they're coming out of the warm embrace of the cult and seeing things for the first time. Their eyes like, wait a second. What have I been supporting this whole time? Why did the co-leader betray us? We were supposed to get sucked into the sky after we drank the punch. Columbia Regan with another sweet, sweet super chat. MAGA realizing their savior is a white P. Diddy.
Illegal.
What does that get us to? 2.5? Hold on. Let me go back. Just make sure. 3.5. We're 3.5 of 10 already on the goal. Even though it says 0, because we haven't even started the goal. We're pre-goal right now.
That's as good as it's going to get right here.
I want transparency and I want justice. All them children, all those families, everything they went through, I don't want to know their names. I pray that God would be with them and give them some sort of peace if they could ever get it. I want transparency and I want justice.
Is there anything that anyone could produce to show you and have you go, okay, Epstein is dead, Gladwell is in prison.
I don't want reality.
And that's the only justice you're going to be able to get.
This is the tipping point. Do you want to send that guy to jail for tipping point? I mean, it's not a great book, but I don't think it's jail worthy. I mean,
illegal.
Come on.
Come on.
It's not the most erudite read, but I think that's unfair. It's a little reductive sometimes.
Gladwell?
But...
Sorry.
Seriously, Matt.
Malcolm Gladwell.
You gotta put 10,000 hours into trafficking, and then you'll be an expert. I don't know that he was implicated. I think he meant Ghislaine Maxwell, but here's a little bit more.
Yeah.
He killed himself, and we saw everything. We have the information. By the way, it doesn't exist. Show us the information. Make me believe. Help me believe that he killed himself. Help me believe that maybe you don't have any evidence against people, then show us that stuff. I do not trust the government at all, and yet they expect me to take their word for it. I'm sorry, you lost your credibility a long time ago, government. You need to start gaining the trust of this American.
I have to wonder why this viewer of Glenn Beck would be so conspiratorial, so convinced that the government was run by this evil cabal, that there was such mysticism around all of these decisions. I can't imagine where this Glenn Beck listener got this information from, but I do appreciate Glenn Beck trying to find out what the talking point is that would allow them to move on from this.
What can Daddy say that makes us better? What can Daddy say that makes us better, Travis? I know this is a tough time, and Mommy is being mean right now. Or I guess reverse. Maybe Glenn is Mommy now. So I guess what can Mommy say, Travis, to make this better? I know Daddy was very mean. I know he yelled at you, and he told you he was gonna come to your baseball game and then he didn't show up. I'm sorry. What can I say to make it better? It's okay, Travis. It's okay.
I'm sorry, you lost your
Pitchforks with a sweet, sweet super chat. Apt. To be fair, I'd probably cry if I had to watch Glenn Beck. Apt. I feel you, 100%. The cogent point. My guy Pitchforks over here. I mean, this is why I often go to clip videos from other channels for things like this, because I can't sit through these like 2-hour freaking Glenn Beck. I've tried in multiple occasions, and it's painful. It's painful to do it on a regular basis. It's probably bad for your mental health. Not gonna lie.
Credibility a long time ago. Government, you need to start gaining the trust of these American people back. And I really hope and pray that they can at least provide some sort of evidence.
How do you prove the negative, Travis? Mm-hmm. See, that's where I'm at. I think I'm right where you are. I'm beyond.
Are you, Glenn?
I don't have a horse in this race. What I have is common sense. And what I have is maybe a bunch of people hyping this up for a very long time, but then I need somebody to say, hey, these people were hyping this for this reason, and here, let me show you how that was done. I want to believe. I want to believe in the good. So help me, but I don't know how you prove a negative.
Travis.
How do you prove there is no evidence?
Help me help you.
I absolutely agree. If all these people like me are all upset about this Epstein client list and it's all been for naught all these years,
show me the money, Travis.
That, you know what? You've been wrong.
Show me the money.
And it's all been for naught all these years, then help me believe that, you know what, you've been wrong this entire time, and actually there's some really good things out there. And if it's the opposite, show us that evidence too. Right now, all we have to go on is the word and trust of the United States government, and they don't tell us anything. So this is what we found, and the documents we're going to give you are going to be, you know, mostly redacted, but the information's there. We just can't show it to you. You got to help us out a little bit. Come on! There's a lot of good in this country, but you got to help us out a little bit.
Travis,
give us something.
I don't think anyone could have said it better than that. Thank you.
Oh my God. So,
God. I mean,
the problem here is I can't even.
It's a lot.
No, I mean, yeah. Well, the problem.
He sounds like like a man starving in a desert. He was expecting a steak and then given a bag of dust and sand.
Here is that they've been. This is what conspiracy theories that have staying power do: is they take a kernel of truth or something that they're tapping into something that resonates with like a shocking event or people's current alienation with the government, and they distort it into something that isn't true or that fits some sort of reactionary kind of vision, which is, for the right, they'll kind of get 90% of the way there in many ways and talk about how, yes, it seems like the government is covering it up. But if they make a connection to Israeli intelligence via Maxwell's father being Mossad, or some of the other links, like Ehud Barak being one of the buddies of Jeffrey Epstein, photographed going into his house, vacationing with him, whatever, like they'll look at that evidence and they'll basically say, oh, it's a secret cabal of Jews who are the puppet masters behind everything, running our government. Where it's much closer to what, like, standard intelligence assets that we've seen throughout history, right? Where somebody might be a criminal engaging in a criminal enterprise, then they'll flip on somebody or become an asset, and then that thing can grow in the way that this potentially had the opportunity to grow into some sort of blackmail operation with both U.S. and Israeli intelligence involved, because it would make sense that they would coordinate, and it would make sense that the U.S. would be the ones, or the CIA or somebody here, that would bring him in and find that information useful. Because the left analyzes Israel as an arm of U.S. intelligence, not as the secret cabal that's running the show. And that's where their analysis or their conspiracism stems from.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, Emma's, I think, spot on with this one. I think a lot of that stems, there's some amount of anti-Semitism in the whole cabal thing that the right-wingers believe in. I mean, I don't think it's shocking that they focused in on this in that way. But what was I going to say? There's something I just got distracted. What was I going to say? Oh, I just got distracted by the goal because I knew I had to start a new goal. God damn it. There was something I was going to say now. I can't remember what it is. But yeah, I got to start a goal up. We are at an hour now, so it's a good time for that. And since we're at 4.5, I'm just going to set it at 5. I'm just going to set it at 5. And I'll just assume we'll get a half a chat in there somewhere. 3 hours. I'm moving slow, aren't I? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I'm not moving very fast. Okay. All right. Let's go to Reuters. Keep talking about this situation.
But I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's
very weird.
The Epstein saga has burst back into the news, and the White House is racing to stem the fallout. Jeffrey Epstein, the wealthy financier and convicted sex offender, was facing charges of sex trafficking minors when he died by suicide in jail in 2019. Now, the Justice Department is facing backlash for its handling of the case, even from some of Trump's most loyal supporters.
How would you respond to the MAGA base that has expressed a lot of frustration about it?
We're going to fight to keep America safe again, and we're fighting together as a team. That's what's so important right now.
The Justice Department stirred outrage last week with a memo. It confirmed prior findings that Epstein died by suicide in jail and that there was no incriminating clients list, refuting a number of long-held conspiracy theories surrounding Epstein. But that hasn't convinced some MAGA influencers who are demanding the release of more documents.
Really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want
Only
to keep
bad
something
people.
like that going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say let them have it.
In an effort to contain the fallout, White House sources say officials are weighing unsealing new documents. One source told Reuters that Trump and senior aides have reached out to key MAGA-aligned influencers, urging them to dial down their criticism of the administration's handling of the investigation.
What's your deal exactly? I love that. I fucking love that. It's like calling up. I heard I genuinely I heard of some of the people he called. I think it was Charlie Kirk, and was it Benny? Was it? I think he hit up all of them. He's like, hey guys, this is I don't. What's your deal exactly? I thought you were on the Trump chain. You want to get deported? I'll do it.
Illegal.
I'll do it. Say one more nasty thing to me. Steven Crowder, and you're going back to Canada. Dave Rubin. Actually, I don't know if Dave Rubin or Steven Crowder have said anything about this, but I like thinking about that. Okay. All right. We're actually at 5.5. Ooh, 5.5 says Pitchforks. It's true. That's true. That's beautiful. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. All right. Now let's see what let's see how Tim Pool's doing right now. He's probably managing this all perfectly well. I'm sure the whole right-wing ecosystem, PBD, I think you know where I'm going with this. That's right, R.M. Brown on the case.
Hey man, what's up? Hey, you know, there it go. Wait a second. Hold on, wait. That sounded really cool.
Just yesterday, somebody placed an order for 100 of these.
We'll be right back.
Vinny, your thoughts on the story?
I mean,
go ahead.
1 week later, from how crazy we were, and Adam, remember, Adam, you were saying how this is a story for crazy, stupid losers. Hey.
No, well, I just said losers.
Oh, losers. Well, I mean, sorry, I had a little bit.
No. Just to clarify,
yeah,
I said people who are obsessed with this.
Okay.
Tend to be losers.
Well, did you see what happened, Adam? That week, for this past week, Google searches for Epstein, Ghislaine, this whole situation. You know how much percentage it was up?
I'm sure it was up
1,200%. Oh, Pat, can we play this really fast?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Is there a ticker?
Because these are all the losers. Show all the losers. Go.
Awful.
Hey.
Weak. Hey, give that moron Adam give that dumb guy a break, man. Hey, you're being really hard on that dimwit. Hey, now I need to shut up. Hey, shut up. Okay, man, yeah, this is what it do. This is like the weirdest. Yeah, no, this is the maybe one of the craziest. It's in the top 5 of most insane I don't know, public
Eve Online
situations,
ads.
news
Okay, that's
cycles,
hilarious. Okay,
like it's reached that level now.
Please hold.
Most
Wait.
instant top.
Hey, RM, please. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Please hold. Bozy. This is a hilarious chat to me. I know what game you're talking about, and this is hilarious to me. If anybody's wondering what I'm talking about, just I guess I could show you what I'm talking about. Eve Online ads on GNN. That's almost too on point, I think. I mean, I've never. It's a little too like, what's the word? A little too grindy for me, but it certainly is on brand. Very much on brand, Bozy. Jesus. It's a targeted ad is what that is right there.
3, 4. You know, I was alive during 9/11. That was pretty crazy. A lot of crazy stuff. It's up there. And here we got PBD Adam, one of my favorites after Tom and Vinny. He's definitely one of my favorite. He's definitely one of my favorite PBD cast members. It goes Tom, Vinny, PBD, Adam. So he's up there. Oh, sorry, her takes, then Adam. But Adam's taken a very weird position on this, which is losers care about. Only losers like Vinny, only losers like this absolute slob, this dim flickering bulb who I share a show with, Vinny, or whatever the hell his name is. Moron losers like him care about this idiot. He's saying all this, Vinny's just waiting. Vinny's just waiting for his turn to speak. Yeah, only rancid, undateable, low IQ bathtub scum like Vinny. Vinny's like, that's not correct. Would be interested in this crap.
So I have the humility, and I have the capacity to say, you know what? True. Does this matter? Yeah. Can I control any of this? 0.
So let it go.
If Pam Bondi can't control this, and Dan Bongino can't control this,
2 greats,
and Kash Patel, who basically platformed himself on this issue, can't solve this. Vinny ain't solving this, homie.
Who said I'm trying to solve it?
Hey,
not gonna do it.
Shut up, man.
At this juncture.
Vinny can do anything he puts his mind to. Hey, if Vinny tries hard enough, he can do anything, man. Hey, go ahead, Vinny. Don't let that guy talk. Hey, go back out there, man. Don't let that guy talk to you like that. That guy says those things because... That guy says those things because he feels bad about himself, Vinny, okay? You remember that.
Because you put yourself out there and you act like you're the authority on this. You're not.
Say, Adam, shut up, Adam.
My final point here is a common theme that we talk about on this show is signal versus noise. To me, this is a whole bunch of noise. You're searching for Bigfoot when I'm trying to get rich and create things in my life.
Great.
So good luck with your search. I'm going to go live in reality. I'm not downplaying.
Okay. Okay, that is weirdly suspicious because you could just say, look, I don't know what the hell. I mean, if you're giving up on this, you're just like, we're never going to know. You just say, look, we have a lot of information. There's independent reporters out there who've done a lot of crap. They're not going to do like a government investigation of this. So, I don't know. It's weird, I don't know.
Okay, hold on. We can't do this whole video. But honestly, I feel like I depend on RM Brown to watch PBD and Tim Pool for me. Because if he wasn't doing it and clipping it, then I would almost feel like I would have to pay more attention to it. It really takes a lot off of my plate, not gonna lie. Wow. And during that time, multiple super chats. Pitchforks Dragon. I didn't mean plus that one. You counted wrong. Point. I counted wrong. Did I? Did I count wrong? No, I think I counted right. It's 5.5. Now we're that one makes it 6. Then Crumpled Zinc makes it 7 with a sweet, sweet super sticker of a laughing fox. That's so funny, fox. Columbia Rican with a sweet, sweet super chat as well, getting us to 9. Right? Wait, 7, 8. Yeah, 9. Right? Yes, 9. Trump being the most scandalous president ever, still even president. Dude got Russiagate, COVIDgate, Hurricane Maria Gate, Epstein Gate. You pray to Gary that Canklegate takes him out.
Jesus, I say that.
If you keep praying over there, Columbia Rican, hopefully something comes to fruition at this point. I'm willing to entertain all sorts of options right now. Wait, why can't I see the super chat? That's very rude. There it is. God damn it. Sometimes I think I click a thing and I didn't click it, or I double click it. My bad. Wait, it's not just the PBD crew having a difficult time with all of this. If I recall correctly, there were some other people struggling with this information.
And on the worst possible crimes all the time.
Let's release that.
Criminate over and over again on the worst possible crimes all the time.
Let's release that. But again, Ben Shapiro, there's no evidence that he was in intelligence or anything, or he worked with anybody else. No, we just have the U.S. attorney that ran the first case saying he was told go light on him. He's an intelligence operative.
Booty hole waxed down.
And, you know, he's got the head of Mossad at his house and the Israeli prime minister over and over again. But nothing's going on. Nothing's happening. No, Ben Shapiro said, we've never presented any evidence. No, Bongino and Patel haven't put on any evidence. All right, so finish up the first clip of Shapiro, then into his attack on me. And again, this is a standard thing.
I love when Alex Jones starts like losing steam. Yeah, just play that stupid thing with the cat. Whoa, what the hell is this?
Doesn't matter.
Top cardiologist begs. He's begging? That guy? How do I know that guy? Where's his credentials? Stop eating blueberries. Okay, I really wanted to know what one of the top Austinites of our time had to say about this. He's one of the few guys, he's like, I'm sticking with this, kinda. I think he's probably like, look, Trump's still good somehow or something. But he's pissed off at Ben Shapiro or something. He's going to war with Ben Shapiro.
I'm out in Miami, ho.
No. But the rabbit hole I went down is he's only on Rumble, Alex. And wow, the ads on Rumble are amazing because I think it's just like kind of the Wild West. Like YouTube has some minimal standards, kinda. I think you can literally advertise anything on Rumble. I got an ad where I try to open this Alex Jones video and it's literally like a USB stick. It's just a USB and it's like, hey. But then they see,
hey, keep it
But
going.
instead of Trump just makes deals with these foreign governments, and maybe some of it's for our good agenda, isn't it poison, though, at its heart? And that's the good scenario out of the bad scenarios.
All right. Okay, yeah, man, I get it. I'm not going to eat blueberries. You win. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Okay, so yeah, Alex is a master broadcaster, you know? And of all these, you know, like Trump guys, I think he figured out how to talk about this to his audience. First, it's now like customary, like it's a traditional thing now in conservative online culture to take a dump, to take a giant all over Ben Shapiro. You come out and you absolutely boom Ben Shapiro. I'm like curious what's gonna happen to that guy. Is he gonna be able to maintain an audience? But they've all been doing this. The more popular MAGA, you know, Trump YouTubers, they're like, Ben Shapiro, kiss my ass, that little dweeb. So he does that, but he's kind of clever where he's like, look, there's a non-zero chance that all this is for good. There's a chance that all this is actually for good to get our agenda done. There's a non-zero chance of that. I'm saying that's the best case scenario. There are others.
Is it lag? It's lagging again, isn't it? I feel like it is lagging. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Wait, am I doing the math right on this? Maybe we're at 8. I'm trying to think. It says there's 2. No, it's 9. That's 9. I'm doing it right. Why is it lagging right now? I thought I solved this. I solved this a second ago. We're looking good. I don't know what the problem is. What did I do to deserve this exactly? All right, let's go to this part of it. See what Tim Pool was saying about the Epstein files.
Do push-ups and do our business, you know, Adam style. Glenn is like, no, I'm hitting this with the full force of the Glenn-tude. I'm hitting it with some...
House GOP members have voted to block the release of all Epstein evidence. Come on! And any files related to the...
Yes, thank God. Thank God! Back to the source of all news. Okay, sorry guys, I know we don't want to hear more of this. Not naming any names here, but we don't want to hear, you know, that mic. You know, some people, not naming any names, they get the mic a little too, the gain is up too high. You know, your ears are like in somebody's mouth, it feels like. But we gotta look at this, because this guy's had a wild 24 hours.
What were Republicans supposed to do? Listen, I want the Epstein files released. But what does that mean? Does it mean you just blanket spam blast every single video of a child being abused? And that's what the Khanna Amendment asked for. But it was well played. It was very well played. The question now is, how will Republicans frame this?
Okay, yeah, so this looks like this all happened in one day. This guy Ro Khanna did something where it's like, hey, you have to in 30 days, you have to upload all the evidence you have of the Epstein, what is the guy's name? Epstein crap, onto a public website. I don't really know what's going on. I'm too stupid to know what's going on here.
Immediately,
like, would they just do another trick, or is this a trick? Who knows what's what anymore? Who knows what the hell is what? But anyway, on the surface of this, it's like Ro Khanna did this thing where it's like, hey, you gotta upload all the evidence to a public thing where people can see it within 30 days. And then a bunch of Republicans voted no for this. So, you know,
not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Gotta do a video about this. And this is what he came up with. Okay, and then the same day, and that would be to the day I'm recording this, he uploaded a tweet to 1.7 million views. Oh, good for you, man. Hey, you know, everyone is making fun of you, but that's still an accomplishment of a sort. What does the dumb guy say here? Absolutely insane that Democrats actually voted to have the U.S. government publish child, and then a word I'm not allowed to say, I believe.
Illegal.
On YouTube. What the F is even going on anymore? Oh, great, man. Oh, wait a second. He got user commented. Representing the vote on the Epstein files release in the way that Tim is doing here is intentionally misleading. Okay.
Oh, no. Checked by the community notes people? Oh, poor Tim. Oh, Mr. Poole having a really tough time on the internet. Getting the views, and according to RM Brown, views are news. If it's got views, it is news. Supposedly. That's what I hear from some people. Specifically RM Brown and no one else. Okay. Now, in the Oval Office, while with the, what's his name? The leader of, was it Bahrain? I can't remember. Honestly, I'm struggling to remember who this was. Honestly, they don't ask this guy any questions during this. It's just reporters asking Donald Trump questions about the Epstein files for like 8 minutes. Let's see how this went.
Yeah. Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something.
Immediately, if not sooner.
You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence have you seen
it's
of
not
that?
the Attorney General, no. I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him. And It's a bad group. It started, actually, look at the Steele dossier that turned out to be a total hoax. The 51 agents, the intelligence,
I
so-called
love how
intelligence
Donald Trump
agents.
is claiming that this is all Democrats, right? Like, first off, Jeffrey Epstein was arrested during Donald Trump's administration, right? And died during Donald Trump's administration. So the Trump administration had access to these files from the very beginning. And then for the next 4 years, Republicans claimed that it was filled with Democrat names and that it would bring light to the liberal cabal of, you know, sex ring, all this stuff. And this is, I mean, wow. I mean, Donald Trump coming out and sort of trying to completely undo everything that's ever been said about the Epstein files, claiming somehow it was the Democrats, James Comey, Obama, Hillary Clinton, they all did it.
It was a hoax. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net.
The stupid
and so they
ones.
try and do the Democrats' work. The Democrats are good for nothing other than...
Let me hit that again. Who are the people that believe in the Epstein files?
Some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. And so they try and do the Democrats' work. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes.
So all the Republicans who believe in the Epstein files are actually Democratic agents. It's like there's Soros, like Soros is somehow cast some sort of a shadow over these people and it's influencing them to care about these files. They've been tricked. They've been tricked by the liberal media that's literally not talked about this for years.
They're bad for policy.
Like
they're
that's
bad for
the great thing
picking
about this.
candidates
The thing
that
I
can
love
get
about this is
elected.
that, like, for the last 4 years, we haven't heard a peep on outlets like CNN or MSNBC or ABC, CBS. No, none of them are talking about the Epstein files. You know who was? All of Donald Trump's fucking supporters were constantly, every single goddamn day. And it's just amazing how Donald Trump is trying to play this game in this way. I think it's really, I mean, I don't think he's thought any of this through. He's just riffing right now. And that's the great thing. It's transparency, folks. The best, most transparent government. It's very beautiful. People love it. They say, sir, better than any, and I'm not kidding, any other government before.
Like in New York, we have a communist running. He may get elected too, actually, but he'll destroy the city. No, it's I call it the Epstein hoax. It takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking about the great achievements we've had,
I'm going to start.
great gentlemen.
Considering that Donald Trump has now called this thing a hoax multiple occasions, I am starting a new movement. Hashtag free Ghislaine. Okay? Free Ghislaine. Free her now. She has been in prison. She is standing trial for a hoax. She's already been convicted of a number of crimes, I think, right? They're trying to appeal those convictions as we speak. Free Ghislaine. We can't have this woman being sent to prison for a hoax. That's not right.
That's too much, man!
Yesterday, as you know, went on CNBC and he made the statement that Trump may go down as the greatest president of all in the United States. And instead of talking about the things we've achieved, we've had tremendous achievement. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously had some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. I'd rather talk about the success we have with the economy, the best we've ever had, and all of the things we've done, including the Middle East.
Exactly.
I mean, you see it.
Exactly. We're doing all this great stuff, and people are like trying to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. It's very boring and sordid, and only bad people want to talk about it. People who don't want to talk about all of the great things that I have done. It's not. Look, he was my best friend for many years, and I don't get why people want to talk about him when I'm doing such great stuff now. Okay. You're like looking to the past. That's what losers and bad people do. Look at the past.
Get out of the past. Start thinking about now. How great things are. Columbia Rican with another sweet, sweet super chat. Ah, stubbed my toe. Damn you, Dems. I dropped my phone in the toilet. Damn you, Obama. I got fired from my job. Damn you, Hillary Clinton. You're very nasty. These people are constantly thwarting me at my every move. That gets us to... Wait, does that... Wait, that gets us to... That's 10. That's 10. That's 10. Hold on. We gotta take a obligatory confetti party for all the goddamn greatness that just happened in chat. It only took 0 time. It took like it took 30 minutes. The first of the free hour went by in no time. We were already halfway done by then. And now in a half an hour? That is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
But it's beautiful. It's beautiful, people. Bask in the glory. It is the confetti. It's great. It's good. It's gorgeous. It's goddamn beautiful. And you deserve it. You earned it. In fact, I think we've done this color many times now, and I'm going to change the color. I don't know what. Let's see. That color? No. Oh, I like that. I like that. Let's see. I'm trying to find us, just trying to mix it up. Mixing it up. There we go. Some new colored confetti. Oh, yeah. Great job, everybody. Okay, back to this presser in the White House. I'm going to keep, by the way, I'm going to keep the goal going, even though it's
Epstein hoax,
even though it's completed, because I feel like people want the chat confetti. Am I wrong? I'll end it if people want me to end it, but I feel like people also want the chat confetti and the chance at double confetti party.
The sad part is it's people that are really doing the Democrats' work. They're stupid people. Yeah, go ahead. Really well, and people are seeing it. Yeah.
Will you ask Attorney General Pam Bondi to release more documents to finally put this controversy to bed?
Yeah, whatever's credible, she can release.
Credible stuff.
If a document is
Not the
credible,
nasty,
if a document's there that is credible,
Obama
she
stuff.
can release. I think it's good. But it's just really, it's just a subject. He's dead. He's gone, and all it is the Republicans. Certain Republicans got duped by the Democrats, and they're following a Democrat playbook. And no different than Russia, and all the other hoaxes. They're started by the Democrats, and some Republicans. In this case, I was surprised, but they got duped.
But have you talked about it? Have you talked about it with her the last witness?
President, first of all, remember of your high-ranking officials, whether it's been your FBI director or Pam Bondi, they have made some inconsistent statements in the past. We've had.
Well, I don't know. I can't speak about him, but I can say that Pam Bondi, I really think that she's done very good. She says, I gave you all the credible information. And if
I gave you all the stuff without your name on it. You just like you asked me. Look, I don't want all of the fake Trump stuff getting out. All the stuff like how good me and Jeffrey's friendship was. Look, everybody's had, a friend that later they're like, gosh, that guy wasn't very good. Not so great. And I think that's fake. It's a fake news. It's fake news. Everybody, we're going to get all the non-fake Epstein file stuff. Pam's doing a great job. Everything I tell her to do, she does. Okay? Even though that's really not her job. She's supposed to be a completely independent organization. I tell her what to do, and she jumps. She says, how high? I say jump. She says, how high, sir? I say, as high as you want, Pam.
Finds any more credible information, she'll give that too. What more can she do than that? I mean, honestly, what more can she do? And we do have bigger problems. You know, we have problems with millions of illegal people that came in here, and they're killers and murderers. We have 11,888 murderers that were allowed into our country by Biden. Sleepy Joe Biden. Stupid
How many
Joe
murderers?
Biden.
He let in all, how many murderers? Thousands of murder, millions of murderers?
And they're killers and murderers. We have 11,888 murderers that were allowed into our country by Biden. Sleepy Joe Biden.
Weren't we told that it was millions of murderers at one point? Now it's down to 11,000. It's a lot less than he was saying before.
Joe Biden. He allowed him into our country. And you know what? We got to do something about it. She's got a lot of things she's working on. And, you know, it's very sad that somebody can be waylaid, that just get waylaid. But she's I think she's doing a great job.
It makes me weep when I see people care about the Epstein files. I start crying. I'm like,
past supporters.
how could you? Makes me so incredibly sad to see a person who is been deceived by the Democrats and all of the right-wing influencers, their biggest, and actually the FBI director and assistant director, all these people who were really into these files, and it's like, dude, that is so weird. Oh my God. And in no time, goal completed. We've been streaming for an hour and 20 minutes. Double confetti in an hour and 20 minutes? That is...
This is ridiculous!
It's way too fast.
That's too much, man!
It's way too... How have you done this? More confetti. Confetti party numero dos. Bask in the glory. Again. In literally no time at all. I don't even know what to say. Columbia Rican with a super chat. We could do another goal. Don't worry, I expelled the cleaning bot that called itself Skynet out of the airlock, and they will clean with a smile. Okay, good. I appreciate that. That's helpful. Pitchforks Dragon, also super chatting. No different than all the other crimes Trump is guilty of. He convinced his base that we're fake. Wait, what? No different than all the other crimes Trump is guilty of that he convinced his base are fake. I think I get what you're saying. The way it's worded is throwing me off, but yeah. Yes, thank you, Pitchforks. Columbia Rican getting the bonus gold completed for us here tonight. It's beautiful, it's gorgeous, it's breathtaking. Some say the most breathtaking anybody's ever seen. Okay, wow. I'm shocked. That was possibly record time on a double confetti party situation scenario. Never before, I don't think, has that happened. Before the first break, unheard of. Unheard of is what that is. Truly epic. So very epic.
The Epstein issue. Does that mean that you're effectively disowning any supporters who are now calling...
I lost a lot of faith in certain people, yeah. I lost, because they got duped by the Democrats. The Democrats are good for nothing. They've done a terrible job. They almost destroyed our country. If I didn't get elected, all these numbers you're hearing about, they found $25 billion and another 25 is coming in and hundreds of billions of dollars is pouring into our country. And we just got the biggest tax cut in history. We just got the biggest regulation cuts in history. There'll be no tax on tips. There'll be no...
Oh my God. I fucking love this. This is hilarious to me. It's like, look, keep asking questions about this. Look, answer's not going to change. Democrats are the ones who created this nasty hoax. And why are you even asking questions? Look at how much great stuff I have done. Tax cuts, the big beautiful bill. I bombed Iran. And what else do you want from me? Why do you want to talk about this dead guy? The Streisand effect is really taking hold at this point.
He's Donald just like making lists of things that the media and his supporters could be paying attention to. He's like, look, I'll go down. I have like 10,000 things that you can focus on. Okay, look at how beautiful the White House is, covered in gold leaf. Look, I am still alive. That's a miracle in itself. Okay, what else have I done? I started rounding up all the immigrants without due process. Everybody loves that one, right? And sent people to El Salvador, took away funding for SNAP and Medicaid. Things that I said I wasn't going to touch, I touched them. You can talk about those things. What about all that great stuff I done? A very, very popular, big, beautiful bill. It's going to cancel all those nasty rural Democrat-run hospitals. Nobody even wants health care. Come on.
Come on! Tax on Social Security. There'll be no tax on overtime. There'll be no tax on so many other things. You're allowed to deduct your interest from a car payment. That's never happened before. You borrow interest. You borrow money to buy a car if the car is made in America. And by the way, factories are being built all over America. Car factories, AI factories. But you get a deduction on your interest. Nobody ever thought of that before. It never happened before.
But how many great things we've done?
You know, these are the things.
And these are the things we could be talking about instead of Jeffrey Epstein, who is dead. And nobody who talks about Jeffrey Epstein is a good person.
They should be talking about.
Exactly.
The big, beautiful bill is one of the greatest pieces of legislation ever in this country. And the Democrats have nothing to combat it. So they say, oh, it's
Jeffrey Epstein.
Death. Oh, that's good. And then they give it to the fake news, which is you and a few others. And the fake news talks about the bill is death. The bill is actually life.
The bill is a life-giving bill. Democrats and medical experts say 50,000 people are going to die a year. I say it's going to make 50,000 people live. All right? Especially me and the billionaires. So yeah, there we go. Donald Trump trying his best to divert attention from the Epstein situation by talking about a very unpopular bill. Because I don't know if we're all aware of this, but the bill is not polling well right now. It's at a 60% disapproval rating. That's right. The big beautiful bill is actually not so beautiful after all. America, broadly, not a fan of it. And I love that. I mean, he must know that. He must know it's not very popular right now. But he's like, literally, we'll talk about anything, even the very unpopular bill that I just got passed so I could have tax cuts. All right, let's go to CNN from yesterday. Talk about potential of a special counsel. Does everybody remember long
President
ago?
Trump today angrily denounced the support.
Anybody remember long ago when the DOJ appointed a special prosecutor? I know it was a long time ago. It was like 4 years ago, I think. It actually might have been a little bit longer. So 6 years ago. Remember the Mueller part? Anybody remember that? Just saying.
President Trump today angrily denounced the support of anyone in his ranks who cares about the Jeffrey Epstein case, aka a significant number of people in his base who, by the way, elected Trump after he pledged to release the Epstein files, after his surrogate Elon Musk told Tucker Carlson that billionaires were backing Kamala Harris because they were terrified Trump would release the Epstein list. Now, this latest kerfuffle started this morning with Trump's post on Truth Social, where he continued to falsely assert that the Epstein files are some sort of Democratic ploy. He wrote, quote, "Their new scam is what we will forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax, and my past supporters have bought into this bullshit, hook, line, and sinker. They haven't learned their lesson and probably never will. Let these weaklings continue forward and do the Democrats' work. Don't even think about talking of our incredible and unprecedented success because I don't want their support anymore." Unquote.
Jake Tapper is doing a terrible job. Jake, you're doing a terrible job at reading this, okay? Why are you so bad? Nasty Jake Tapper can't even do the voice. Hold on. We need this whole thing in full. Damn you, Jake. Why can't you be better? Is this the one? I think this is the one. Right? No? Maybe? He's been tweeting up a storm over there on Truth Social lately. Nope, that's a different one. How many of these did he write? Jesus Christ. Nope. This guy is tweeting up. So is the storm. It's so hard to keep up with it. I gotta go to Truth Social. I can't do it this way. This is not helping. Truth Social. No, not AI mode. Don't AI mode Truth Social me, goddamn you. Oh my god, fuck you and your goddamn... No, AI... I don't... Nobody wants AI mode. Go away. Leave me alone.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Jesus Christ. Wait, you need... Oh, God, this is why I never use Truth Social, because you have to have a fucking account. And I don't have a Truth Social account. There's no way I'm making one right now. Okay, fuck it. Anyways, Donald Trump just continues to yell at his supporters and call them very stupid. They're buying into a scam. A scam that they've all cared about for years and years and years. I'm very upset. I need to make... I really don't want to make a Truth Social account, but it's starting to feel like I'm going to have to at some point.
President Trump suggesting that the FBI should look into the Epstein case, but not necessarily because of Epstein's actions, but because he says it's a scam pushed by Democrats.
I'm sorry. Please hold on. No,
But they ought to look into the...
Please shut up. Please shut up, Trump. We gotta go back. I forgot what this one has. Jake Tapper did a I know everybody hates Jake Tapper, so do I. But Jake Tapper did an interview with a former Trump casino employee. I think this guy ran the casino for
President Trump today angrily denounced the
shut up,
support
Jake.
of any...
Where is this interview?
At any cost to the vulnerable girls and women upon whom she preyed and fed to Epstein and other powerful men. The many acts that were perpetrated on me by Epstein, including
right. No, this wasn't an
sexual
interview.
assault, were never consensual. And
Was it? Wait, hold on. Fucking hell. Please hold. I'm getting things like all mixed up in my fucking head. Is it here? I think it's this, right? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong fucking video. Jesus Christ. I'm losing my mind. I am losing my fucking mind today. Jesus Christ. This is the one with the interview. This because there's two CNN videos up against each other. CNN has been doing a shit ton of videos about this. Okay. I am dumb. Big dumb person.
That the FBI should look into the Epstein case, but not necessarily because of Epstein's actions, but because he says it's a scam pushed by Democrats.
But they ought to look into the Jeffrey Epstein hoax too, because that's another hoax that's frankly put out by the pushing the Republicans and put out by the Democrats.
Just to be specific on timing, Epstein was investigated and arrested during Trump's first term. Now, Trump and Epstein, of course, were once friends. Trump's talked about that in the same circles decades ago. This photograph goes all the way back to 1997 in Mar-a-Lago, so it's a long time ago. And Trump hasn't been accused of any wrongdoing in the Epstein case. Out front now is Jack O'Donnell, the former president and chief operating officer of the Trump Plaza Hotel and Casino. Jack, just as all this conversation comes up, we've talked to you many times over the years, you and I, but you worked with Trump in an important period, 1987 to 1990. And I know that's, we talk about a lot of this friendship going back that long. You heard the name Jeffrey Epstein a lot during the time you worked with Trump. Can you tell us about their friendship?
Oh, sure, Aaron. First off, it's laughable that it wasn't a good friendship, if not his best friend during those days. He frequently came down to Atlantic City, the two of them, to attend special events. I heard reference in several conversations, and in one conversation where I had to specifically talk to him about Epstein and his presence in the casino. So it was, it was, in my mind, it was his best friend, from really the time I was there for 4 years. His name was, not constant, but it came up quite a bit.
And you're saying they would, from what you recall, come down to the casino together. Trump has called Epstein a terrific guy, a lot of fun to be with. Now, that was a New York Magazine interview all the way back in 2002, predating any of these any knowledge of Epstein's nefarious actions. More recently, Trump has downplayed his relationship with Epstein. Back in 2019, he said this, and this is right after Jack Epstein was taken into custody.
I knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him. People in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I was not a fan of his. That I can tell you. I was not a fan of his.
That doesn't really fit with what you're saying.
No, Aaron, it doesn't. And one incident that I think kind of, proves their closeness and how much they hung out together. One time, on Monday morning, I came in and the commission was waiting. The inspectors were waiting at my office, and Donald and Jeffrey had come into the casino in the wee hours of Sunday morning, 1:30 in the morning. Two buddies. They had three women with them. And the commission was waiting for me because they had determined that the women that they brought down were underage to be on the casino.
Illegal.
Well, there we go. That's the thing that I wanted. Was that the former president and chief operating officer of Trump Plaza Hotel and Casino. So it was basically during this interview, not only says that that Jeffrey Epstein was in the hotel and casino constantly, but Donald Trump and he were hanging out together throughout all of it, running around with a bunch of young women too young to be on the casino floor. Seems quite damning. The more and more, I'd never spent a ton of time looking into this, because I felt like most people who were obsessed with this were kind of out of reality in some cases. They're just a little bit overzealous about all of it, and honestly never seem to want to talk about Donald Trump's involvement here. But the more and more I learn about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein's relationship, it is fascinating. Seem to have really been close friends, good buddies, pals, chums, BFFs.
No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Frustrated by the growing questions, President Donald Trump lashed out at his own supporters.
They're stupid people.
Over the nonstop criticism of his handling of the investigation into Jeffrey Epstein.
He's dead, he's gone, and all it is the Republicans, certain Republicans got duped by the Democrats.
In yet another blistering post on social media, Trump said those who keep asking questions are weaklings and said, I don't want their support anymore.
I lost a lot of faith in certain people, yeah.
Is it incompetence or lying? I mean,
I don't even want
that
their
really
support.
is the question, is it not?
Like,
Trump.
look, if you think that this is important, then there's something wrong with you. I am ashamed. Now, what I found fascinating about this tweet, the Donald Trump would say, I don't want their support anymore. Does anyone remember what Donald Trump said when David Duke endorsed him? Does anybody remember that? Because I don't recall Donald Trump rushing to denounce his support, but for people who care about the Epstein files, like, look, you are clearly a bad person. I don't need your support. You're making me look bad.
Come on! Asking questions are weaklings and said, I don't want their support anymore.
I lost a lot of faith in certain people, yeah.
Is it incompetence or lying? I mean, that really is the question, is it not?
Trump's biggest backers have spent years pushing conspiracy theories surrounding Epstein's death in prison and claims of a client list featuring the rich and powerful. The White House even held an event for conservative influencers, handing out what it claimed were some of the Epstein files. But last week, Trump's attorney general abruptly announced there is no client list and that Epstein died by suicide.
Nothing about Epstein. I'm not going to talk about Epstein.
Asked about his own well-documented connections to Epstein, Trump responded by drumming up a new conspiracy theory.
I would say that, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden,
One recent poll found just 3% of Americans are satisfied with how much information the government has released.
I just realized
it's a very delicate subject, but
look,
we should
the Biden
put
crime
out there.
family, they made the Epstein files on the Hunter Biden laptop. Very, very nasty. Hillary Clinton. Where we go one, not everybody has to go, okay? Look, we don't all have to go. It could be just I go one, and then you go over there, and you stop paying attention to the goddamn Jeffrey Epstein files. Now, one Republican senator wants to put Ghislaine Maxwell on the stand and put her under oath in Congress.
So, do you think that the Judiciary Committee should probe this Epstein matter? And what do you think about the way the administration has handled it?
Well, listen, I thought what the president said yesterday, I think it was yesterday, was right. I think he said the Attorney General ought to release whatever she thinks is credible and appropriate to release. That is exactly the right answer, I think. I mean, I think she should do that. I think, and my view is...
She has not released enough, in your opinion?
Well, I think it's... Here's what I think is maybe a little difficult to believe. The idea that...
I love Josh is trying Josh is trying his ass off again to play both sides, as he always fucking does. He's like, release the credible Epstein files. Like, he's repeating what Donald Trump has to say, but then also immediately after that being like, well, I don't think they released enough. I fucking love that. It's amazing. Pitchforks Dragon. Sweet super chat. Like this comment if you know Donald Trump is a diaper sniper. Sound. All right. There we go. Mr. Josh Hawley demanding more information. Oh, wait, I forgot. He says, oh, hold on. Wait, I totally forgot. I got distracted. by that comment. Hold on. I gotta go back.
The DOJ FBI who prosecuted cases relating to this don't have any idea who Epstein's clients were and that he had no record of it, of the clients. I don't know. I find that kind of hard to believe.
This is
My view is
ridiculous.
make public everything you can make public. That's what the president said yesterday. I think that would be. They want my advice, and they don't. But if DOJ were asking for my advice, that's what I would say. Make it all public. Make as much public as you can. Listen, I've been an attorney general of the state of Missouri. I understand, like, these agencies often, they're always pressuring you as the prosecutor. They're always saying, please don't make this public. Please don't make this public. I just think whenever you can, so long as it doesn't interfere with prosecution, I think you ought to make it public. And in this case, I just say let's make it all public and get it out there. And
Should the Judiciary Committee investigate this?
I saw that I never know how to pronounce her name, but his associate, Epstein's associate, Maxwell. Help me out. What's her first name? Ghislaine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I think she said that she would be willing to testify. I mean, why not? Why not put her under oath? No.
Yeah, why not? Why not put Ghislaine Maxwell under oath? I would love that. I'm thrilled. I would be thrilled. That sounds great. Get it done, Josh. Get those Epstein files and get Ghislaine Maxwell under oath in Congress. All sounds like a great plan. Okay. Let's keep this moving. France 24 English from 16 hours ago. Why the Jeffrey Epstein case is an obsession for the MAGA world. Ooh. Why is it? I don't know. I mean, I think we all know.
Jeffrey Epstein, the American financier and child sex offender whose death launched a massive conspiracy theory. In August 2019, Epstein was found dead while awaiting trial on federal sex trafficking crimes.
Epstein was found hanged in his locked cell within the prison's secure special housing unit. The New York City's Office of the Chief Medical Examiner determined that Epstein died by suicide.
But the saga did not die with Epstein. You see, he was friends with many other rich, powerful people, including Britain's Prince Andrew, and at one point, Donald Trump. Conspiracy theories accusing the government of covering up the hedge fund manager's crimes have thrived. Conservative commentators and MAGA politicians have insisted Epstein was murdered and that there is a so-called client list that implicates politicians, celebrities, and billionaires in child sex abuse.
Yep. And also, I mean, the main reason why, in my opinion, Republicans were so obsessed with it for so long is because they believed that they would uncover, as many in the right-wing sphere, media sphere, were saying, is that it was filled with Democrats. It was filled with all of their least favorite people. Bill Clinton in there. Bill Gates supposedly in there. Stephen Hawking, science. Oh, science. Oh, you like science? Well, you must be a dirty sex offender.
Illegal.
Now, this was a bombshell earlier this morning. Elon Musk taking to his own private social media company, after having already deleted posts about Donald Trump's appearance in the Epstein files, and then deleting that tweet, coming back out on X in early morning hours, if I recall correctly, saying all sorts of stuff about Trump.
Elon Musk, is among those that continues to criticize the administration, posting a series of tweets calling it a cover-up, obviously, and even writing, wow, amazing that Epstein killed himself and Ghislaine is in federal prison for a hoax.
Free Ghislaine. Like I said, if it's a hoax, we gotta free her.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Gotta free her. And I mean, I rarely, if ever, agree with anything Elon Musk has to say, but he's got a point. Got a point. Now, Grok also was saying some stuff in here, awkward things. I think it was in a reply. It says, yes, the DOJ and FAA hold extensive passenger manifests and flight logs from Epstein's jets, including names from 1991 to 2020 releases. E.g., for example, 2025 Trump admin docs. Ages aren't always listed, but can be verified via investigations and victim statements, identifying unaccompanied minors among 250 exploited girls. Sources, the DOJ files. Yeah. I wonder who's on those flight logs. Release the files.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Now, I know we heard earlier that Donald Trump might recommend a special counsel in the Epstein case. But earlier today, like 3 hours ago, Caroline Leavitt came out behind the podium at the Ministry of Truth to tell us that's not going to happen.
The president said that he floated the idea of a special prosecutor in the Epstein case. Can you confirm that? And has he asked the Attorney General to do this, to appoint a special prosecutor to look it over?
Well, the idea was floated from someone in the media to the president. The president would not recommend a special prosecutor in the Epstein case. That's how he feels.
Why would you even need a special prosecutor?
He feels, and as for his discussions with the Attorney General, I'm not sure. It was this president who directed the Department of Justice and the Attorney General to do an exhaustive review of all files related to Jeffrey Epstein, which they did. The Attorney General and the FBI.
Look, Trump, he did all this great stuff, and they solved it. They solved the Epstein files. They are a hoax. Okay, thanks, Caroline. But yeah, Donald Trump not going to be appointing a special prosecutor, apparently. Not that important. The FBI already did a good investigation. Nothing to see here, according to best friend of Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump. Former best friend, of course. Jeffrey is no longer with us. Now, this was a shocking piece of information. A few hours ago, this came out. There is literally 1 day left for Republicans. There's a deadline at the end of Friday. Otherwise, all the funding that is the Congress is trying to stop from going to multiple agencies. That is the deadline for this vote. It was held up. I am honestly shocked. I was not expecting this at all, but in the House, it passed the Senate, if I recall correctly, made it to the House, and the House has held up the vote on Donald Trump's Doge cuts over the Epstein case. I don't get it. Why is Congress so... They are buying into the Democrat hoax.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Jeffrey Epstein now threatening to derail Trump's agenda. On Capitol Hill tonight, Epstein is front and center. Several Republican holdouts are saying they will not move forward on a vote on Trump's Doge cuts unless they get Epstein too. And House Speaker Mike Johnson's back is up against the wall because the House faces a Friday deadline at midnight. So we're counting down here to act on Trump's cuts to the government funding package. And GOP holdouts say that their constituents are the ones that are demanding answers on Jeffrey Epstein, as MAGA media is not letting up.
Trump has done a F-. I mean, my God, it's worse than an F. I mean, it's like a zero on the Streisand affecting and not having clarity and flip-flopping back and forth. It's just been horrifying.
Trump did this to himself.
Oh, my God. Me... Am I in the Twilight Zone right now? Why are me and Alex Jones using the same rhetoric right now? I've been saying he's Streisand affecting himself
What is happening right now?
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. It's just been horrifying.
Trump did this to himself. And it's not even about, let's say, Epstein hooking him up with some hot 20-year-old 40 years ago. It's the fact that he came out and insulted his base and said it was a hoax. And so the whole thing is just crazy, and I don't want to get into all of it now. We'll get into it coming up, but it's just going to get worse.
Right, the man you heard speaking right there at the end was someone who spent time in jail because of his role leading up to January 6th.
Illegal.
Right, so the people who are saying this aren't people who were on the fence about Trump. These are the people who vaulted Trump back to the White House, like Nick Fuentes, the white nationalist whom Trump has hosted in Mar-a-Lago.
You know, I'm not a fan of Aaron Burnett, but that is fucking, the mental image of that is fucking hilarious to me. Is anybody else as titillated as I am by that? Like, just like me, I'm just like sitting here thinking of the one guy, just like a fictional guy who was at Jan 6th, but was on the fence about Donald Trump. Stop the steal. Like, or stop the. I'm trying to even think what you'd be saying at the you're at Jan 6. You're all geared up. You got the vest. You know, you got the flags. Stop the steal. But you're like looking over at everybody. Like, hey, I don't know about this guy. You know, like you're like bashing a police officer, like, Donald Trump's okay. I don't know. There's some things I know some things I don't agree with him about, but stop the steal.
And now he says, if you're not on board with the Epstein cover-up, I don't want your support. You're a weakling. You.
Awful.
You
Weak.
You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny.
God. This is my favorite one of all of them. Watching Nick Fuentes lose it over this shit is amazing. This is maybe one of the best reactions so far.
Whom Trump has hosted at Mar-a-Lago.
And now he says, if you're not on board with the Epstein cover-up, I don't want your support. You're a weakling. You. You suck. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid.
Fat, you are
not funny. You are not as smart as you think you are. We are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history.
Illegal.
I mean,
Wow.
to think that those words
it's-
came out of his mouth, they're going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history.
That is amazing. I fucking love that shit. Fucking hilarious. CNN found some deep cuts on this one. I gotta give them credit for that. Really. I would not. I'm not actively watching the Nick Fuentes podcast too often. Wow. You are. Was it? You are fat. You are stupid. Well, I gotta hear it again. I'm sorry. I gotta go back and hear it again. I gotta remember this list. I actually feel like I need a cop. Almost feel like I need. I almost feel like I need this. Oh God. I'm sorry, but I have to do this. It's like, it takes a second for me to get this ready. I should have this ready for every stream, just in case something comes up. That's something I gotta do. Not gonna lie. Hey, program. I need you. There we go. Now you're cooking with gas. There we go. I'm sorry. I have to hear this again, but I'm gonna do it, and I'm also. If I feel like many people here know what's happening. Trying to get my sampler going here. Trying to sample this thing. I just gotta get to the right. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm recording. I'm sorry, but I need this. I need this for later.
Okay. Is that wrong? Is that wrong of me?
And now he says if you're not on board with the Epstein cover-up, oh, I don't want your support. You're a weakling. F you. F you. You suck. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not as smart as you think you are. We are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history.
I love how and he's like, you are not funny. Like, I feel like Nick Fuentes was like starting to pull from like, I know it hasn't been that long since he was in high school, but it's fucking hilarious. Oh, it's classic. It's classic. Okay. Hold on. I gotta export this audio to the right spot. Actually, why am I not doing this straight? Whatever. I'm an idiot. I've been doing it this way this whole time. I have a faster way of doing this. What is wrong with me? You are not funny. .wave. No, don't save changes. I'm fine. No, I've got it exported. Thank you. Soundboard, yes. It's got to go on the soundboard. I mean, is that not clear? Is that not clear to everybody? It's coming. It is coming.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Phrasing?
That's hot.
Hold on. Wait, no, close this now. I don't need this open. Thank you. Hey. What is happening here? Oh no, my soundboard just froze. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Why are we playing this game? Why are we playing this game? I don't like this game at all. Alright, I have to reopen my oh my god. Whoa. What just happened? What is happening right now? Could I cover the Apple logo on the back of a computer with a sticker? I mean, I could. Oh my god. Okay, there. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to reset it one more time. Son of a bitch. That's a little annoying. It must have been the timing of me trying to reopen the program that caused that glitch to just happen. Ah, I made a huge tiny mistake, chat. Huge tiny mistake. Hopefully we're gonna have a solution immediately, if not sooner. How are we doing on time right now? I think we're about to. I think we're gonna need to take a break after this. Oh yeah, we just hit 2 hours. We just hit 2 hours. Hey. What in the fuck? Really? Oh, there we go. You nominate You Are Not Funny to soundboard. Yeah, no, we're gonna do. That's what I'm doing right now, literally. In fact, I almost feel like turning this into multiple sound shots. This is just. This is a classic right here. It's just so funny. Like, Donald Trump broke Nick Fuentes. It's fucking hilarious to me. It's one of the funniest things that I saw all day when I saw this earlier, and it's still just as funny right now as it was when I first saw it. Maybe even funnier because we got to experience it together. Let's go here. Let's go here. I might have to edit this into multiple chunks later, but I'm just going to do the whole, most of this bit. What in the come on. I don't know why, but trying to take this sample has just caused my, like, sound setup to just lose its fucking mind. This is ridiculous. Yeah, it's like, it's suddenly, like, freezing. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Why are we doing, why is this happening? I don't understand. Whoa, I don't get it. What the? This is killing me. What the fuck happened? Do not understand what is causing this. I've never seen this glitch before. Herky derky. I'm being repressed right now. Help, help. I am being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
It's just not going to let me add sound files to the board? What is the deal? Okay, I guess we'll deal with that later. Oh, at least the board's working. It won't allow me to add any file. Oh, and now it's not working again. For just for trying to add the sound file to it. It just completely froze again. Holy shit. That is idiotic. I think I'm going to need to restart my computer to solve this, so I'm just gonna... I was excited. I was excited for this sound shot. I was excited. Now we can't even enjoy it right now. It's making me incredibly sad.
And now he says, if you're not on board with the Epstein cover-up, oh, I don't want your support. You're a weakling. You. You. You suck. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not as smart as you think you are. We are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history.
I don't know what it is about that when he peppers in the "you are not funny." He just sounds like an angry, mean girl. That's what it sounds like to me. It's incredible.
The Epstein cover-up, oh, I don't want your support. You're a weakling. You. You. You suck. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not as smart as you think you are. We are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history.
Okay, I'm going to try and solve that later. I just needed to hear the sound shot a couple more times. It's beautiful. Open it in Audition. No, it's the problem. No, the soundboard won't allow me to upload. Like, it won't let me to upload, but it won't let me to drop this file into Like, I appreciate the thought. That's not the problem. It's some glitches happening that I've never seen before. All right. We'll be right back with more Epstein file stuff after these. Wait, is that it? Is that the end of it? Oh, we have one more Epstein thing. Wait, actually, wait, hold on. Where were we? Yeah, we'll be right back. We got one more on the Epstein files after this brief break. So I gotta hit you all up with some space messages. Oh, I just wanted, before I even get started there, I want to remind everybody that we have the galactic deficit financing situation once again this month. Of course, last month, got sick, went to the hospital, didn't stream quite as much as I would have liked to, and we are still short. Of course, if YouTube would just stop taking a cut, we would also probably be fine right now, but we are short $375. It sounds like a lot. I should have started this a little earlier because we only have 2 weeks left. But hoping, praying that we'll figure out a way to shore up the galactic deficit. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, all good ways to help us with that, since we get that stuff immediately, if not sooner. Alright, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Once you've done that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer to help us out with that galactic deficit financing goal. Patreon too. Of course, Patreon is going to be the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Of course, you get an avatar shout out every stream. Secret Discord channel in Discord. It's all pretty great. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I'll be right back.
as you think you are. We are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history.
All right, Space Fams, it's that time. Time for you to get back to your seats. Otherwise, you're going to miss the second half of the stream, which is coming up very, very, very soon. Some might say
immediately, if not sooner.
By the way, I just want to say thank you to Pitchforks Dragon for the sweet, sweet super chat. It's a lot, but here's another super chat. No, it was a lot. You've done a lot of super chats today. I don't know exactly how many. I don't have it in front of me, but it's like, I've done like 5 or like something. A lot. A lot. You were integral to our completing goals today. I've never actually clicked this. Will in Detroit. Somehow my eye caught it. I just did not put this up. Will in Detroit. I nominate, quote unquote, You Are Not Funny to the soundboard. It's going on there. It's not there yet, but I have the sound file. I can just open it over and over again.
And now he says, if you're not on board with the Epstein cover-up, oh, I don't want your support. You're a weakling. You. You. You suck. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not as smart as.
So yeah, I'm gonna solve it. Hopefully I'll have that sound shot actually functional on the board tomorrow. I'm just gonna have to play the sound file whenever I feel like playing it. Just that will. Just be, you know. We'll be getting random. What's his name? I always forget this kid's name because I just always never thinking about him. Nick Fuentes. Random Nick Fuentes soundboard shots in the future. We'll be here. Okay. The final of the Epstein clips. This one broke literally minutes before the stream started. And it is a bombshell. Donald Trump, the Wall Street Journal coming out, suggesting that Donald Trump, they have evidence Donald Trump sent a letter. They may have the physical letter itself. Not entirely sure. I don't have a full handle on the story yet. But they supposedly, the Wall Street Journal broke a story that Donald Trump sent a birthday letter to Jeffrey Epstein. Let's go here, CNN.
The Wall Street Journal published a piece with this striking headline. Jeffrey Epstein's friend sent him bawdy letters for a 50th birthday album. One was from Donald Trump. Now, their friendship, you'll recall, went back decades. The article details a moment from 2003 and some of the letters that Epstein's one-time girlfriend and accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, gathered for a birthday tribute album. According to the Wall Street Journal, pages from the album are among documents examined by Justice Department officials who investigated Epstein and Maxwell. The paper, citing people who have reviewed the pages. Here's the passage about then-citizen Trump's letter. Quote, this is from the Wall Street Journal. The letter bearing Trump's name, which was reviewed by the Journal, is bawdy, like others in the album. It contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. A pair of small arcs denotes the woman's breasts, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist, mimicking pubic hair. The letter concludes, happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Now, the president's denied, quoting again from the Wall Street Journal. In an interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening, Trump denied.
Please hold there. Anderson. Because, you know, Anderson didn't do the Trump voice. This is sort of the Trump voice. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Aww. I love you, buddy. You're great. The great, great Jeffrey Epstein. Good guy.
Aren't I a good guy?
Birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Now, the president's denial. Quoting again from the Wall Street Journal, in an interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening, Trump denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. This is not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story,
Fake nasty.
Said. I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women, he said. It's
I don't
not
even
my
draw.
language. It's not
I
my
never wrote a
words.
picture.
The president also threatened legal action, saying, quote, I'm going to
I never wrote a
sue
picture.
the Wall Street Journal.
I'm sorry. We have to do that. We have to go back. I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women or write them. I don't draw or write them. What do you think about? What the fuck, guys? Look, I don't write or draw them. I don't know what you're saying. What is it? Pictures? I don't know about what. Women, I don't even know what a woman looks like. It's not my language. Drawing is not my language. Is not my words. What? Come on. Don't we want to talk about the big beautiful bill?
Come on!
The hell? Look, I cut taxes on the rich. Why don't you want to talk about that? I'm cutting Medicaid. Is that not better? Can we talk about anything else, please?
It's not my words. The president also threatened legal action, saying, quote, I'm going to sue the Wall Street Journal just like I sued everyone else. Joining me now with analysis, CNN contributor, tech journalist Kara Swisher, host of The Pivot, and on with Kara Swisher podcast. She's also the author of Burn Book, a tech love story. First of all, Kara, your reaction to this Wall Street Journal story?
Well, I think it's just the beginning, actually. It's the first story. I think there's probably more to come. I think as he doesn't release this stuff, people will start giving it to reporters, things will start getting out, and none of it looks good for Trump, including this story. Even if he denies it, saying we have things in common, Jeffrey, it creates a feeling, and especially online, that it gets amplified and really weaponized in a lot of ways. So it's not going to end here until he releases these files in some substantive way.
Release the
which he
files.
seems resistant to do, and could be possibly for these reasons. It looks.
So, I don't know why Kara Swisher's here. This isn't even a tech story. Is it because it's on True Social? Does that make her? I just love this though. Even Kara Swisher is over here. Release the files.
Form.
Do you think he's going to follow through on his threat to sue the paper?
Sure. He does that all the time. I think they've got this nailed down. I'm sure Rupert Murdoch didn't. I mean, obviously Emma Tucker's an amazing editor at the Wall Street Journal, but this had to have had approval by Rupert Murdoch or Lachlan Murdoch. And so I think they probably feel that they are very much locked down on this information. And again, everybody's going to be doing much more reporting. And that's the problem here, the drip, drip, drip. And the problem for Trump is he was friends with Epstein during his most heinous period, right, of behavior before he was arrested the first time. And they were very close, and that's obvious. There's pictures everywhere. And as more stuff comes out, especially that Trump doesn't have control of, the online reaction is going to be massive, especially among his supporters. And that's the real problem here. These people have been bred on conspiracy theories. He's been feeding a lot of them and getting them used to it. And so it's like, it's like feeding children tons of toxic sugar. Don't be surprised that they behave like this. And they're going to continue to do so because it's one of the bearing walls of the way Trump attracts his fans to him.
Yeah, I mean his entire base. This is like this is like every time. Like you go, like every Trump rally has at least some large percentage. Like I don't know, it must be like 40% QAnon people or something there. Like they all are like of one mind on so much of this stuff. They're all consuming the same goddamn media, which has completely dedicated just an incredible amount of time into the Epstein files. And now suddenly Donald Trump asks the entire Republican Party to just U-turn it real quick.
It's feeding them feeding your kids toxic sugar, and then calling them stupid and weaklings for liking toxic sugar.
You made
awful.
Weak. And then there's the Elon Musk of this all. We played the clip of him talking to Tucker Carlson earlier in a social media post on X, responding to Megyn Kelly's statement that the Wall Street Journal story is, quote, the dumbest attempted hit piece I've ever read. Elon Musk said, quote, yeah, the letter sounds bogus. What do you make of that, given how much Elon Musk has been posting about the Epstein files in recent days?
I don't know. I'm sure he doesn't know anything. I mean, these people just say things off the top of their heads. That's my experience. I think it's a beginning story, and I think they're trying to create a narrative here, and probably they have other stuff reporting they're doing. This would be my guess as an editor, that there's.
I mean, if Kara is right about this, that the Wall Street Journal has a whole bunch more stuff like this, that they could be huge. It could be huge. And I mean, who is it? Yeah, it's not Murdoch, it's the other guy. Who's the one that has the whole, had a whole treasure trove? It was a different media guy. Who's the one that had a safe full of Trump shit? I cannot think of it. Was it the New York Post guy? God. I'm trying to remember. What was I looking up just now? I was about to look something up. I can't even remember now. I just distracted the shit out of myself. I opened up another tab to search for something, and I can't even think of what I was going to look for.
I think it's a beginning story, and I think they're trying to create a narrative here, and probably they have other stuff reporting they're doing. This would be my guess as an editor, that there's this relationship. There was a close relationship. That's really the problem for Trump is separating himself from Jeffrey Epstein, especially when his base is not just enamored. It's at the heart of. It's not like a little thing. It's a structural pillar of this movement is Jeffrey Epstein and all that he represents. So.
Well, it's also tied to the QAnon movement. I mean, it sort of is in that same petri dish. And obviously there's crossover with, I mean, it's part and parcel, or I don't know if it's a subheading of the QAnon movement, but they're kind of linked together.
It is. Oh, no, the QAnon part is critical here. I mean, they have trained these people to think these things. Remember Hillary in the Comet Pizza basement and everything else? They have eaten this conspiracy theory for a long time. And
the one thing about this, for me, that what's the word? It really speaks to a Donald Trump. And I can't remember if they say it later or before, but no, I think they already went over it. I just didn't hear the line while we were listening to it for the second time. But on the first listen to this earlier, there's one detail about it that just rung this bell in my head, it was an orange bell in the shape of Donald Trump's head. Was this detail about the drawing? It was drawn with a fat felt tip marker. Donald Trump's favorite medium. Black felt tip markers are Donald Trump's favorite writing implement. Okay, and it would be, I mean, not at all shocking to me to find out that if he had written such a letter, would use that to draw a naked woman. It looks better with the felt. It's much nicer. The way it squeaks across the page.
Epstein is a critical character in it, and to make fun of them is a problematic thing, and to tell them that they don't know what they're talking about.
Oops, sorry. What did I just do?
In it, and to make fun of them is a problematic thing, and to tell them that they don't know what they're talking about after feeding them this stuff, it is very much linked together. And you live by QAnon, you die by QAnon in a lot of ways. I mean, I think online, this movement, you just go.
And now he says, if you're not on board with the Epstein cover-up, I don't want your support. You're a weakling. You suck. You are fat, you are a joke, you are stupid, you are not funny, you are not as smart as you think you are. We are gonna look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history.
I told you it was gonna come in handy in the future. I didn't know it was gonna be quite that quick.
online and watch the reaction. It is not Democrats, although I think Democrats are taking advantage of a really dicey situation for Donald Trump. But it's mostly the base that is going crazy on all these sites. And if you look at the comments, if you look at some of the leaders, although some of them have pulled back, probably in fear of Trump, it's a real problem for him, especially as it gets amplified and weaponized online. And I think he doesn't have the power to stop that because it's at the heart of this online conspiracy world that is linked together in so many different ways and is incredibly powerful.
It's also interesting to me that President Trump is now calling this a hoax, a Democratic hoax, essentially. It's something that propagated by Democrats. I mean, the hoax was Dan Bongino and Kash Patel on all these podcasts saying just saying stuff and pushing this and fanning the flames of this, I guess, for views, for for profit. And now they are in a position where they've actually seen this. I mean, Kash Patel, I think it was to Joe Rogan saying, or to Glenn Beck, the FBI director has the black book of Epstein and could release it right away. He's now the FBI director. I guess he's now the guy. The black book, which was published, by the way, a number of times in, I think, New York Magazine, online. I think Gawker did it years and years ago.
Yeah, I think that the problem is this is all linked. These people were all for it until they were against it. It creates a real feeling of unease among the followers. And again, Epstein is at the heart of it. And so the problem for Trump is that.
Yeah, honestly, when you start thinking about this in the sense of a cult, okay? There's like 80 million people all sort of in a circle looking at this one man, and then the sort of sub-priests, if you will, of the cult. The cult leaders, not the king, not the Messiah, but like all of the priests have been out there and delivering this message, which they all assume is one with whatever Donald Trump is saying, right? And they think that they've been telling them Donald Trump is going to bring he is going to bring to all of you the good word of the Epstein files, and now they have been, that's all just shattered in front of them. It's all gone.
They will keep talking about this, and he is, factually speaking, they were friends for a decade or more, right? And they were social friends, and he was on the plane. There's lots of facts here that could be, look, maybe nothing happened, maybe something happened, who knows? But if he doesn't release the files, there's no way of removing himself from this controversy. Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture. Look, some people could have just gone to that island and left. I know a lot of people who did that. Some people could have just gone to dinner at his house and left. You shouldn't, there are problematic issues here in this thing, and including fraud, like what is made up, what's not made up. This is so perfect for an online disaster for Trump, who has been, up until now, very good at communicating online.
I know. It's almost like Donald Trump is losing his step. He truthed one too many times, or actually maybe is he... In this case, he can't. Yeah, it's partially he's truthing much too much. I think and it's too late now. He's already. They're not gonna drop this one. But of course, the more that he talks about it, the more that he stokes the fire. But he's truthed himself into a corner over here. And they're mad now. Did you hear what Nick Fuentes said? Avowed white nationalist and MAGA boy.
And now he says, if you're not on board with the Epstein cover-up, I don't want your support. You're a weakling. F*** you. F*** you. You suck. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not as smart as you think you are. We are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in America.
Did you hear that? They have created for themselves a monster, and that monster just became sentient and bit back. It's alive. It's alive. All right. I just stuck this one in here just now because I didn't have time to watch it before the stream. I started later than I was planning to anyway, and so as part of the not anyway. That's one of the reasons why I haven't seen this one yet. Let's go here. I don't go to Mr. I don't go to Mr. O'Donnell here too often, but let's go to Lawrence over at MSNBC.
Well, as the world now knows, the breaking news of the night is that Donald Trump is sinking deeper and deeper into the Jeffrey Epstein scandal, with reporting from the Wall Street Journal tonight describing a birthday letter to Jeffrey Epstein on the occasion of Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. The Wall Street Journal says the letter bears Trump's name. And that letter's final line says, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." Aww. And Donald Trump's latest panic response to what is now a fully out of control situation for the Trump administration is a post on social media within the last hour saying, "I have asked Attorney General Mamdani to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval." It is entirely possible.
Pam, you know what I mean when I say pertinent, right? It means not me, okay? Nothing with Trump. Just, tell everybody, I looked through the whole thing, no Trump. We gotta release a pertinent set of facts, not the actual files.
Grand jury testimony subject to court approval. It is entirely possible that the court will not approve the release of any of the grand jury testimony in the case because Jeffrey Epstein's co-defendant and convicted co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, is still an active litigant in the case, appealing her conviction, and the grand jury testimony was used in the prosecution of Ghislaine Maxwell. If she's successful in that appeal, she could have a retrial that could include some of that grand jury material. A judge might want to protect all of that. And the Epstein files that people want to see, that Trump supporters have demanded to see for years, include much, much more than grand jury testimony. It includes FBI reports, FBI notes, prosecutors' notes, endless streams of paper far beyond just grand jury transcripts. And the Attorney General knows that. And that's why Mamdani responded to Donald Trump on social media saying, quote, "President Trump, we are ready to move the court tomorrow to unseal the grand jury transcripts." And that won't do it.
If not sooner.
That will not quiet.
Those are not the files, but it's okay. Look, the grand jury transcript is the same thing as the Epstein files. It's just as good. It's just a different name for the same thing.
The revolt in Trump world about this. Because with the publication of that story by the Wall Street Journal, Donald Trump has now sunk to the lowest point in his presidency because this story, and only this story, has separated Donald Trump from some of his most fervent and frenzied supporters in the past, who are now in a frenzy of outrage about Donald Trump blocking the release of the Epstein files, which, according to the Wall Street Journal, contained that birthday message bearing Trump's name to Jeffrey Epstein. In 2003, when Jeffrey Epstein was, according to criminal evidence developed years later, routinely raping children, especially 14-year-old girls,
illegal,
which was apparently the target age for Jeffrey Epstein in the selection of his victims. That's when this letter was addressed to a child rapist bearing Donald Trump's name that said, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." In the middle of what we now know was Jeffrey Epstein's dedicated pursuit of child rape victims. That was Jeffrey Epstein's biggest secret at the time. We don't know what the secret the letter is referring to. We don't know if Donald Trump knew that Jeffrey Epstein was an unrelenting, predatory child rapist at the time that Donald Trump was friendly with Jeffrey Epstein, to the point that Jeffrey Epstein described Donald Trump then as his closest friend. You know how much trouble a politician is in when stories like this break? Not that there's ever been a story like this, but when scandals break, you know how much trouble a politician's in by the reactions to the story. There are several people mentioned in the Wall Street Journal report. Donald Trump is just one of them. Other people mentioned in that report include Jeffrey Epstein's former lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, and Jeffrey Epstein's largest financial benefactor, billionaire Leslie Wexner. No one mentioned in the Wall Street Journal report tonight disputes anything in the report.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be
except
prudent
Donald
at this
Trump.
Juncture.
There is a letter
I
in
did
that
everything
same
right
collection
and
of
they
birthday letters
indicted
from
me.
Alan Dershowitz and another one from Leslie Wexner. When reached by the Wall Street Journal, Alan Dershowitz said, quote, "It's been a long time and I don't recall the content of what I may have written." Billionaire Leslie Wexner, quote, "Declined to comment through a spokesman, so no dispute from them
Not going to do it.
about the
Wouldn't be
reporting
prudent at
on
this juncture.
them and their birthday letters to."
You know what this reminds me of? This is Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein right here. This is a vintage clip of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein.
What is fun? Let me spell it for you. F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me. N is for anywhere and anytime at all.
Illegal. Epstein reporting by the Wall Street Journal tonight. The Wall Street Journal reports about the documents which NBC News has not independently verified. Ghislaine Maxwell's collected letters from Trump and dozens of Epstein's other associates for a 2003 birthday album, according to documents reviewed by the Wall Street Journal. Pages from the leather-bound album, assembled before Epstein was first arrested in 2006, are among the documents examined by Justice Department officials who investigated Epstein and Maxwell years ago, according to people who have reviewed the pages. It's unclear if any of the pages are part of the Trump administration's recent review. The Justice Department, run by Donald Trump's Attorney General Pam Bondi, has control of the entirety of the Epstein files, including the Epstein birthday material quoted by the Wall Street Journal. The Justice Department officials didn't respond to requests for comment or addressed questions about whether the Trump page and other pages of the birthday album were part of the agency's recent documents review. The FBI declined to comment. So the Justice Department does not dispute one word of the Wall Street Journal reporting tonight. The FBI does not dispute one word of the Wall Street Journal reporting tonight. Not one word. In Alan Dershowitz's birthday letter to Jeffrey Epstein, he made a joke about Bill Clinton. The Wall Street Journal report tonight says, quote, Trump, along with others, including Clinton, also appeared several times on flight logs for Epstein's private jet. A spokesman for Clinton referred to a 2019 statement that former President Clinton had cut off ties more than a decade before Epstein's second arrest and didn't know about Epstein's alleged crimes. So Bill Clinton, another person mentioned in the Wall Street Journal reporting tonight, does not dispute a word of the Wall Street Journal reporting. The only person mentioned of the Wall Street Journal reporting tonight who is disputing that reporting is Donald Trump. Here is the Wall Street Journal's description of that birthday letter to Jeffrey Epstein. The letter bearing Trump's name, which was reviewed by the Journal, is bawdy, like others in the album. It contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker.
This is the most damning aspect of the whole thing. Heavy marker. I want to there we go. Hand drawn with a heavy marker. Donald Trump loves heavy markers. If you could get, I'm sorry, Ivanka, could you bring me my favorite marker? I need to send a birthday card to my best friend. You know who it is, Jeffrey Epstein.
Illegal.
A pair of small arcs denotes the woman's breasts, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist, mimicking pubic hair. The letter concludes, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." In an interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening, Trump denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. "This is not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story," he said. "I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women," he said. "It's not my language. It's not my words." He told the Journal he was preparing to file a lawsuit if it published an article. "I'm going to sue the Wall Street Journal just like I sued everyone else," he said. The Journal offered a full description of the birthday letter without reproducing a copy of the birthday letter in their reporting. The reporting says, inside the outline of the naked woman was a typewritten note styled as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein, written in the third person. Voiceover. "There must be more to life than having everything," the note began. "Donald, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey."
I haven't heard any of this yet. Like I said, I did not watch this clip. It posted like literally as I started the stream.
Voiceover. "There must be more to life than having everything," the note began. "Donald, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey."
What now?
Jeffrey, yes, we do, come to think of it.
Don't be creepy.
Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you.
This is
Donald.
Disturbing. This is fucking disturbing. Oh my God. I mean, the whole thing is disturbing, but this guy right here, he's the one who's in charge of the country. And I mean, honestly, we all knew it. We all knew this. I mean, I didn't know this, but I mean, I knew that they were friends. He had denied and denied and denied. But there was enough evidence to say they definitely knew each other. But in the last few days, I've learned so much about this. It is fucking wild. This shit is fucking insane.
Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. The year before that 2003 letter was written, Donald Trump supplied this quote to New York Magazine for a profile of Jeffrey Epstein. "I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life." His social life.
Oh my God.
Led to criminal charges in Florida, for which he made a sweetheart deal with Florida prosecutors, and then years later, federal charges of sex trafficking in New York, which led to Jeffrey Epstein's death in federal prison during Donald Trump's first presidency, with Donald Trump's administration in complete control of federal prisons. In the first year of the Trump presidency, the first Trump presidency, Jeffrey Epstein told Trump biographer Michael Wolff in a recorded interview quote, I was Donald's closest friend for 10 years. The Trump White House reaction to this story tonight has been chaotic and continues to be chaotic. At 8:33 p.m., Donald Trump posted on social media his threat, and only his threat, it's just a threat, to sue the Wall Street Journal, saying the Wall Street Journal and Rupert Murdoch personally were more.
All right, I'm going to try and read this one. Here we go. The Wall Street Journal and Rupert Murdoch personally were warned directly by President Donald J. Trump. Wait, he's speaking in the third person now? Were warned directly by Caesar that the supposed letter was printed by President Trump to Epstein was a all caps fake, and if they print it, they will be sued. Mr. Murdoch stated that he would take care of it, but obviously did not have the power to do so. It was Rupert Murdoch. Oh my God, Rupert Murdoch. So this is almost like this is a, what do you call it? It's like a self-own. It's like a fucking, he just like outed himself. Donald Trump just fucking outed himself. He basically just said that this Murdoch had these files. Holy fucking shit. He is saying that he's acknowledging it's, what's it called? There's a legal term for this. Guilty knowledge, I think is the legal term. Oh my God. He's basically saying, what if the Wall Street Journal confirms that they got it from Murdoch? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. This is breaking news. Did Donald Trump just admit that he wrote this letter?
What? Would you drum up?
Hey, that's what it sounds like to me. Holy shit. Columbia Regan with a sweet, sweet super chat. Trump gives Satan a run for his money.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Yeah, he seems like a real, like, he had a very horrifying social life down there in Florida.
Directly by President Donald J. Trump that the supposed letter they printed by President Trump to Epstein was a fake, and if they print it, they will be sued. Mr. Murdoch stated that he would take care of it, but obviously did not have the power to do so. The editor of the Wall Street Journal, Emma Tucker, was told directly by Caroline Leavitt and by President Trump that the letter was a fake, but Emma Tucker didn't want to hear that. Instead, they are going with a false, malicious, and defamatory story anyway. President Trump will be suing the Wall Street Journal, News Corp, and Mr. Murdoch shortly. Donald Trump has issued an uncountable number of threats to sue people who he has then chosen not to sue. Rupert Murdoch has the power to stop the Wall Street Journal from publishing anything. Rupert Murdoch and the Wall Street Journal facing a lawsuit threat from Donald Trump and going forward with their reporting is a very strong statement.
Okay, wait, so is it because Rupert Murdoch owns the Wall Street Journal? Hold on. See, now I feel like I have to go back and look this up. Son of a bitch. This is the problem with having not seen this video yet and not having dedicated my whole life to learning everything about these files.
By them in their own confidence in the Wall Street Journal's reporting. Before Donald Trump posted that on social media tonight, his vice president got out ahead of Donald Trump on social media and said something that Donald Trump refused.
Supposedly. It was David Pecker. He was at the National Enquirer, not the New York Post. Okay, all right. So maybe he's... No, I could be wrong about this. I take it back. Although I'm sure plenty of stories went by Rupert Murdoch. It's possible that he had something going on with Rupert. I honestly don't know. But it's probably more likely that it has to do with the Wall Street Journal. Damn, I thought we just broke some sort of massive story.
To say, in his own social media post, what J.D. Vance wrote tonight could be his first big move to become the next president of the United States without waiting for the next election, because what J.D. Vance wrote tonight adds fuel to the fire burning in Trump world about the Epstein files, which now will burn all the hotter because of the Wall Street Journal's reporting tonight. J.D. Vance said what could be the most harmful thing anyone on the Trump team could say tonight. In his social media post, J.D. Vance used Donald Trump's new favorite form of public presidential profanity in J.D. Vance's best imitation of Donald Trump. J.D. Vance wrote, "Forgive my language, but this story is complete and utter bullcrap. The Wall Street Journal should be ashamed for publishing it. Where is the letter?"
J.D. Vance, a guy who once said this. Well, I'm sure he said that, but what I meant is this.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
He probably doesn't want people to start thinking that quality time included something weird.
Don't be creepy.
Would you be shocked to learn they never showed it to us before publishing it? Does anyone honestly believe this sounds like Donald Trump? And in another post, J.D. Vance wrote, doesn't it violate some rule of journalistic ethics to publish a letter like this without showing it to the victim of this hit piece? The answer is no. It does not violate journalistic ethics. And the worst thing that can happen to Donald Trump is for the Wall Street Journal or anyone else to release publicly a copy of that letter. The worst thing that could happen to Donald Trump is exactly what his vice president, J.D. Vance, is demanding tonight. J.D. Vance, the person who would move up to the presidency if this issue becomes so difficult that it drives Donald Trump out of the presidency through impeachment or resignation. We have seen this happen to a president before, and Donald Trump has never been weaker. And J.D. Vance of all people is saying, show us the letter, demanding to see the letter. Donald Trump did not dare to say, where is the letter, in his social media post tonight, which occurred 40 minutes after J.D. Vance's social.
Good point. I didn't, you know what? Because of the incredible confidence that tweet was written with, I actually glazed right over that little detail. Lawrence makes a fantastic point. JD just called for the Wall Street Journal. The vice president of the United States said, release the letter. Release the files. But first, release that letter. My God. Great point, Lawrence. How did I miss that? Immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Hashtag release the letter in chat.
Social media post tonight, which occurred 40 minutes after J.D. Vance's social media post tonight. Donald Trump is not asking to see that letter. Donald Trump doesn't want you to see that letter. But J.D. Vance wants you to see.
Hold on. I didn't quite. I skipped over a part there somehow.
Is the letter.
Why are you doing this? Do not play.
Don't even play.
Social media post tonight, which occurred 40 minutes after J.D. Vance's social media post tonight. Donald Trump is not asking to see that letter. Donald Trump doesn't want you to see that letter. But J.D. Vance wants you to see that letter. If J.D. Vance creates a groundswell demand by more and more Trump supporters for the release of that letter, that could do more damage to Donald Trump than anything that has ever happened to Donald Trump in his entire political career. And it's J.D. Vance who's doing this. Once again tonight in Donald Trump's public comments about Jeffrey Epstein, who he used to call a terrific Donald Trump portrayed himself as a victim and only himself.
Oh.
And Donald Trump.
Climate and everything
Wait,
are
that's
the
the wrong
same
one.
word.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Just hit the wrong sound. Okay, all right. Wow. So much to unpack on that one. I think, I mean, I'm hoping we get to see this letter. I mean, we deserve to see this letter. Wall Street Journal is claiming that they have this letter. And I feel like they're definitely doing it for, like, what do you call it? Like, it sounds profane, right? Like, but at the same time, this needs to come out. Just release, what do you call it? I don't know. What do you? I'm trying to think about like a trigger warning or something along with it. Hashtag release the letter. Okay. Wow, what a revealing 3 hours. Let's move on. To this somehow equally horrifying news story. From one horrifying news story to the next. Now, I couldn't find this. Fox either edited a video on YouTube or they did not post this and somebody clipped it, but I could not find the because I wanted to find the whole thing. I could not find the whole thing. Like this clip doesn't seem to exist on the internet, but somehow Kyle got his hands on this one. This is from recent Fox and Friends show, and this is truly horrifying.
So as we've talked about quite a bit, it feels like we are in a particularly shameless era. Like people simply don't feel shame anymore about anything. And I think that's bad. I think the impact that's had on society is just immeasurably horrible. And things that you thought were just totally off the table and could never happen again are now happening again, right? Like the fact that Trump is building concentration camps all across this country, like Alligator Auschwitz in South Florida, and the fact that they're building 5 more of them, and they send people to CCOD, a concentration camp, Gulag in El Salvador. It's just so many things that we thought are off the table. The genocide in Gaza, they're happening, they're right in front of our faces, and it just feels like it's a new layer of evil and shamelessness that we thought we would never hit again, but here we are. Well, we have another example. I mean, could you imagine, I'm going to play this video for you in a second, but could you imagine, just stop and think after you hear it, what if somebody said this, let's say 12 years ago, right? What the reaction would have been. But now, this is barely a blip on the radar, and not many people are going to talk about it. It'll, blew up a little bit on Twitter, but that's it. This won't be that big a deal. Listen to what Greg Gutfeld says. Watch.
This is why the criticism doesn't matter to us when you call us Nazis. Nazi this, Nazi that. I'm beginning to think they don't like us. You know what? I've said this before. We need to learn from the blacks. The way they were able to remove the power from the N-word by using it. So from now on, it's what up, my Nazi? Hey, what up, my Nazi? Oh my hey, what's hanging, my Nazi?
Nazi, please.
Thank God you did a hard eye there.
They think it's funny, right? They think it's funny. Hey, they call us Nazis. What if I say we are Nazis, bro? By the way, shout out to, remember this?
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
That whole clip was just horrendous. The fact that Greg Gutfeld feels compelled to talk like this, like, and somehow, like, that he thinks that this is, I mean, beyond, leave the messaging aside for a second, that he thinks that as a grown, like, that he should say anything even close to this in any context. I mean, these guys, first off, these guys have been clamoring about anti-Semitism over on Fox News for the last 2 years. Since October 7th of 2023, Fox News has been, I mean, they, just like the rest of the Western media, have been claiming that, anti-Semitic protesters and all this other stuff have been taking over campuses. And they are now saying we need to reappropriate the word Nazi. They cannot live this down. They cannot live this down. And I'm honestly planning on, I got some plans for this one, because this is completely, like, everything about this is fucked. Explain to me how this is acceptable. Like, in no way is what he's doing acceptable. And then, disregarding, like, the sort of side comment from whatever her name is, not Megyn Kelly, who's the quippy blonde over there, whatever her name is. Oh my God. I mean, it, by itself is disturbing, but you add in the incredible hypocrisy along with it, and it's way beyond, it's so far beyond the pale that there's no way that Greg Gutfeld should ever be allowed to fucking, like, be on a television again. We're reclaiming the word Nazis. The fact is, like, and all the Republicans have been, we need to start holding people account on this sort of insane shit right here. Reclaim Nazism. He thinks it's funny. He thinks it's funny. It's something to joke about. It's disgusting, is what it is. Honestly, stuff like that makes my blood boil. Like, these people can talk like that. All right, now these people claim to care about, religion, being Christians, and then they call themselves Nazis. Donald Trump breaks a long-standing tradition of separation.
President, the good news is that I am
and state by creating a White House faith office because he believes that there's some sort of anti-Christian bias happening. Meanwhile, he's, one of his best friends was a convicted sex offender, Jeffrey Epstein. And don't wait, just wait, even more. It sounds, I have a real problem here, and I think I know who to call. But let's see what Tim Kaine had to say. Because he has a disturbing story here of anti-Christian bias.
Mr. President, the good news is that I am the last speaker of the day.
That is good news.
I wish I could tell you my speech will be short. I don't think it will be long, but I will try to make it interesting. I want to tell you a story, and it's not a story about anything that's happened in this building. It's a story about a very humble Catholic parish in Northside Richmond, Virginia, called St. Elizabeth's of Hungary. It's a very humble parish. It's a small parish. It's slightly over 100 years old. It's the church where my wife and I were married more than 40 years ago, where all three of our children were baptized, where we attended Mass just this last Sunday to hear the gospel reading, the story of the Good Samaritan. The church was founded more than 100 years ago in an unusual way. There were Italian and German immigrants in Richmond who felt looked down upon because of where they had come from and because of the accents that they spoke with, and that their English wasn't so good. And in the aftermath of World War I, people looked at German Americans and Italian Americans with some suspicion. German language was being criminalized in some of our states in the aftermath. And these immigrant refugee Catholics decided that they wanted a place where they could feel welcomed, loved, and safe as they worshiped in accord with the American value of freedom of worship. And so they set up this little parish in the Highland Park neighborhood of Northside, Richmond, Virginia, where they could go and be together and feel safe. They chose an interesting name, St. Elizabeth of Hungary. St. Elizabeth of Hungary lived 1,000 years ago. She was a teenager and she was a queen in a time of great poverty. And against the wishes of her husband and other officials, she would take bread and put the bread inside of her garments and go out and distribute it to the poor. And once she was caught and she was made to open her garment, and when she did open her garment, the bread had turned into roses. And that's the miracle that was attributed to her. She lived only a short time and died, but she was made a saint by the Catholic Church. And these immigrants who started my parish chose that name because they felt like that was what was needed in the world, people who would try to serve others in need. 100 years later, we celebrated the centennial of my church, Mr. President, a couple of years ago, and I was sitting there. I've now been a member of the parish for 40 years, and I was looking around, and I realized times change and they don't. Catholic Relief Services, which is one of the largest agencies in the United States that helps settle refugees who are legal immigrants. Refugees are legal immigrants. About 15 years ago, settled a Congolese family into my church who had been in a refugee camp after fleeing violence in the Congo. Catholic, French and Swahili speaking, one Congolese family came to my church. And then over time, Catholic Relief Services decided, well, this family likes St. Elizabeth's and they feel welcomed here. And other families started to come to my church. And so by now, as we were celebrating our centennial, and I'm looking around the parish where I go, this small, very humble parish, it is sizably a Congolese refugee population. Legal immigrants to the United States who have been settled through the Catholic Relief Services, and they've come to a place where they feel loved and cared for and safe and welcome. The color of their skin, the accent that they use, the fact that they're unfamiliar with American culture might make them feel not so welcome in other venues, but in my church they feel welcome. And it made me realize as we celebrated that centennial that my church looks real different in some ways than when it was founded 100 years ago, but in other ways it's exactly the same. It's a haven for people who are legal immigrants to the United States but need a place where they can gather with others and feel welcome. Why do I tell that story? How is it connected to the rescission bill that we're going to be voting on tomorrow? President Trump has sent a bill to Congress, and one of the pillars of that bill is to rescind the funding for refugee resettlement programs in the United States, run by churches. 7 of the 10 organizations that resettle refugees in the United States are faith-based organizations. The largest 2 are the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, operating through Catholic Relief Services, and the evangelical organization World Vision. But it's not just them. Church World Service, Lutheran Social Services, the Episcopal Church of the United States, World Relief, Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, founded more than 100 years ago to try to bring Jews at that point from Europe to the United States and make sure that as legal immigrants, yes, they would be allowed to be here legally, but they needed someone to teach them about American culture and integrate into American life. The practice of American religious organizations assisting in legal immigration goes back more than a century. And President Trump's rescission package that is before us wipes out funding to a dramatic degree for virtually all of them. Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society has had to lay off hundreds of staff. World Relief said this: President Trump said he will defend persecuted Christians, but the U.S. refugee resettlement program is one of the primary ways that the U.S. government protects Christians and others fleeing persecution. The Episcopal Church of the United States has had to end its long-standing refugee resettlement program because of President Trump's budget cuts. Lutheran Social Services has they've struggled to make payroll. They've had to lay off so many people. They've reduced the services that they're able to provide, especially to Afghan allies who were in the United States because they worked with the United States military in Afghanistan to protect our troops. Catholic Charities has laid off all kinds of staff. The families at my church, they come up to me after Mass on Sunday and they're so frightened about what might happen because many of them have families still in refugee camps who might want to come here as legal refugees, as legal immigrants. I don't know of a president who has attacked religious organizations, Catholic, evangelical, Jewish, who have been doing this work in many instances for more than a century in such an orchestrated, intentional, and calculated way as President Trump. Matthew.
Yeah, I just figured I'd let Tim cook there for a little while. But he's right, and this is a troubling example of anti-Christian bias being displayed not by the liberal, not by the liberals, but instead by Donald Trump himself. His administration's cuts are causing religious institutions and charities to not be able to do the work which they have been doing for centuries. Not centuries, decades. Some cases longer than a century. And I'm thinking, we got to figure out if the anti-Christian, the faith office, the White House faith office, if that has like a phone number we can call, alert them of this problem, or maybe email, like MailChimp them a bunch of, auto-generated email, like spam the email with all of these anti-Christian bias, examples of anti-Christian bias. They're repressing Christians. It's horrifying.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
For the first time ever, Christians being repressed. And by the very man who is supposed to be the, what do you call it? You bring back Judeo-Christian values. Great Western Christian values. Nobody else's values matter as much. Not that we should have that. I'm just saying. Just pointing out the wild hypocrisy.
This next gentleman was caught up in the chaos.
Sorry, I forgot to tell you what we were about to do. We're about to go fully into talking about immigration. Of course, that's really what we're talking about here, is there being anti-immigrant. So who cares if it hurts Christian organizations that we tout as loving more than anything else? We love God. Oh, let's pray. Remember when Kristi Noem was praying at turning points? All right, this is what, KTLA 5? Yeah. Let's talk about a man who was arrested by ICE, a U.S. veteran man. Nice.
This next gentleman was caught up in the chaos of the Camarillo ICE raid and then detained, and then despite being a U.S. citizen and a disabled Army veteran. But tonight, the 25-year-old George Redis is speaking out for the first time and describing those conditions he faced behind bars.
Redis was released after being held in federal custody for 3 days, but he has not been charged with any crime. Carlos Salcedo, live in Camarillo. He's got some disturbing details for us. Carlos.
Good evening. The Army veteran tells me he was simply going to work when placed under arrest. Now, he was in federal custody for 3 days and still doesn't know why. Tonight, he's sharing his story with us.
This is video as federal troops and agents were walking.
I mean, this is fucking insane. That a U.S. veteran, they claim to love the troops, they claim to love the Christians, and yet they can't even give this U.S. veteran, disabled U.S. veteran, a reason for having been detained for 3 days. What happened to freedom? No more freedom, I guess. Even if you fight for your country. Thank you for your service. Now please get in the cage. Thank you.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak with us.
Oh shit. Columbia Reeking with a sweet super chat. Arguing morality with demons is useless. I mean, it's a fair point.
This is video as federal troops and agents were walking toward George Redis's car. The 25-year-old was recording, but then drops his phone. You can hear him coughing from the pepper spray that had been dispersed.
I'm trying to leave. Okay, I'm sorry.
As I was trying to leave, they escalated the situation by approaching me and banging on my window and trying to take me out.
Retes, a U.S. citizen and disabled Army veteran, was going to work at Glass House Farms in Camarillo as a security guard last Thursday when he was arrested during an immigration sweep that turned chaotic. Video on social media shows him being taken into custody. His window was shattered by agents. Retes says he complied with their orders but was still wrongfully detained.
It wasn't right how they treated anyone that day, whether they were a citizen, whether they were an immigrant, the color of their skin.
Do you think? Let me guess. Yes, yes, I do believe we're on the same page, Michael Reich. Absolutely, it was racial profiling. They think they think that looking like this guy is probable cause for arrest.
Immigrant.
Illegal.
Whether the color of their skin.
Do you think you were part of this roundup because of the color of your skin?
I don't know. That's a question you would have to ask the ICE agents that day.
Yeah, and if I were him, I'd be asking in a court of fucking law. That's what I'd be doing. Time for a lawsuit. All right, let's go here. See what Gavin Newsom had to say earlier.
Retes, a U.S. citizen and disabled Army veteran, was going to...
Oopsies, I'm gonna do that.
Thank you all. Just had an opportunity to talk to the senior pastor here at Downey Memorial Community Church. We're grateful that she allowed us the opportunity to be here and highlight a little bit of what occurred here, as you may know, in the parking lot a few weeks back when 6 folks came masked without any identification, unmarked cars. The President of the United States decided to advance his rote cruelty by utilizing the brave men and women of the National Guard as pawns in an effort to theatrically show his strength. Finally, because of the absurdity of this and the complete incapacity of the Pentagon to reconcile the fact they weren't doing a damn thing, they manipulated this 26% number. It's about 5%. They even realized the absurdity of this, and they're talking about a demobilization of roughly 2,000 of the 79th Infantry. But we must be vigilant and resolved that as we focus on Epstein, we focus on the next day or distraction, that communities like Bell and Downey are being torn apart.
It's a fair point. We can't forget. I mean, right now it is so hard to be maintaining focus on all the things that are happening right now. Not only do we live in a world where we're connected instantaneously with one another in news events, but also like there's just, I mean, something is happening every freaking second that is just horrifying. Yeah, I mean, sure, something's happening at all times, but in the last 6 months, it's just been insane fucking news every fucking second. But I mean, Gavin, I'm sorry, I got distracted by the end of what he said, but the Gavin Newsom saying that the National Guard is giving up on staying in LA because they realize that they aren't needed and are removing troops for now, it would seem. That terrible part of, California history comes to a close while another one reopens in the Bay of San Francisco. Yes, that's right. Let's talk about not Alligator Alcatraz, but the original OG Alcatraz. Here we go. That's right.
Is it hot air or is this actually happening? We start with that plan to reopen Alcatraz. Two big names from the Trump administration are reportedly coming here to the Bay Area tomorrow to formally launch the effort to turn Alcatraz back into a federal prison. The office of Congresswoman Pelosi says it's been advised Attorney General Pam Bondi and Interior Secretary Doug Burgum will tour Alcatraz before announcing details about the reopening. The White House has not confirmed this visit, but President Trump first pitched this idea, as we first reported, back in May. Now, reopening the rock would not be cheap. Experts estimate it could cost billions of dollars to bring this aging facility up to code. The feds, remember, shut it down in 1963 because it was costing too much money to keep it running. Tonight.
This is so stupid. This is so fucking stupid. And they're serious about this shit. This is not a joke. We thought Alligator Alcatraz was a joke. This is not a joke. None of these things, like the worst things that they say they're going to do, they do. Right? All the good stuff that they've ever said, that like Republicans and Donald Trump ever says, they never do that stuff. They never do that stuff. When they say that they're going to do something horrible for everybody, something that either just makes no sense and like this, or is going to actively repress people, they do that. They always do those things.
Daniel Lurie mincing his words about this idea.
There's no realistic plan to make Alcatraz real.
Yeah, there's no realistic plan, but they're doing it. You know, they cut Medicaid, even though they said they weren't going to. Said they were going to make inflation go away, make prices cheaper, but they're still high. So many things were said. None of those things done. But all the worst stuff is getting done. You don't believe me? Pam Bondi fucking visited. I've got the live stream video. Pam Bondi traipsing around regular Alcatraz. God damn it. Now we have two Alcatrazes. Maybe they're doing this just to distract from Alligator Alcatraz in the algorithm. I honestly don't. Hold on. Wait, no, go all the way back. No, this was at the end. Yeah, this is going to cost billions of dollars, probably. There's no reason for it. There's literally no reason for it. They probably just watched that one of these like Escape from Alcatraz or something like that. And they're like, Donald Trump just had an idea one day. There she is, Pam Bondi, Pam Blondie, at the front of this large group of people touring Alcatraz. what is a tourist attraction, completely non-functional facility, which is, if they actually decide to do this, it's gonna cost the taxpayer billions of dollars. It's not even an efficient way of housing people. It's not necessary. It's not like there's some epidemic of like people escaping prisons. Like, yeah, people escape from prison once in a while, but the vast majority of prisoners are in prison until they're out of prison on an official, you know. I mean, look at it. The decrepit building. There's no roof. It's held up by a facade. This is a facade. I mean, look at it. Like, you can see it from back here. Like, this is held up by a structure that was not original. I don't know if anybody's noticing that, but this frame, this steel frame you're seeing, is not original to the building. You can just tell. If you just look closely at that frame inside the building. First off, you can see that I mean, it's much newer than the building, right? Like, that is that much obvious to everybody. It's just not. It's clearly not. Like, the way that it's set up just doesn't make any sense if it had been. You can see like these screws that just screw into the facet of the building, right? Of the facade, and then these little circles right here. These are where the screws go through and like attach to the other side, right? This is not normal. Like, trying to turn this into anything but just a tourist site is idiotic. These buildings are falling apart. There's Pam. Who's next there? Is that Caroline? I don't think it is Caroline. Ooh, look at it. It doesn't look at all ready for a prison. Jesus Christ. This is so dumb. I mean, how stupid do you have to be here and think this is good? This will be a good prison in the 21st century. This makes sense. We need this. They're going to do it just to distract everyone. They are going to do it. They need anything right now to distract people from the Epstein files. The Epstein files and the big beautiful bill. All right, let's go here to Utah, where county commissioners passed a policy allowing the police to share information with ICE, which is illegal in most cases. But these county commissioners decided to legislate this into law so that they could help ICE. They just wanted to be helpful. They just really wanted to be helpful. People showed up to protest and to speak their mind.
Well, after hours of public comment, Utah County becomes the latest to adopt an agreement with ICE that allows local law enforcement officers to access immigration status. The commission voted unanimously to become the 6th agency in Utah to enter into the policy.
Mothers in tears are too afraid to leave their homes.
You have already made up your mind. They are bullies.
A county commission meeting with hours of comments, all discussing the 287G program, a section of federal immigration law that allows local law enforcement to help identify, process, and potentially detain people suspected of breaking immigration laws. Federal officials argue the program enhances national safety. Those speaking out against it here in Utah County have serious concerns.
I believe the sheriff's office is perfectly capable of keeping Utah safe without ICE.
Utah County Sheriff Mike Smith says the county will course correct if needed.
I'm not making you any false promises. You know, if ICE becomes something that we don't want here in Utah County, we will push back.
Commission Vice Chair Skylar Beltran says he appreciates the input regardless of his stance on things.
We didn't even have to take public comment today.
Wow.
Imagine how pissed off you would have been that.
Oh my God.
And we decided to be here.
When I listened to this before, oh God, this has pissed me off so much.
But regardless of his stance on things.
We didn't even have to take public comment today. Imagine how pissed off you would have been that. And we decided to be here and listen all day.
And just before 7 p.m.
So generous. We didn't even have to listen to the public. We're just elected officials. You know, we are being incredibly generous by even listening to you peons, you know? The peasantry. Why? I mean, that we would be so, you know, so giving to spend our day listening to your complaints before we unanimously pass this thing. By the way, they unanimously passed it. Actually, I'll show you. Here, watch.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
There you go. So generous. They spent their whole day. They could have been at the beach. Could have been on the boat. Instead, they were listening to the complaints of their constituents.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
All right, let's talk about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. As things continue to progress with his case, here's CBS from yesterday.
Meanwhile, a Tennessee judge is weighing whether to release the man once mistakenly deported to El Salvador. We're talking about the flashpoint case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who is now facing a human smuggling trial. After arguments in court today, the judge said he would not make a decision until next week. CBS News correspondent Nicole Valdez is live outside the courthouse in Nashville, Tennessee for us. Nicole, what were your key takeaways from court today?
Well, I think the biggest thing that stood out here is that this is now the third time that Abrego Garcia has sat before a judge here in the state to really determine what his next steps are, where he will be kept, if he will remain in custody, or if he will be released ahead of this criminal trial, something that no one has really been able to decide definitively since he was brought back to the U.S. to face these charges. Both prosecutors and his defense attorneys have gone back and forth on this issue on several occasions because of the nuance with the potential that he could face deportation again if he were to be released. Now, the issue is that his defense attorneys argue he should not be remaining in custody until that trial because they don't think that the government has provided enough proof to show that he is a danger, that he is a flight risk. But they recognize that if he's released, there's a chance that that may not be in his best interest because the Homeland Security has already said they may look to deport him to a third country if that is to happen. So right now we're sort of at a really...
This is ridiculous!
I mean, they have created such a paradoxical situation. It is mind-boggling to me. I can't even imagine being Kilmar Abrego Garcia in this moment. You're currently, you're minding your own business. Whatever, like 3-4 months ago now? 4 months? How long has it been? It's been like 4 months. However long it was. I think it's close to 4 months. 4 months ago, you're minding your own business. Back in Maryland, you got a girlfriend, wife? I forget if she, wife, right? You got a wife and kid, and you suddenly get picked up by masked, unidentified thugs, thrown on a plane, sent to El Salvador to CCOT, a fucking gulag run by the coolest dictator in Latin America. Then, after months of protest back in your, the country that you were living in, the United States, eventually, you get a senator that comes to visit you. You make it back home. You're like, oh my God, thank God, I've made it back home. After all that, finally gonna get due process. You're in the middle of legal proceedings and are in jail, and yet you are afraid of leaving the jail because you might get deported to a third country before the trial that you are supposed to be standing for even finishes. What? So this is like basically just like, fuck it, just leave me in jail then. Just leave me in jail. I'll sit here. Otherwise, and they've been asking for that too. Don't forget, they've been trying to go into the jails. Tom Homan said it multiple times, how he wants to go into the jails and start picking people up. Oh my God. All right. Now let's go to not far from Maryland, Philadelphia, or at least Pennsylvania, where ICE raids. I mean, they said they were going to do it, and they were not joking. Tom Homan said, wait until I have a $200 billion budget, a budget larger than any other military on the planet. World's biggest police force. Wait until then. We're going to step it up. Well, they seem to be stepping it up in Pennsylvania.
You should be ashamed of yourselves. You should be ashamed. These are hardworking people.
Angry neighbors watched as ICE agents conducted a raid at a Montgomery County grocery store. It happened today at the Super Gigante food market in West Norriton. The Consulate of Mexico in Philadelphia told us, quote, 6 Mexican individuals were detained. Our crews in West Norriton just spoke to a member of the activist group Community for Change Montgomery County. She says this is the latest in a series of ICE raids and claims Montgomery County is under attack.
I don't think folks really understand how this is happening in neighborhoods all across Montgomery County. I think the wider public probably thinks it's just Norristown or it's just Philadelphia or just on the news in California. But this is literally happening in towns across Montgomery County, in Ambler, in Bridgeport, in Conshohocken, in Lansdale, in Pottstown, and also in neighboring counties. So this is happening everywhere, and people need to realize that these human rights abuses, the Constitution being trampled on, is happening right here in Montgomery County.
Trampling on the Constitution is happening right here in Montgomery County. That's right. They are stepping it up. They're trying to meet that 3,000 person quota. Be damned the Constitution.
A Montgomery County community is calling for something to be done after more than a dozen people were taken into custody today in an immigration raid. They held a vigil hours after the ICE search. The federally authorized operation happened this morning in West Norriton, and that's where Action News reporter Caroline Goggin is live tonight with more. Caroline.
Well, Rick, that raid happened at this supermarket, which has been around here in Montgomery County for almost 13 years. People tell me that it's commonly referred to as the West Norriton Farmers Market. But as you mentioned this morning, it was the scene of an ICE raid, and just hours later, a vigil was held in this spot. In Spanish, and in English.
Bless those gathered here.
This group prayed outside the Super Agante market tonight, hours after Immigration and Customs Enforcement says its agents conducted a federal court-authorized raid at the store in West Norriton.
I was just wondering if it's possible for us to help notify families.
ICE tells Action News that 14 people who do not have legal status to be here in the U.S. were taken into custody this morning. The Mexican consulate in Philadelphia
That number went from 6 to 14. Wow, that disparity, but wow. Okay, I don't know how that changed from 6 to 14 in such a short period of time. And that's the kind of thing that really gets me, like, I don't know. It's like, it gets me worried. It's like, what if we don't have any journalists to keep, or like, what if nobody's, keeping track of how many people are getting swept up? It's fucking horrifying. Shit is insane. Now, it's not just Pennsylvania that's getting ICE raids, or Utah, or the whole fucking, it's the whole country. It's, actually, I think, take a break now. No, alright, now let's go to New York, here. This was at an immigration court, I believe, in New York City. They have not given up on this tactic.
I'm getting pushed. I'm sorry.
They're still all completely masked up. Everyone refuses to identify themselves. Could be the Proud Boys. No way to know for sure.
Yeah, it sounds like
These fucking assholes. These fucking Nazis. So sick of this. These fucking secret police walking our streets, violating the rule of law, and in fact encouraging people not to follow the law. By camping out these immigration courts, they are basically disincentivizing people from doing their civic duty and attending those courts. All right, we're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back with more news in New York. This time, we're going to move on from immigration onto Zohran. Got a bunch of Zohran news. He went to Washington, D.C., and this was over the last day, met with lawmakers. But we have to take a galactic break. By the way, I just want to remind everybody that we are running a galactic deficit right now. So if you can help with the financing of this galactic deficit, see us through the next month, even just a few dollars on Cash App or PayPal, super helpful. I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer, your money go directly to funding the stream rather than funding YouTube's bottom line. Honestly, I did the math recently, and if people donated in other places than YouTube, we probably wouldn't have a big galactic deficit at this time, but they take 30% of every dollar donated. But of course, the best way to get most base benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a galactic patron. Just $3 a month will get you a whole bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back. All right, everybody. You know what that sound means. It is time for us to get back to the show. Sorry about the delay. Moving a little slow. I was trying to get a snack in. I'm starving right now. It always makes me sad when we lag at the beginning and then chat's like way behind me. I think you all have to be like over a minute and a half behind me. And it's not cool.
That's too much, man!
All right, now we left off in New York talking about immigration. There's one man who's taken over the streets of New York in a completely different way. That's right, Zohran Mamdani wants to make buses free. He's going to plague the streets with free buses. All right, where do we start off? Let's go here. Little reply guy action happened on Twitter. Andrew Cuomo ratioed by Zohran Mamdani. Novara Media's got the story.
Zohran Mamdani is the Democratic Party's candidate to be the next mayor of New York City. But that came after Mamdani won the party primary last month and by a pretty large margin. Back then, he beat the overwhelming favourite, Andrew Cuomo, in the final round of voting. Mamdani won 56.2% of the vote to Andrew Cuomo's 43.8%. In reality, he won 125,000 more votes than the former governor of the state. It wasn't even close. It should be added, this primary had a massive turnout too. Over 1 million ballots were cast, making it the largest turnout in an NYC primary since 1989. And of course, remember, this is a closed primary. Only registered Democrats could vote, which made Mamdani's massive win all the more impressive. But despite losing, Andrew Cuomo has decided to still run as an independent. He announced that on X, posting this video.
Hello, I'm Andrew Cuomo. And unless you've been living under a rock, you probably know that the Democratic primary did not go the way I...
All right, we already watched this part. I just want to go to the tweet saga that occurred in Andrew's comment section here. We already know how fucking cringe this Cuomo ad was. I can't watch it twice. It is well 3 times. It is terrible.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak. Let's do this.
Let's do this.
I'll see you out there.
That video has, as of this afternoon, 13 million impressions, 4.8 thousand likes. Seems impressive, right? But wait, because Zohran Mamdani, who beat Cuomo for the Democrat nomination, is in his replies. And he shared a link to contribute to his campaign, and it has a hell of a lot of likes. I think it's gone up even since then. It's over 150,000 likes there. I think it's even more. Some ratio. Besides Cuomo, Eric Adams, the former New York City mayor, is also looking to stand as an independent. He was asked if he thought Mamdani was an anti-Semite by Israeli journalist Neri Ross.
Do you think that Mamdani is an anti-Semite?
Yes, I do. I think that when you're in the streets, after what we saw took place on October 7th, when you're in the street either the next day or days later and don't immediately denounce it, when you're unwilling to talk about global intifada.
What
now?
Intifada.
Awkward.
You won't talk about global empanada, fritada, enchilada? How many foodstuffs can you list, Eric?
The global
it's a real challenge.
Enchilada.
This guy is, by the way, just happily calling somebody from his city, he's an anti-Semite, he's saying it to a journalist from Israel. By the way, the Zionist lobby is going after Mamdani. We can laugh, and he's ratioing Cuomo to hell right now, and Eric Adams looks like a bum.
He does look like a bum. There we go. Andrew Cuomo ratioed his own comment section by Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
All right, now let's see if anybody else struggled saying words recently. Eric Adams struggling with saying intifada. I'm sure, I don't know, Caroline Levitt will have no problem saying his name.
And then
Elizabeth.
Caroline, one more on.
Elizabeth,
will the
go
president consider pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell
Elizabeth,
if the Epstein case is a hoax?
Okay, I'll start off with the president said last week he would not be getting involved in the New York City mayoral case. If that mayoral race, if that's still the case, given his history drawing a large crowd in New York City, what's his reason for staying out of it in that way?
Well, look, I think the president reserves the right to get involved in races or not get involved in races, and he's made the decision not to weigh in on the New York mayoral race, as you rightly pointed out, although he has gone as far to say he absolutely does not want to see Mamdani elected, who is a known communist who supports the abolishment of private property.
I kind of want that sound shot too, but tonight's been a debacle with sound shots. I really want that though, to go along with
Zohran Mamdani.
We can also get Zamdani. Mr. Zamdani.
gone as far to say he absolutely does not want to see Mamdani elected, who is a known communist who supports the abolishment of private property, the defunding of police. He has made very well-known
private property. He wants to. I've never heard him say that we should abolish private property. Not a single time. I've also never heard him call himself a communist either. But Caroline is here to remind us of the truth at the Ministry of Truth. Thank God we have her. Is she wearing her cross? Oh, she must be telling the truth then. Okay, good. Phew. I'd be worried if she wasn't wearing the cross. I'd be like, maybe she's lying to me again. Phew. All right. Communist who wants to abolish private property.
Illegal.
Let's talk about the numbers in this race, huh? Kornacki following the NYC mayoral race. Weird.
Don't be creepy.
Really? Steve Kornacki? They're paying him for this? The NYC mayoral race? Wow.
Turning now to a major development in the race for
NBC doesn't. I don't feel like they usually cover in New York mayoral race with as much seriousness as this. They're breaking out Steve.
Turning now to a major development in the race for New York City mayor. Coming just 3 weeks after 33-year-old Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani stunned his party with a convincing 13-point primary victory over former Governor Andrew Cuomo. But Cuomo is not backing down, announcing he'll stay in the race as an independent. In a video announcement, Cuomo took a clear shot at his opponent while leaning into the same issue that drove Mamdani's success: affordability.
Only 13% of New Yorkers voted.
We've all seen this terrible ad way too many times. Nobody cares.
In part, he's not fighting for you. He's running only to repair his soiled reputation and protect the billionaire Trump donors who fund his campaign. We beat Cuomo once. Together, we will beat him again. There are now 5 candidates running in November. In addition to Mamdani, Cuomo will also face Republican Curtis Sliwa and 2 other independents.
What now?
Who the fuck is this guy?
What you talking about?
Jim Wall. I don't even know who the hell this guy is. Where did he come from? So 3 independents. Wow, this is amazing.
Mayor Eric Adams. And joining me now to break down the field's top candidates is national political reporter Steve.
I mean, this is truly amazing. 5 candidates in the race, 3 independents, 1 Republican. They're going to split the vote so hard.
Kornacki at the big board. Hey there, Steve. We have a crowded field. Everyone says they're staying in until November, but what are the candidates looking at to make that decision?
Yeah, Gabe. So it's interesting. Here are the 3 majors. You say the 3 major general election opponents for Mamdani right now: Andrew Cuomo, Eric Adams, the current mayor, Curtis Sliwa, the Republican nominee. And this is what they're saying to each other: no, you drop out. Because here's the dynamic, basically, that each one of them is looking at. And there is a point of agreement between the 3 of them. And the point of agreement that Adams, Sliwa, and Cuomo all have is that Mamdani can be beaten, or that if he's going to be beaten, it would be by a united front of opposition behind one alternative, a one-on-one race. And they agree that if it's a splintered, fractured field, that's going to benefit Mamdani.
I feel like this is a terrible strategy. This is a terrible strategy right here. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen.
Where they disagree is on who that one candidate should be, because they each look at each other and they say they're too weak to beat Mamdani. So, for instance, Cuomo, who says, as you say, he's staying in the race. Now, Cuomo, what his opponents see, what Adams and Sliwa see when they look at him, is a candidate who just got beat by Mamdani.
These are 3 guys who genuinely want, they really want, they are ladder climbers, right? They want this office. Why do you think Curtis Sliwa started the fucking, the Guardian Angels? Come on. Come on. This guy likes power. He likes being, in charge of things. He thinks he has the answer for society. So much so that he started his own gang to clean up the streets of New York. It's ridiculous. Andrew Cuomo was already governor. He thinks he deserves this job. He's pissed off at Zohran, and he's made him look like an idiot. Eric Adams, he's probably worried that if he loses, that the Trump administration will decide to take that clause in his deal that allows them to go back and prosecute him again. None of these guys, all these guys want to be in this office for different reasons. And there's probably something of a, what do you call it? There's a Venn diagram of reasons that I'm sure they all have as well.
Mamdani in the Democratic primary, after starting that race as the overwhelming favorite, they see somebody with the baggage of scandal, resigned as governor 4 years ago amidst controversy. They see somebody who's still unpopular with New York City voters. The most recent public poll on this had Cuomo's unfavorable rating at 47% with New York City voters. His favorable rating lower than that, just 41%. So if you're Adams and you're Sliwa and you're looking at Cuomo saying he's staying in this race, they're looking at him saying, hey, you had your shot at Mamdani. You proved you couldn't get it done. So then shift here from Cuomo to Eric Adams. What does a Cuomo, what does Sliwa see when they look at Eric Adams? They look at the incumbent mayor, somebody who got elected to this job 4 years ago, who says, hey, there's some stats last week showing violent crime coming down. He thinks he's got a record to run on. But if you're Cuomo and you're Sliwa, here's what you see. The most recent public poll, favorable, unfavorable for Adams, 68 unfavorable. His favorable just 19%. Remember the indictment on federal corruption charges, then the Trump DOJ saying they're dropping the case. Enormous political baggage for Eric Adams. So you're Sliwa, you're Cuomo, you're saying, well, that guy can't beat Mamdani. And then this action shifts over here to Curtis Sliwa. Now, Curtis Sliwa is a familiar figure to New York, the Guardian Angels group.
Curtis is never dropping out of this race. Not happening. It's not happening. It's just not.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Sorry, I was sitting on my cord. Okay. Where was I? All right, let's see here. Let's go here. ABC News from yesterday. Zohran Mamdani meets with Democrats down on Capitol Hill.
Mr. Mamdani got?
Very well. I think he's going to be a great mayor of New York City. I think the issues that he's campaigning on, the need to create a city that is affordable for working class people, is exactly what has to happen in New York. In fact, that has to happen all over the country. The fact that he is prepared to take on the big money interest is also important. I got to tell you on a personal level, and I think I speak for most Americans, the idea that you have billionaires in New York City who say, I don't care who won the Democratic nomination, we are billionaires, and we're going to put tens and tens of millions of dollars to defeat them. Because, he's representing working class people.
What do you think are some of his weak points? What advice would you give him?
I think he's a very strong candidate.
Okay. Good question. What are some things you have been trying to kind of tell some of the Democrats you are meeting today?
Just the ways in which we want to unite the party. How'd the meeting go? It went very well. And how'd the meeting with Mr. Sanders go? Also very well. Thank you very much. Anything you learned from the senator? There's so much. He's the one who inspired me to call myself a Democratic Socialist.
Get to know him. Get to know him. This is not about having any kind of hard line. I think that if anybody is skeptical, I would say get to know him. And once you get into a room with him, kick the tires yourself and make your own assessment instead of just kind of making assessments from what you may see on television. If you have the ability to meet someone in person, you should meet them before you judge.
Are they not giving him a fair chance, some of those Democrats?
No, I actually think that many of the people who were here today were showing up in good faith to do exactly that work. And I really applaud our caucus and so many members of our caucus who were there for their openness and for their receptiveness and willingness to listen and make assessments for themselves. So I think it was really productive.
Fantastic. Zohran Mamdani is an incredible talent. He is going to be a great mayor for New York City. I was proud to endorse him before the primary, and he is so smart, so authentic, cares so much about working people, and has put together an incredible coalition. We're thrilled. Yeah.
He's bringing the party together at this point.
Look, he's bringing anybody who can see the reality of the success of his candidacy and his campaign together. Anybody that's staying out at this point instead of endorsing this incredible dynamic leader is missing an opportunity. Do you think
this guy is not a communist? He's not a socialist. He's an advocate for small c capitalism, and that he really is fighting for the little business guy that's trying to eke out a living in New York. Half of all New Yorkers,
Yeah, not a communist, according to multiple sources here. Zohran Mamdani getting a bunch of ringing endorsements from multiple lawmakers. Where do we go next? Let's go here. Eyewitness News ABC 7 from yesterday. Mamdani looks to gain support from local members of Congress in D.C. Mamdani's out here killing it, dude. He really is. And I was impressed to see him in D.C. so quickly after this, like just hitting it, just going out there and talking to Democrats and trying to unite people around an actual message. If Democrats rally around the Zohran message, we will have, I think, a much brighter future, much brighter future than it looks like right now, with Democrats at an all-time low approval rating. They need some new shit. And Zohran's got it. And it's not about, what do you call it? It's not about having more donors. It's about caring about people more. It's about actually having the right message. Not the right messenger even, right? It's about, working people over, multinational corporations and billionaires.
In the race for mayor, Eric Adams told a national audience today he will not drop out. Frontrunner Zohran Mamdani traveled to Washington, D.C. to meet with members of Congress who, he hopes, will support his campaign. And Andrew Cuomo talked to Eyewitness News about his loss to Mamdani in the primary and what he says he failed to do. Eyewitness News reporter Lauren Glassberg is at City Hall with more on today's developments in the race. Lauren.
Well, Joe, we are still 3.5 months away from the election to determine who will be leading this city. But right now, there are many New York state lawmakers and politicians who have not decided who they will back. And that's fairly unusual considering those endorsements usually fall along party lines. And it kind of speaks to the type of race this is becoming.
Yeah,
This is going to be an election for the ages.
Shut the fuck up, Kathy. It is disgusting. It is disgusting how Democrats have been so unwilling. So many Democrats, especially people like Kathy Hochul, who's going to have to work with him if he becomes mayor, and not endorsing the winner. It's not like it was a contentious race in the Democratic primary. He won hands down. It did not even go to ranked choice voting. He won hands down, first round of voting. And we got, holdouts, Chuck Schumer, Kathy Hochul refusing to endorse him, and it's all because he's Muslim.
Race in New York City. One. Watch, with political newcomer Zohran Mamdani turning heads. Today, the Democratic nominee met with members of Congress in D.C. as he tries to win endorsements.
Doing very well.
Representative Jerry Nadler has already endorsed him, and Representative Nydia Velázquez likes his focus on making the city more affordable.
It's just beautiful to have someone who is so authentic. You know, that's money cannot buy that.
But Senators Chuck Schumer and Kirsten Gillibrand and Representative Hakeem Jeffries haven't announced who they are endorsing, and many New York City business leaders are skeptical about what Mamdani's socialist approach will mean for them. That's something opponent Andrew Cuomo is seizing on.
I believe he.
I love how when they say many businessmen are skeptical, they just show the stock market. Oh, it's fascinating.
For them, that's something opponent Andrew Cuomo is seizing on.
I believe he is dangerous for the city.
He's dangerous.
I believe being anti-business, anti-corporation, the city has no future if it's not grown.
The former governor will need to connect with young voters, which he acknowledges he failed to do in the primary.
How are you going to do that? How are you going to connect with young voters? This guy's got no message. This guy's got no message. And I love this because I don't know if anybody knows New York politics. If I recall correctly, during Andrew Cuomo's governorship, he did the raise the wage to 15. So he's just rehashing his old policies. But if he gets people to think about what he did in the past, then they're also going to probably find out that all of that stuff, all of those accusations, start making them think about your old policies. Might start thinking about your old habits. Not that long ago either. I love how he's just like, I'm rehabilitated. It's been like 2 years. All right, it's been a little longer than that. Actually, has it? I'm trying to think. How long has it been? Cannot remember. Okay, all right. Let's go here. Keep talking to Zohran.
Zohran Mamdani.
Matt's upset somebody on Twitter, and of course, everybody knows what that means. I've got to now, I have to review it. I've got to go down to HR and deal with this. Do you want to state your case, Matt? I mean, let's just get this over with so that when I go into HR, I don't want to have to hear about it from the HR crew. We have about a half a dozen people who literally their job is to monitor Matt's Twitter feed and Blue Sky feed because of all the stuff that Matt gets into. In like 70% of the show's resources. Every time we do a membership drive, it's because we've got to hire another HR person to deal with Matt's offending somebody.
I'm taking the Jordan Peterson approach of the way he took to the Ontario Psychiatrics Association that booted him for calling. I will not apologize for my behavior, but I will, here just defend myself. So John Levine, formerly of the New York Post, now of the Washington Free
He
Beacon,
was also from the Wrap. I remember his name, I believe, because I believe he wrote the article that said I got fired from MSNBC, and he I think was like a conduit. I think one of his sources were Cernovich and whatnot. And so it was interesting the way he wrote the article. I don't know if he ever knows this, because I don't know if I ever really quite mentioned this, but the way that he wrote the article, at that time for MSNBC, I was a contributor, but I never wanted to be on retainer. So I would only get paid per visit, as opposed to like getting tens of thousands of dollars for, you always got to be available. It just wasn't, that's not my lifestyle. where somebody can say, you got to do this. And so I would get a couple $100 every time I was on, because I was like, I got a babysitter and I'm not going to lose money on this. And so what MSNBC could have done is just, I had a contract with them because they wanted me to be exclusive. I was like, fine, it's much shorter ride than to go all the way to CNN. And so they could have just not booked me until the contract ran out. But because they freaked out, because this guy, Jonathan Levine, kept pushing it, or John Levine, and then John Levine wrote that like the headline sort of implied that I was fired, but what they were really saying was, we're just not going to invite him back on and let his contract expire. But instead it created this whole drama, which ended up being the best thing that ever happened to me in my life. One of the top. My kids being born are also in the top. My kids being born are also in the top 5. It's not important what order they're in.
Yeah.
That's not important. It's just that
it's like comparing Michael Jordan to LeBron.
Yeah, it's like, look, this is apples and oranges. But the point is, they're all in the top 5 events of my life. So I do remember this guy. And so you were rude to him, is that right?
Well, I mean, he tweeted something out bad against Zohran Mamdani. He said this little section of this interview, we can just play it real quick here. The quote is,
I hope that Saul doesn't see this until he's older. That's gonna be it's gonna crush his spirits. He's too young.
if I knew that I'd ran out of my savings, my family would be able to support me. He clipped this, and John said, must be nice. Let's just play Zohran here.
I worked until January, and then I took time away from my job. And one of the major reasons I could do so was because I knew that if I ran out of my savings, my family would be able to support me.
So John said, must be nice. And I thought that was a little bit rich. We both went to NYU. He also went to Columbia. And then, so I said, John, you went from NYU.
Before, I just want to say, like, that to me is a recognition of this guy's aware of the privilege he had. I mean, you know, like I've said many times on this program, particularly probably closer to my comedy career, that one of the huge benefits I had in entering comedy was that I knew that if I completely failed, that I was not going to be living on the street. And I had a family that, you know, could house me and, take care of me. I mean, I'd have to get a job, but
must be nice.
And it was, and not only was it nice, it also, like, you know, some people enter into comedy and there is no safety net for them at all. And that is, and there's many professions like that, but it's true. Very true, Brian. And it made it easier for me to do comedy because, you know, if this fails, I'll figure out something else and I'm not going to end up on the street. And, you know, acknowledging that privilege that he had, I think is important to being able to address and recognize people who don't.
Yeah, and I think it's probably more relatable than John might hope. But anyway, I that was very eloquent. I just said, John, you went from NYU to Columbia to the New York Post, but now you're at something called the Free Beacon. You sure you won't be needing mom's basement with the trajectory you're on? And he replied to me, I think in a kind of funny way. This is at 12:53. This is him just going to my Instagram just over a half hour ago.
You went deep dive.
Do you still consider a cheap bottle of liquor to be your self-portrait?
Wait. Before you scroll down. Wait, no, is that, say, February 1, 2013?
It sure does.
Yeah, so he was...
Wait a second.
Argued to be the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
To a different social media platform
10 years.
In a different decade to criticize you. This better be good.
By the way, I do appreciate, because I am trying to promote my Instagram now. I had just keeping it private, but here's one of the things I posted in February of 2013. It says, do you still consider a cheap bottle of liquor to be your self-portrait? Your accusation is a confession.
Your accusation is a confession.
A bottle of Johnny Walker, a Black Label, and you can see me in the back. That's what I meant with my self-portrait. I didn't mean the actual bottle of Johnny was my self-portrait. I only had 4 likes back then.
Also, painting yourself as a working class writer, maybe don't call Johnny Walker
Black Label Leck.
A cheap bottle of liquor.
Yeah, because the Red Label is a cheap. When I buy Black Label, I feel like like going upper class because I'm not buying Red Label.
I mean, it's glass. That's better than I was doing. My whiskey was in plastic.
But yeah, so I said,
and let's be honest. Let's be honest. I mean, that is not your drug of choice. No.
There we go. Matt Leck. I mean, Black Label Leck. Matty Black Label. Getting in a fight with Mike Cernovich over Zohran Mamdani. That is an amusing story. All right. Let's go here. I think of the full clip of Nydia Velasquez responding to questions about Zohran.
Congresswoman Velasquez. Congresswoman, can you talk a little bit about the
Could you step over here?
Great meeting. You know, it's just beautiful to have someone who is so authentic. You know, money cannot buy that. And we had a great conversation.
What was his message to you all?
To talk to the issues that are important to the people. You cannot say that there is an affordability crisis in New York and then have a super PAC that is funded by developers who have been part of the... That's my assessment. He didn't say that. I'm saying that.
All right. Oh, wait, I had another one. I had the full clip from.
Can I talk about this mayoral race again?
Wait. Hold on. What happened to this? This is the wrong clip. Okay, I found it. I had this other clip here, and I don't know how it got out of my list, but I also had the full clip of Pramila Jayapal. They cut it off a little bit, if I recall correctly, in the other... I should have just done this instead. Whatever. Whatever.
Fantastic. Zohran Mamdani is an incredible talent. He is going to be a great mayor for New York City. I was proud to endorse him before the primary, and he is so smart, so authentic, cares so much about working people, and has put together an incredible coalition. We're thrilled.
Yeah, he's bringing the party together at this point.
Look, he's bringing anybody who can see the reality of the success of his candidacy and his campaign together. Anybody that's staying out at this point instead of endorsing this incredible dynamic leader is missing an opportunity.
Do you think he won over any of the new members who weren't supporting him or on the fence?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you think he won over any members?
Oh, I think it's hard not to be won over because it's the combination of his authenticity, his smarts, and his commitment to lifting up working people and making life better for real folks that is really inspiring and not always easy to find, you know, and so I hope so. Yeah. Thank you, everybody.
Here we go. See, yeah, that was definitely...
Fantastic. Zohran Mamdani is an incredible...
Like I said, that was definitely that had more than the other clip that we just saw. Rilla Jayapal calling out other Democrats who are not on board with Zohran's message, saying, "Come on, get." I can't remember exactly how she put it, but you're missing the boat. Something to that effect. Now, Elizabeth Warren made another appearance on CNBC. Which is weird. It's like two CNBC appearances for Elizabeth Warren in like a month or something.
Can I talk about this mayoral race again? Because last time I asked you about Mamdani, the candidate.
Zohran Mamdani.
You didn't endorse him, I don't think, but you said some positive things about a lot of the issues facing New Yorkers and how he might address some of those aspirationally. I've characterized some of the response from Democrats that since they see the inevitability of it, they're twisting themselves into pretzels to try and make it look okay for this guy. I asked Josh Gottheimer earlier, the congressman, about that. Here's what he had to say. Just give this a listen.
You'll hear no ambiguity out of my mouth. We do not need a job-killing socialist. We don't need a job-killing socialist who wants to raise taxes and supports anti-Semitic rhetoric, right? In a city with the highest taxes in the country and the largest Jewish population in the country. I don't get it. That's not what we need.
Could you just, I don't know, expound on or...
It's a communist anti-Semite. My God.
And on what you said last time, that whether this is good for the Democratic Party, it seems like it got pushed pretty far left for the taste of the rest of the country in recent years, and this just goes further. Is this the right time to take it even further left?
Jesus Christ. He's the mayor of New York. He doesn't have to get elected in North Carolina. You're in New York right now. You should know that. You should know that, buddy.
Mamdani ran a grassroots campaign. He went to the people of New York City and he said, I get what's happening. And we need to run this city so that it works better financially for you. And here are some ideas I have, some new ideas I have about how to do that. I want to make city government work better for you. I think the idea that if you want to run a food truck, instead of paying $400 to the city, you got to pay $20,000 to some middleman because the city can't get itself organized just to issue those $400 certificates so that you can operate. And people said, hey, I hear that. And I like that. And he pointed out that if we did that, or if they did that, you could actually lower the cost of the food that's sold at those food trucks. He said, we've got a problem with entire food deserts where people can't get access to grocery stores. Said, I'd like to take a look at whether or not we can have some kind of, like we do on military bases, you have some kind of support from the city government that says we're going to get some food grocery stores in areas that right now are food deserts. And by the way, it's a new and fresh plan for New York City, but it's been tried in other cities around the country and has had some real successes. So what I hear Mamdani saying is, I want to try things to make it work for working families. And you know what? This is how democracy works. A lot of people in New York City said, that sounds good to me. I'd rather try that than any of the other alternatives available to me.
There we go. Oh, this interview kind of goes off the rails when they start talking about anti-Semitism. I don't even feel like dealing with it right now. Honestly, I think Elizabeth struggled to answer the question in the maybe the best way possible, but she didn't like condemn Zohran, but it was not great. The rest of it, God, would have preferred a stronger response from her on that one, but unfortunately she did not get that memo, I guess. Now, her response wasn't quite as bad as what Tom Suozzi had to say. Tom Suozzi, Democrat from New York. This was his response when asked about Zohran.
I'm probably not going to say anything. Well, I want to ask you about redistricting because there's talk about the Texas Republicans are going to try to add 5 seats. So now there's talk about New York. Democrats fighting back in New York. Do you think that's a good idea for New York Democrats?
Probably not. You know, I will have to wait and see what happens. But the reality is that we're Democrats.
Sorry, I forgot there's like a bunch of random shit at the beginning of this.
Unless we start making our states more attractive to people to want to move there.
But in terms of the maps and for this midterms, would that be problematic for a Democrat like you if they change them in New York?
I don't see that happening, but you know, I'm not privy to the insider conversations.
But do you think they should wait, not do that before 2026, change the maps in New York?
Well, traditionally, people do this every 10 years after the census, so that seems like the normal thing to me, but I'm not aware of any efforts to try and do it right now.
Lastly, how problematic could Mamdani make the midterms for Democrats?
Well, you know, I want to make it very clear that I'm a democratic capitalist. I'm not a democratic socialist. And I think that Mamdani's philosophy of raising taxes, which would make New York City less attractive than it is right now. People are leaving New York and going to Florida and Texas. Why? Because the taxes are lower. Now, our taxes are higher because we have better wages for our teachers and better wages for our cops and better wages for our firefighters and civil service workers and our different unions. They have lower wages in Florida and Texas. We have a lower rate of uninsured children. Lower rate of uninsured adults, some of the lowest in the nation. Texas and Florida have some of the highest rates of uninsured children.
Right. Okay, Tom. Tom very adamant that he is not a fan of Zohran Mamdani. I am a capitalist. We can't charge people higher taxes. All the billionaires will leave. All the people making millions of dollars every year, they're going to leave. So they're going to have to pay an extra 2% tax. All right, let's go back to talking about how many Democrats are praising Zohran.
Anybody that's staying out at this point instead of endorsing this incredible dynamic leader is missing an opportunity.
We were just learning skills from him, communication skills. It was not about whether we're supporting him or not.
I think he's a very personable, smart young man. And I hope we're not going to have a lot of circular firing squads.
House Democrats there after meeting with the newly minted Democratic nominee for mayor of New York, Zohran Mamdani, the self-declared Democratic socialist who topped Andrew Cuomo last month. For a Democratic Party that's struggling to find its footing after losing power completely in November, Mamdani, one of the most high-profile and polarizing figures to appear on the national stage. Our next guest knows a thing or two about electing Democrats, and he writes this about Mamdani recently, quote, America doesn't necessarily go the way of the Big Apple. The New Jersey gubernatorial primary and the lack of one in Virginia.
I keep trying to pause it. It won't fucking pause. I just want to go back here. I just love that this woman was saying, oh, Mamdani's he's teaching us some things that we didn't. I mean, the fact that this guy, who all he's done is run a primary, is out there teaching people, elected Democratic representatives. It's fascinating. It's clear that he's being noticed by the party. That much is for sure. Now, let's go to Obama ghoul Rahm Emanuel. See what he had to say.
Former mayor of Chicago, he served as President Obama's chief of staff. He was recently ambassador to Japan in the Biden administration. He also is a CNN senior political and global affairs analyst. And like I said, worked on electing Democrats to the House way back in the day. Sir, I'm very happy to have you on the show. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I want to start with where kind of Democrats are, big picture, because some of these new poll numbers are really tough for Democrats. The approval ratings are really low, and it's someone like Zohran Mamdani that is front and center. Do you think the party embracing someone like him in this national way?
Who would want affordable transportation, housing, childcare, and for the rich to pay their fair share in taxes? Oh, what? All of those things are relatively to extremely popular across the nation? Okay, Ram, tell me how they're not.
Is a recipe for success?
Well, let me, first of all, you cited a poll that CNN put out today. It shows a very energized Democratic Party, way over energized than the Republican Party. And it also shows that independents are breaking almost 2-to-1 for the Democrats. So I think that's a very telling sign. I do think the New Jersey and Virginia governor's races are more indicative both about the candidate we recruited, their message, and what it will mean to 2026 and 2028. Both women are moderates who come out of the national security kind of pool of candidates that we have in the past. And I think that's where you're going to see, I think, something that gives you a floodlight into the future. And second, as it relates to the Democratic nominee for mayor in New York City, as I think I said, as it relates to national elections, I'm more interested in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan than I am the Upper Side of Manhattan. But you be fooled.
Oh, okay. So it's actually not a big deal. I love that. And what's her name? She loves that too. What's her name? Lindy? I can't remember this woman's name. She loves that. I care more about Michigan than New York. Nice. I mean, I just love Rahm's trying to do everything he can to pretend like this isn't a good. This is a no good message. You can't win on this message.
Not to see or pay attention to his focus.
I wonder whose idea it was to do this. I think it was maybe the bosses over at CNN. We got to get Rahm Emanuel on here and remind everybody that democratic socialism is bad. And it's not good. The country won't like it. The country likes paying more for things, okay? They like paying more for health care and daycare and food, transportation, all these things. They prefer that. Don't you know that? Come on.
Of living issues. As somebody who said the American dream is unaffordable and that is unacceptable to us, that is where our focus should be. It used to be when you and I were growing up. If you worked hard, you could get ahead. Today, if you work hard, you run in place and you go nowhere fast and just break a sweat.
How do we solve that,
He focused on something. Now, I don't agree with his
there it is.
Free grocery stores, city-run grocery stores. You know, city government has a tough time running a train.
So he comes out. He's got a bunch of complaints. He has no solutions. I listened to this whole thing. He has no solution to the problem, and this is the kind of message that's going to continue to lose the Democratic Party elections over and over and over again. You know, they play both sides. Like, look, I agree, everything's too expensive, but we can't make them less expensive at the detriment of billionaires and multinational corporations and landlords and whomever else. That's not fair. It's not fair. We don't have a solution, but we can't do that thing, okay, everybody? Don't you see? I'm symbolically recognizing your plight, but I've got nothing for you. So glad to have Rahm Emanuel. What a throwback. So glad to have him back in the mix. Let's talk more about income and wealth inequality.
There are moments in television where people get on TV and people are sort of like, wait, what's this guy doing here? Maybe we shouldn't be pushing this. Right. And this guy is on a panel on Morning Joe where it's the, it's the usual suspects. I don't know everybody there. I don't know who that first white guy on the bottom is, but I think that's Eugene Robinson and Stan Stein, and I don't know who that woman is. And then this other guy is Scott Galloway, and he is a professor at NYU Business School. So things have gotten pretty bad. He does, I think, like a podcast with Kara Swisher called The Pivot. And so things are bad when the business school people are going like, and to be fair, like we've had some great business school people on. I'm thinking of, I can't remember his name now, from UMass, who talked about the implications of he's no longer there, but who talked about the implications of things like share buyback and capital gains. But here is the Scott Galloway just sort of basically saying something that is, yes, completely accurate.
Once you get above a certain level of wealth, you get no incremental happiness. So why on earth would you not go back to a tax policy of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, where say above, pick a big number, 10 million, you actually pay more than 10%, maybe more than 20%, maybe more than 50%, because the difference between 30,000 a year for a household and 50,000 is enormous to the well-being of that household. Low-income kids in low-income households have higher resting blood pressure, but the difference between making 10 million a year and 15 million a year offers you no happiness. But these individuals have weaponized government, and we risk revolution, whether it's CEOs being murdered in the street, whether it's a Me Too movement that had righteous components of it, or Black Lives Matter. What are these movements? They are targeting the wealthy. We are in the midst of a series of small revolutions to correct income inequality. And the reason we put an insurrectionist and a rapist in office is because for the first time in our nation's history, a 30-year-old man or woman isn't doing as well as his or her parents were at 30. Why? Because the majority of households are having the oxygen sucked out of the room, such that a small number of individuals and a small number of companies can be worth more than nation states. Income inequality is out of control. Our tax policy has gone full oligarch.
Now, look. He's a little bit more polite. Like, I don't care if it really makes you a little marginally more happy to be a multi-billionaire or millionaire. I still don't think it's effective for society. I don't think it's like, putting aside like any type of morality associated with it. It's just, like he says, this is a math problem.
Yeah, it's inefficient.
And the math problem is, this is unsustainable. You cannot have a small group of corporations and individuals hoarding all the money in society. You can't have it and have society function. This is the situation we're in. Now, I will also say that when I said this on what's his face, PDB, Patrick Bet-David show, Joe Rogan said this was insane. Maybe you should have this professor on to explain him. Maybe he'll appreciate it if it's somebody who has a business degree.
Yeah, doubtful.
But when the business professors, not the sociology, not even like the economics professor, but when the business professor says like, this is, it's not good for business. People hunting down business people.
The guy Gordon Gekko was based on in 2016 endorsed Bernie because of velocity of money, a standard concept in economics, which is that people lower income are going to spend it faster than people that, like, we talked about this in the...
Well, but when you finish that, what velocity of money is,
like, because you're going to spend more money and you're going to recycle it into your local economy.
If you give somebody who makes $30,000 a year, or even $60,000 a year, maybe even $90,000 a year in a four-person household, if you give them an extra $100, they're not going to go and take that money and invest it or put it in some investment that's not going to do anything. They're going to take that money and they're going to go spend it. They're going to spend it on their electrical bill. They're going to spend it on their education. They're going to spend it on somewhere. And when they spend it in that place, the people who get that money, they go spend it at the grocery store. They turn around, they spend the money.
Yep.
And the money travels through the economy. When you give it to a millionaire, you give it to a billionaire, or you give it to someone who's making that kind of money, they don't go out and spend it. They don't have to.
Follow the rich white man.
So many dollars that are in line to spend before that. They go and put it in, like, I'm going to buy crypto.
Yep.
I'm going to go buy tulips. I'm going to go buy, whatever, this piece of art that's going to accrue in value.
Yep, it's almost definitely going to go into stock. Or like you said, Picasso's or something like that. All right, now... Let's see. Sorry, I can't read this. Let's see, let's go to a few things the Trump administration is doing right now that's incredibly troubling. Let's start here. Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Pramila Jayapal. What was happening? Just play the video. Oh shit, no, I forgot. Sorry, we'll go to Pramila Jayapal after this one. Secular talk. Kyle Kalinske. Yeah, this one is terrible. After talking about how, Zohran wants to make things better for America, the Trump administration is causing millions of pounds of food to be destroyed due to his horrifying cuts. Things like U.S. aid and all that. See what Kyle has to say.
All right, guys, so this story right here is one of those stories where I think if it was any other president in modern American history, this would be a way bigger story, and you'd honestly be talking about impeachment, and you'd be talking about a legacy completely and utterly destroyed as a result of this horrific decision-making. This is in the Daily Beast. They say the following: Trump administration to incinerate 500 tons of emergency food meant for children. The administration has ordered 500 metric tons of emergency food aid, enough to feed 1.5 million malnourished children for a week, to be incinerated tomorrow rather than be distributed as part of its ongoing purge of U.S. aid. The high-energy biscuits intended for children under 5 living in war and disaster zones are currently being stored in a warehouse in Dubai and were meant to be shipped out this year, but will instead go to waste due to cuts by the Department of Government Efficiency, effectively halting nearly all forms of foreign aid.
What about
current
this?
And former aid workers speaking anonymously for fear of retaliation.
To ask yourself, what about this is efficient? What about burning 500 metric tons of food. What is that? It's like a 500. Is it 500,000 or no? Actually, it's metric tons. So it's. Is it? I think it's actually. It's something. It's close. It's like I think it's. I can't. Whatever. It's like 500,000 fucking pounds of food. Is that efficient? Just lighting on fire 500,000 pounds of food.
Told The Atlantic that the sheer scale of waste is unprecedented, despite repeated assurances from the administration not to eliminate food aid. U.S. warehouses around the world currently house 60,000 tons of food, including peas and cereal, originally bound for famine-stricken Sudan, which the administration is now unable to deliver, even if it wanted to, after gutting U.S. aid and firing logistical experts. According to The Atlantic, the amount of food...
I knew there was a reason why I was questioning that figure. It's over 1 million pounds. Because a metric ton, like I was thinking, is 2,200 pounds, not 1,000 pounds. Meaning it's well over 1 million pounds of food. 1 million pounds of food. It's disgusting. It is disgusting. It is so incredibly wasteful. And with people starving across the country, including children in this country,
to be incinerated tomorrow would be enough to feed every single child currently starving in Gaza. I think it's time for everybody to wake up and realize that evil exists. Evil is real. And what we're witnessing here is flat out evil. The extent to which you have to not give a shit about anybody to make these decisions and be comfortable with the outcome, it is mind-boggling to me. It is astonishing. I can't even wrap my mind around this degree of callousness, around this degree of evil. It's evil, bro. This shit is evil. So now 1.5 million...
Yep. It's a horrifying story. Really horrifying. It's disgusting. Okay. And actually, I'm going to do these stories in a different order. We're going to privilege Jayapal after this next story. Let's go from housing to food. Not only is the Trump administration lighting on fire enough food to feed well over 1 million children, 1.5 million renters risk losing their homes due to Donald Trump's cuts in the Housing and Urban Development Agency, or HUD, as you might be familiar with it.
A Trump administration proposal could put more than 1 million low-income households at risk of losing their federally subsidized housing. That's according to new research from New York University obtained exclusively by the Associated Press. The new study suggests a proposed 2-year time limit on how...
You know, this administration is just the definition of cruel and unusual. Whether it's the literal cruel and unusual punishment they're doing to inmates down in Alligator, Alcatraz, or if they're just being cruel to people, just children everywhere, kicking them out of the houses, kicking them out of their housing, and taking away food. It's sick. It's disgusting.
Subsidies could affect as many as 1.4 million households in public housing and Section 8. The time restriction is part of a White House proposal that seeks to slash the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's budget. White House officials argue that HUD's rental assistance programs are full of fraud and waste because federal subsidies were...
Hey, thanks, calibrating. Always lurking over there, calibrating. I always see you type like one message per chat. Usually towards the end. Upgrading your Galactic membership to Galactic Contributor. And that is one cute kitty photo. Aww. Much appreciated. Really do. Taking it to the next level. ensuring you're at peak galacticness. Also a benefactor on Patreon, I think, if I recall correctly. This is cruel, though. This is cruel and terrible.
Never meant to be permanent. Supporters also say time limits could help give more families a chance to get into public housing. Researchers say limiting the time people can get help would disproportionately affect working families with children, which could affect more than 1 million kids.
I would just underline that a lot of the evidence we have as researchers is that housing assistance is especially impactful for children who can see their health, their education, their long-term employment and earnings trajectory.
Do I love about this administration? Because the old administration, we just funded killing kids across Gaza and the West Bank, right? The new administration, we get to continue funding all of that while also taking away the funding to keep kids alive in this country. It's a double whammy. Jesus fucking Christ.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Is change in really meaningful ways if they have stable housing.
Among the people served by the King County Housing Authority is Havilah Hopkins. She says she left an abusive marriage and is now raising her 14-year-old son with autism by herself. She works for a chain restaurant and knows that she likely wouldn't be able to afford market rate rents around here, which would cost her $2,000 more a month for the same 2-bedroom apartment.
You know,
Jesus Christ.
that's too much, man!
$2,000 more. Or what was that? Did you say a single mother?
Knows that she likely wouldn't be able to afford market rate rents around here, which would cost her $2,000 more a month for the same 2-bedroom apartment.
You know, this truly is a horrible time to be even considering taking away people's housing assistance, just because the cost of living is astronomical and the wages just aren't adding up. So it would definitely displace me right now. There's no way I would be able to, at the moment, afford to live in the city I work in and the city that my son is attending school in. So it will be a huge disruption to our lives.
Terrible. Fucking terrible. Take everyone's housing and healthcare and food assistance, their clean water, their clean air, the right to free speech, the right to due process. The list goes on and on. Just terrible. All right, let's quickly talk about the layoffs. Wait, why is it? Honestly, this is also not. Maybe we should. No, we should stay on this. No, we should do this. I'm sorry. I keep screwing up. I don't know how that video. I think I got it confused with like. So I must just have left in the wrong spot. Because this makes way more sense for me to go to this video right now. All right, we're gonna stay on housing, or lack thereof. In Hawaii. They are planning on doing a homeless sweep across the islands. Where they're going to put all the homeless people, I do not know. The people there are living in fear.
New tonight, a major homeless sweep is happening this week in Kahului, Maui, in the same spot the county cleared 4 years ago.
Officials say the camp is a health and safety risk, but those who live there say there is nowhere else to go. Chelsea Davis has both sides from Kahului.
Signs are up stating Amala Place will be closed Thursday and Friday, and notices to vacate county property were posted last week. Homeless who live along the road here are now scrambling to figure out their next steps.
Where am I gonna go?
Tootsie Young has been living on and off the streets for the past decade. Right now, she's at a growing homeless encampment along Amala Place in Kahului, where county officials have posted these signs. It says the area will be cleared starting 7 a.m. Thursday and warns anyone who stays could be cited for trespassing on county property. Tootsie says she has nowhere else to go.
We're just trying to live, you know, and get by the best we can.
The county says the space is busy with beachgoers, canoe clubs, employees, and patrons, and the road is bordered by critical public infrastructure, businesses, and environmentally sensitive conservation land. They say so far this year there have been 159 calls to 911 from the area. 49 incidents were documented, leading to 7 arrests. At least 6 reports were filed for break-ins, property damage, brush fires, and drug use. There have also been reports of nene being killed by loose dogs and contamination of the nearby wildlife sanctuary. But homeless advocates like Lisa Darcy say sweeps are not the answer.
Share Your Mana has been doing this work for 15 years. It's the exact same protocol, and it's still not working.
Over from this speech because we gotta work. No, this is my car.
Yeah, still not working, and they already did this once, and they're right back there. Maybe we should come up with an actual solution, not this. This isn't helping anyone. This is political. This is political. 100%. That's what it feels like to me. All right, now let's go on from housing. Quickly talk about the State Department. Before we move on to talking about voting. Pramila Jayapal, finally with this, I have moved this down like 4 stories. Here we go. Forbes breaking news from yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Secretary Regas, for being here.
Just to be clear,
before coming for Congress, I worked for a...
Just to give you a quick understanding, in case I can't remember if she says it right off the bat, but the guy who she's asking questions of is a representative of the State Department. I can't remember his name.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Secretary Regas, for being here. Before coming for Congress, I worked for a Seattle-based nonprofit that was one of the largest implementing global health issues around the world. And in our state, Washington State, global health is a leading industry. It creates tens of thousands of jobs right there at home. It generates billions of dollars for our economy. And the destruction of USAID and the massive cuts that we've seen to research and science and global health, I believe, are really weakening our soft power abilities through global development. And I think they're leaving Americans vulnerable to the spread of disease that does not know any boundaries. Thousands of people in my district have worked for state or for programs that receive that funding, and they've devoted their lives to putting America first, but you fired them. You fired them. Not based on merit, not based on skills, not based on work history, not by looking at if there was anywhere else in the State Department that these career civil servants could be. You just fired them because you had a 15% staff firing target. One of them speaks multiple languages, had an onward assignment to promote U.S. businesses and strengthen our critical mineral supply chain. Another one was sent back after spending her entire life devoted to humanitarian assistance work in Afghanistan, Sudan, the Middle East, some of the toughest regions in the world where we desperately will need translators, people with bilingual experience. Another one served in war zones in the Middle East and was fired 1 week away from qualifying for her pension after nearly 20 years of service. It is stunning to me to see how these career civil servants have been treated by your administration. And on top of that, the administration's budget request slashes global health spending by almost 2/3, and a recent study estimates that in 10 years, these cuts could cause 14 million preventable deaths. 14 million. I've worked all over the world, lived all over the world, and seen the power that the United States builds by the work that we do in other countries. I want to remind any public that may be watching that we spend less than a fraction of a percent of our budget on foreign assistance. In fact, sometimes I go out and people say, you spend too much money.
That is 150,000 people per year. You know, she said 1.5 million over a decade. It's 150,000 preventable deaths that are just basically, I mean, that are being just, what's the word? Like, they could prevent it, but they're actively just bringing it about. It is just cruel and insufferable. I still struggle every single day listening to these things to like accept this as like the reality that we're living in right now. But it's real.
I don't want reality.
Just don't want it to be real.
I say, great, you tell me what you think we spend. Usually they say around 20%. I say, you tell me what you think we should spend, and I will do that. I will do that number. And you're laughing because you know that what people say back to me is spend 10%. If you just spend 10%, I would do that. I'm like, great, I'll take it. Because the work we do through these programs is so important, and the skills and the talent of our public servants is so incredible.
Okay. Well, these are some of the cuts that are being held up in the House right now. And we will see whether or not that passes. But I would love to see them just not pass this thing. Now, the reason why they're not passing it is over the Epstein files. It has nothing to do with the horrific nature of these cuts, unfortunately. Let's move on from that. Now, I'm just now realizing why this was further back. Because it was about the aid cuts to USAID. That's why I was after them. I was just like so confused why that one was before the secular talk video. It's all making sense now. All right, let's move on from that and go to talking about what Republicans are doing to voting across this country. Texas, for instance, is planning to gerrymander mid-decade, which is not usually how it's done.
Isn't that astounding? I mean, it is pure political.
Of any votes that are cast for the midterm elections, the decision that could be made in the state of Texas could make it harder for Democrats to retake the House in November. Who better to talk about this with than David Chalian? I cannot wait to talk to you about this. This is my favorite story of the day.
It is your favorite story.
It's my favorite story every day, actually. I'm obsessed with it. Action. David, this story out of Texas is fascinating for so many reasons, but the most important thing that people need to understand is when they see partisan.
What is this set? Is this to try to make Dana Bash more relatable? You put some fluffy pillows around
important
her.
Thing.
You put some fluffy pink and white things around her. Ooh, and some kitschy mugs over here. America needs nasty women. Well, thank God we have you, Dana.
People need to understand is when they see partisanship in the House of Representatives. A very big reason for that is because districts in the House are gerrymandered, and they are done so to protect incumbents, and they are done so largely by whatever party is in charge of that state legislature. So now the Republican-led Texas legislature is doing something almost unheard of. They're trying to redraw the map in the middle of the decade.
Almost unheard of, because as you recall from covering in Congress,
you couldn't possibly pay per you provide. That's a lot of P's. That's 5 P's in one sentence.
That's too much, man!
Pay per, possibly pay per you provide. It's a veritable tongue twister.
20 years ago when Tom DeLay, who was in House Republican leadership from Congress, did exactly this, a mid-decade redistricting effort that is a pure political power grab. And just to add, I know we're going to dork out on this, but just to add what you're saying, The United States Supreme Court has said and affirmed that political gerrymandering, meaning just drawing districts based on what you're saying, an incumbent protection program or to amass political power, is legit.
Totally fine.
It's totally.
You just can't do it based on race and,
Exactly.
and other reasons.
This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Jesus Christ. There we go. Republicans looking to gerrymander Texas, hoping to improve the House lead that Republicans currently have by just fucking with districts, just gerrymandering their way into more seats in the House. For the love of God. Hold on, we gotta watch the very last minute or so of this.
2003. Do you remember that the Texas House Democrats fled to Oklahoma to avoid a quorum from being rich, and then the Senate Democrats in the Texas House, in the Texas legislature, fled to New Mexico to try to prevent the Senate from meeting? Listen, they didn't have the math. They were just drumming up the outrage among Democrats. They were in the minority to say, this isn't fair. You, the voter, are supposed to pick your representative, not have the representative pick you.
Although, let's be fair, blue states that have Democratic governors, Democratic legislatures, they play the game too.
Exactly. Newsom in California tweeted today. He was like, two can play at this game, when Donald Trump put out his Truth Social about it. And in fact, you remember we just went through this massively expensive election in Wisconsin for a Supreme Court justice. Elon Musk poured tons of money into it, came up short. It was an overwhelming progressive Democratic victory. What was one of the things that Democrats were hopeful that their new liberal progressive member of the Supreme Court would do? Would actually take up a case that was being brought to redraw Wisconsin more favorable to the Democrats. Now, guess what? It didn't turn out that way. The Wisconsin Supreme Court is not taking up that case. They're trying to find new litigation to bring there. But yes, both.
Yeah, great. We're all just going to start gerrymandering the shit out of our states. That sounds like a fun battle to have. Jesus Christ. We need more democracy, not less. Okay, let's talk about the Voting Rights Act, which the Trump administration and Republicans are attempting to gut. Here's AOC on this attempt to gerrymander Texas.
If the Republicans change the maps in Texas, do you think the New York Democrats should do the same in New York?
Well, first and foremost, I think people need to understand the gravity of what the state of Texas is trying to do. They are trying to gut the Voting Rights Act that really governs the entire United States of America, and they're trying to do it by aggressively flouting the law. They are seeking to redraw their entire maps independent of a census. And we've been several years out, we're 5 years out from the census. If these maps were incorrectly or unjustly drawn, that challenge would have happened then alongside many of the other challenges that happen in both Republican and Democratic states. So what we're seeing here is an attack on our democracy, and we need to ensure that people speak up, and that if you are in the state of Texas, that we start organizing against this assault on voting rights in the United States. And that being said, as far as New York State goes or any other state goes, if Republicans want to set a new, if Republicans want to play by these rules, then I think that we shouldn't have one set of rules for one and the other set of rules for another. I think we need to even a playing board. But ideally, what happens is that Texas preserves their lines as they've been drawn, as they voted on. So thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Mamdani said he'd stop. What was the message and how did that resonate?
Okay, there we go. Oh shit. I have this window open. Oh, let me switch. There we go. All right. As AOC speaking on this ridiculous plan of Republicans to further gerrymander their state so that they can somehow get more seats in the House. Now, let's talk about the House. Sure, primaries are not nearly here, but people are certainly talking about it already. Harry Enton's got the numbers for us, and it's not looking great right now, even though it's a little early to tell.
This morning, we have a brand new CNN poll which shows 60% disapproval with the president's big tax and spending law. Polling shows the public and even some of the president's most ardent supporters are angry about the Jeffrey Epstein case. So surely this means that Democrats are surging in their efforts in the midterm elections. CNN senior data analyst Harry Enton is here. And Harry, A, don't call me Shirley. B, so compare this race to the last time we saw big Democratic surge, which was what, like 2006 and 2018?
Don't worry, Leslie Nielsen. I won't call you Shirley. Look, the bottom line is this. Democrats are behind their 2006 and 2018 paces when it comes to the generic congressional ballot. What are we talking about here? All right, the Democrats versus the Republicans on the generic congressional ballot, the margins. Look at where we are now. Democrats are ahead, but by just 2 points. Look at where Democrats were already ahead by in 2017. They were behind by 7 points. How about 2005 on the generic congressional ballot? Ahead by 7 points, ahead by 7 points. And now they're only ahead by 2 points. Their lead is less than half of where it was in either 2017 or 2005 in July of those years, the year before the midterm election. Yes, Donald Trump may be unpopular, but Democrats have not come anywhere close to sealing the deal at this particular point.
Yeah, wave looks very different.
Yes.
All right, this is the generic ballot test. This is when you test people in the generic question. Of course, the House races aren't generic. There are 435 of them. What happens when you go race by race?
What happens when you go race by race? Well, it's the same idea. Okay, House seat ratings with a GOP president, like back in 2005 and, of course, 2017. More net pickup seat chances. Well, last time around, look at that. Democrats were ahead by 33 seats. How about in 2005? Democrats were ahead by 7 seats. What's going on right now? It's actually Republicans. Actually, Republicans with more net pickup chances at plus 12, according to the Cook Political Report, when you add in the likelies, the leans, and the toss-up races. So it's not just on the generic ballot where Democrats are behind their 2017 and 2005 pace. It's actually when it comes seat by seat, you see that, at least at this particular point, Republicans actually have more net pickup opportunities. This doesn't look anything like those wave elections back in 2006.
And that's not good, and it's because Democrats have been incredibly weak. Throughout all of this, people like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have been leading the party doing fuck all. Doing fuck all. Chuck Schumer, I mean, enabling this, honestly, with his decision to vote this fucking, the first budget and the continuing resolution budget. He basically greenlit everything Donald Trump has done by doing that. He could have stopped the government and forced people to understand what all this was going to do. Didn't do that. Didn't do that. And they continue to, there's so many things on messaging the Democrats just are failing on, right? Continuing to support Israel, which is massively unpopular within the Democratic base, right? Continuing to suck up to capitalists. Rather than talking about things like Zohran's talking about, making things actually affordable with actual solutions. Not just platitudes. Actual concrete solutions. Now, if you feel like you're taking crazy pills...
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Well, don't worry. You might be able to switch from crazy pills to crazy shrooms?
Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and other...
Actually, I take it back. No, it's crazy pills. It's crazy pills. Prepare yourselves, people. RFK administration is embracing psychedelic drugs for mental health conditions. Well, we're not going to have vaccines, but we are going to be able to take MDMA when we feel sad.
Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and other Trump officials are talking more and more about possibly approving psychedelic drugs like LSD and ecstasy for hard-to-treat mental health conditions like depression and PTSD. It's a goal that supporters of these drugs have been pursuing for decades, but this is the first time we've seen so many top government officials expressing their support.
This line of therapeutics has a tremendous advantage if given in a clinical setting, and we are working very hard to make sure that that happens within 12 months.
It's not just RFK Jr. Top officials from the FDA, the VA, and other agencies have called psychedelics a top priority for veterans and others with these psychiatric health conditions. This is a big turnaround from what we saw under the Biden administration. Just last year, the FDA rejected MDMA, the drug sometimes called ecstasy, as a treatment for PTSD.
I just think that there needs to be more research done.
The Trump administration stands.
Yeah, probably should get some more research on that, but don't worry. They are researching supposedly the cause of autism. I guess that helps, right? It's not really researching the cause of autism. They're just researching whether or not vaccines cause autism. Okay. How are we doing on time? All right, I think we'll be able to get through these. Yeah, this makes sense. Okay. Let's talk economics real quick. First, let's talk about the Federal Reserve. Donald Trump earlier on Thursday threatening to fire Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. Supposedly, he's penned a letter somewhere. I think it's sitting in his desk. I don't think it actually has. I'm not sure if it's gone out to Jerome Powell or not. It's not clear. But I heard rumors that he wrote him a letter. A perfect letter. A very perfect, people say the best letter ever written. Seems like Donald Trump likes writing letters, doesn't he? Epstein, other countries, like these new tariff letters that have gone out, the re-liberation letters. Jerome Powell.
So you were saying the other day that Scott Bessent, you're so happy with him at Treasury that, you know, he's not your top option to replace Jerome Powell whenever that may be, whenever you decide what you want to do with him.
Scott's doing a very good job. I'm very happy with Scott.
Is Kevin Hassett on the top of your list?
Kevin's somebody we'd consider. Kevin is fantastic, too. We have a lot of good people for that job. It's not a tough job, to be honest. Assuming you're smart, it's not a tough job. If you're a dummy, then I guess it's
not difficult. Economics actually very simple. Not a lot of stuff to understand. Very few moving parts in economics.
Assuming you're smart, it's not a tough job. If you're a dummy, then I guess it's a tough.
I love how the guy who doesn't even understand how tariffs work thinks that it's an easy. The Federal Reserve Chairman is just an easy job. It's easy.
But it might be one of the easiest jobs I've ever seen. And now on top of it, he's building a close to $3 billion little nest egg for himself. He's not doing the right job. We should be saving $1 trillion a year in interest. You know, when he talks about cost, we should be saving. Think of it, $1 trillion a year. Add that with the tariff.
Donald Trump does not understand how interest rates work either. He doesn't understand how tariffs work, and he doesn't understand how interest rates work. He doesn't. I mean, it is fucking fascinating. It's like Donald Trump has a shallow understanding of a child's understanding of most of the things he talks about. Cutting interest rates will not lower our debt burden. That is already preset. Okay, like as of like the last time, whatever, right? Like it's based upon the currently outstanding treasuries owned by American citizens and by foreign countries and investors. Like it's already predetermined. They bought the bonds. They already bought U.S. treasuries and they have them in their accounts. On those bonds are interest rates that are predetermined when they purchased them. They don't change. They don't change. So what Donald Trump is talking about is in the future, somehow more people buying more U.S. debt and us paying less. That doesn't even check out. Because, I mean, I'm just trying to give him credit here because I know he doesn't actually, but like, I'm just like playing devil's advocate. Even if he were to actually be suggesting that it's future, he's not. He thinks that the current debt is somehow changed by lowering interest rates. It is not. This would only be in a matter of future debt. Even if I were to grant you that that's what this would do, the Federal Reserve lowering interest rates is not actually lowering Treasury rates, but is lowering the federal lending rate, the rate at which banks and institutions borrow money from the Federal Reserve. It's got nothing to do with this. Now, over time, interest rates have, to some degree stuck with the federal lending rate, but it is not a one-to-one thing. It's not a one-to-one thing, and it's not always the case that they follow each other. It just isn't. And there are multiple factors that are leading to the likelihood of higher interest rate prices, regardless of what the Federal Reserve does, due to the continued investor skepticism in U.S. markets. But Donald Trump understands literally none of that.
And everything else, but he doesn't. He's a knucklehead. But we'll see how that. We'll see how he's listening to this. That's a strange conversation, but we like to say it like it is.
You like to say
we
it
have
like
a
it is
lot of
not.
people that want that job very bad.
A lot of people who want that job. Very easy job. A job that I don't understand, but it's very easy. You have to be very stupid not to understand the job, but I can't explain a single concept with any clarity or correctnness, and that's fine. You don't have to be right. You just have to listen to me, and I want you to lower interest rates. I think that's what he means when he says it's an easy job. I think he just means you just listen to me. This is no longer an independent agency. And you just listen. I tell you to lower interest rates, you lower interest rates. Now, he slightly backed off of his claim that he was going to fire Jerome Powell. I think he's because he's scared that it's going to crash.
As you just heard,
the stock
President
market.
Trump's frustrations were
Please shut up, Brooks, or whatever your
boiling
name is.
over today.
I always forget this guy's name. Now, he did slightly back down on it. He's like, maybe not. I might not fire him immediately, but he should be gone. And so it's not clear whether he's going to actually ever do something like this. I honestly think he's just too scared of what the stock market would do if he did go through with a ridiculous move. I think he's just hoping Jerome Powell gets sick of it and quits.
As you just heard, President Trump's frustrations were boiling over today. He's angry at fellow Republicans he believes are obsessed with the Jeffrey Epstein case. More about that in a moment.
He is also angry at Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, for not lowering interest rates. The latest report showing inflation rising last month made a rate cut less likely.
Powell was nominated by Mr. Trump during his first term and renominated by President Biden. But President Trump has been floating the idea of firing him as recently as last night for not cutting rates quickly enough.
He does not have the power to fire Powell or to even interfere with the Fed, an agency designed to be independent to keep politics out of decisions on the interest rates we pay when we borrow money.
By today, the president was denying he had any plans to fire Powell before his term expired.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't
Nancy
be prudent
Cordes
at
is
this
following
juncture.
the do-si-do at the White House. Nancy?
John, good evening. The prospect of Trump even trying to fire Powell alarmed Wall Street CEOs and Republican senators alike today. They warned it would shake global confidence in the U.S. financial system and exacerbate the problem that Trump says he wants to solve.
He's a knucklehead.
The president's mixed messages about Fed Chair Jerome Powell had all of Washington confused today.
But the word is he's going to get fired. I don't believe that's something the president would do.
Trump has complained bitterly about Powell for months.
He's done a lousy job. You know what he has to do? Lower interest rates.
But last
Lousy, terrible job. He should listen to me, the president. the guy who's definitely not in charge of the Federal Reserve or interest rates. Donald Trump thinks that he's a dictator. He genuinely thinks, he said a dictator day one. It's been 180 days now. And he's been dictator every day for the last 180 days. He thinks he can dictate to the Federal Reserve. He thinks he can dictate to the Congress. He thinks he can dictate to federal judges and the Supreme Court and every person in this country and every country on the planet, every leader of every country on the planet. It's insane. I don't understand how anybody can support this. If you love freedom, you shouldn't love this guy. I'll tell you that much. You are lying to yourself.
CBS News has learned Trump went further, indicating to a group of lawmakers that he is ready to push Powell out. Just the possibility of that pushed the dollar and the stock market down today, until Trump said it is highly unlikely he'll fire Powell.
No, I talked about the concept of fire him. I said, what do you think?
Concept of a plan.
Almost every one of them said I should. But
I had a concept. I was talking about a concept of a plan. Okay, so I saw the stock market, it almost imploded, and I was like, wait, I'm just kidding. It's a concept, okay? I'm drawing up a concept of a plan. Don't worry. Don't worry. I just like musing. I don't know why you don't understand that. This is fictional. This is a hypothetical. Trump always chickens out. Let's hope he just chickens out on this and some of the well, actually, I think most of it, now that I think about it, I think let's just hope he chickens out on most of the things that he's been trying to do. Oh, God. That would be nice. Although Re-Liberation Day, Re-Liberation Day? Re-Liberation Day 2.0, August 1st, which is the rescheduled Re-Liberation Day. That's like 13 days away from now, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, Jesus Christ. I cannot wait for Re-Liberation Day 2.0. It's all very exciting. We're going to get to pay more for stuff. More than we already are paying for stuff. Speaking of paying more for stuff, let's talk about how inflation is doing. And recent numbers have had inflation somewhat cooler than expected. Prices are still getting more expensive.
And tonight's Making It in the Bay report.
Let's be
We're
real.
looking at.
But they're not getting cheaper. We did not have deflation. No. But they were lower than economists expected. Oh, yay. Slightly less expensive. Slightly less than more than expensive. Okay, thank you. I get it. That's good. I'm excited about that. Tell me more, lady.
In tonight's Making It in the Bay report, we're looking at your grocery bill and whether it's changed since last month. Our business and tech reporter Scott Budman went shopping today. And Scott, we've been doing these shopping trips once a month amid these growing tariff concerns and inflation concerns. Did you see any price changes at the checkout line?
Not all that much. No, not all that much. Subtle changes over the last month, Janelle. We're still waiting on tariffs from places like Mexico and Canada to really kick in and affect the grocery prices that we see. China and Vietnam to affect things like electronics and clothing. But today we found kind of a calm before a possible coming storm.
Winter is coming.
We start here at the grocery store to see how prices have changed over the last month. So let's go shopping.
We started at Safeway, buying the same groceries we did last month.
Now, if you start your day with coffee, a pound of coffee here at Safeway, about $19.50. That's down 8%. From last month.
8%. Wow.
Then to the produce aisle, where the price on bananas is virtually unchanged.
Olive oil, very popular for cooking, depending on if you get the one made in California or imported. It's going to be about $35 for this size. That's down 1.5%. From last month's price.
Ooh,
nice. Worth a note here, because not only can you find lots of them again, the price has dropped 7% month to month.
$10,
but still higher
right
than
there.
this time last year. Moving
Still
on.
$10. Still $10 for a dozen and a half eggs. Wow, we are so lucky. Prices have come down so much. Oh, thank you, Lord.
We found ground beef
Here at Safeway, $11 a pound. That's 14 cents higher than this time last month. If you're
yay, we're paying even more for some products. That's good.
up between stores, gas here will cost $4.51 a gallon on average, about a dime less than last month.
Wow, a whole dime out of $4.50? Wow. I'm gonna buy myself something nice. I'll save a whole $1 filling up my tank. Take the wife out for dinner.
This is ridiculous!
And yeah, and technically, overall, prices went up month over month and year over year. In a basket of goods that excludes rent and, I think, fuel. They went up slightly less than expected. They still went up. Speaking of tariffs, President Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico had an uncomfortable truth for Americans, pasta lovers, pizza lovers, and, I don't know, Bloody Mary lovers across the United States.
El jitomate mexicano va a seguir exportándose a Estados Unidos, porque Estados Unidos tiene esa demanda y no la puede cubrir con ningún otro jitomate producido en ningún.
Pause. Sorry, I forgot that I had to do translations. Take 2.
Jitomate mexicano va a seguir
Mexican tomatoes will continue to be exported to the United States because the United States has a demand that it cannot meet with any other tomatoes produced anywhere else in the world, even with the additional 17% duty. One part is the domestic market, how we can take advantage of this product in the domestic market, and also looking for other export destinations for either fresh or processed tomatoes. The price of tomatoes will increase for end consumers in the United States and will have economic consequences. There will be less interest in planting, harvesting, and packing tomatoes in Mexico from distributors, on which many producers in Mexico depend. They will try to return tomato production mainly to the state of Florida. Yeah, that's going to be tough. That's going to be tough to get done. I mean, we're kicking out the immigrant labor force that works on our farms, and we're going to somehow create enough tomato production in time. Like, let's not, you know, like, to make. I am skeptical about that actually being possible. Like Claudia Sheinbaum said, we're going to have to keep buying Mexican tomatoes. $11 a pound, that can't be right. I think it's possible. Yeah. I don't buy beef right now at all. I've been trying to not buy beef at all, regardless of the cost, due to the environmental cost. But I mean, it depends on where you're at, of course, but, you know, prices vary per geographical location. I think it's entirely possible. All right. Speaking of our name, wait. Actually, before that, I can't read. I need my glasses. All right. Speaking of, I meant to put this in the wrong. See, I put this in the. I meant to put this in the opposite order. God damn it! All right, let's do this. Let's just go there. Yeah. All right. Speaking of neighbors, let's see how the Trump tariffs are treating Canada. CTV's got this story here from yesterday.
bottom line here, does today's announcement from the Prime Minister do enough to soften the blow of tariffs for the steel industry?
Unfortunately, the answer, Sandy, is yes and no. The steel industry is happy, obviously, with the support that it's getting, including money for displaced workers. This is all good. It also likes the long-term benefits of a buy Canadian mentality. It does not change the fact that the industry has been decimated by the tariffs that are still in place. 50% tariffs for the next 6 months could be, and that is something that the industry has found crippling, Sandy. What they were saying to me today is, we need a deal. It's all very well to have these kind of countervailing tariffs and buy Canadian mentality. Let's get a trade deal done. Even if the tariffs in that deal are in place but lower, it's better than what we've got today.
Okay, now the other thing, Amanda, Ottawa is targeting non-U.S. countries like China with tariffs on steel imports. How do you think that might go over with those countries?
Well, it might be hard with some of our trading partners like Turkey. In terms of the Chinese measures, Sandy, we're going further even than the U.S. does in trying to keep cheaper Chinese steel out of the market. China's a bad actor. Everybody agrees because they sell their steel sometimes below the cost of production. It's called dumping. It is bad for business. We are taking tough measures against it. The industry really likes that.
I feel like Canada is kicking itself, is shooting itself in the foot by continuing to try and wage a trade war against China when they don't have the support of the United States. I think it's ill-conceived plan. Ill-conceived. It's not going to win them any points with the United States, first off, which I feel like what they're trying to do. Because they really should, I mean, in my estimation, Canada should be trying to work out a deal with Canada. Canada's tariffing a bunch of Canadian goods because of some of the tariffs that Canada has on China, as well as its relation to the United States. And if they were to try and separate themselves from the United States, they might be able to actually get a fair deal with China. Just saying. Just saying. All right. Now let's just talk about this one for the last story before we take a break. CNBC discussing why nobody wants to come to the United States anymore.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
More travelers are skipping trips to the United States as June data shows a 3.4% drop in visitor arrivals. CNBC's travel editor Monica Petrelli is here to tell us more. Mon.
Yeah, good morning, Sherry. So some might say, well, 3.4%, that's not too bad considering. However, if we look to June of last year, when arrivals to the U.S. were up 13%, and that is really the overall trajectory we see for the U.S. and most countries is to see arrivals going up. Well, it puts that negative 3% into perspective. Now, of course, this data is advanced data. It's not final yet. It does not include arrivals coming from Mexico and Canada. We know no country has responded.
It includes everybody but Mexico and Canada. Honestly, if it doesn't include those numbers, it's even worse. It's probably even worse.
Places like Germany and France, but also
what the fuck just happened?
This is slightly offset by increases from other spots like Israel and Argentina. But really, going through all this information had me start wondering, well, how are Southeast Asians?
Ma'am, I need you to shut up. I'm trying to talk right now.
Really wanting to take trips there or not? And
shut it.
CNBC Travel commissioned a survey to find out.
Son of a bitch.
Take a listen.
Please shut up.
For summer travel, the U.S. has got it all. Beaches, mountains, cities, and countryside. But this year, it's also got tariffs, stricter border policy.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Solved it. Only took me like an entire minute to stop it. What was I even saying just now? How did it take that long? That pissed me off. I have to go back. I can't even remember what I was about to say. Son of a bitch. Take two. Take two.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
More travelers are skipping trips to the United States as June data shows a 3.4% drop in visitor arrivals. CNBC's travel editor Monica Petrelli is here to tell us more. Mon.
Yeah, good morning, Sherry. So some might say, well, 3.4%, that's not too bad considering. However, if we look to June of last year when arrivals to the U.S. were up 13%, and that is really the overall trajectory.
So yeah, just to be clear, if I'm understanding them correctly, that means that it's a 15% year over year drop. Like it's like we're like negative growth, right? Because that's what we're talking about. Like in terms of how many more or less travelers arrived here, and it's 3.4% less. Like a negative 3.4% contraction. It sounds like that is wild. Which means it's like more like 15% drop from this time last year.
We see for the U.S. and most countries is to see arrivals going up. Well, it puts that negative 3% into perspective. Now, of course, this data is advanced data. It's not final yet. It does not include arrivals coming from Mexico and Canada. We know no country has responded as much as Canadians have in terms of postponing or canceling trips to the U.S. altogether. Now, we've seen this from other countries as well, mainly in Western Europe, places like Germany and France, but also South Korea. This is slightly offset by increases from other spots like Israel and Argentina. But really, going through all this information had me start wondering, well,
more Israelis. Oh, good. That's good. I'm glad. We're making up for it with more Israeli tourism. How good and great.
East Asians responding to the U.S. right now. Are they really wanting to take trips there or not? And so CNBC Travel commissioned a survey to find out. Take a listen.
For summer travel, the U.S. has got it all. Beaches, mountains, cities, and countryside. But this year, it's also got tariffs, stricter border policies, and an America First agenda that's prompting some travelers to holiday elsewhere.
We're the biggest carrier that flies into the United States. We fly to over 50 cities within the United States. Our traffic, our bookings, going over the next 6 months are down. We're down about 10%. Canadians are deciding to travel within domestic Canada or potentially to Europe.
Here in Southeast Asia, costs are normally the top consideration when booking trips. However, when it comes to the U.S., travelers have different concerns.
A new CNBC survey of 6,000 travelers shows worries about discrimination, actions by the Trump administration, and gun violence are top factors impacting interest in visiting the United States.
I did everything right.
These concerns, though, are not enough to stop all travelers, particularly those from Vietnam and the Philippines, from heading stateside.
It could be many reasons. One of it could be, because of diaspora ties with the U.S. So it could be because of family connections who live there. Besides that, there's the aspirational factor and the soft power of U.S. culture, through movies and through, TV shows. That still is very attractive.
However, not all travelers are pushing their concerns to the side. In Singapore, more than half of those surveyed said they're less interested in going to the U.S. now than they were 6 months ago.
I wouldn't say I will be particularly keen, especially with all the news and everything that's been going on.
The situation is not stable to me, so I'm probably not considering to travel to US within this next 6 months.
My perception of the US has changed over time, but specifically over the last 6 months, I feel that it's become more of an unsafe place. Yeah, because of my racial status, and as well as I think generally drugs, and it seems.
There we go. Look at that. A lot of people seem to be dissuaded from coming to the United States. This woman saying, I'm not going there because of my racial status, which I assume she just means because America's racist as fuck, and that she might wind up in Alligator, Alcatraz, or get a hate crimed or something. Yeah, people thinking Donald Trump in the last 6 months has basically made the United States so unstable and scary that nobody wants to come here, aside from Israelis. who, when you think about it, are getting away from being in a country that's in the middle of committing a genocide and has been basically a state of war, if you can call it that, for... Well, yeah, I guess you can call it that, because it's not just Gaza and the West Bank. They've been at war with Iran or Lebanon and the Houthis. The only ones who are like, America sounds nice right now. Argentina. People who are living under literal, fascist dictatorship. Like, maybe, I guess, I'll trade one dictatorship for the other one. All right. Gotta take another quick break. We're at 6 hours. Don't worry, though. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. All right. I do hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too, so you don't miss a single episode of this spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer every dollar that you donate go directly to funding this stream. But the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Just a few bucks a month get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. And don't forget, we count Cash Apps, PayPals, still going towards the Galactic deficit financing goal. As August approaches, we are still behind, lacking the necessary funds to pay all the space bills, ensuring that this show continues to stream to a device near you. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Space fams. Time for us to get to the fourth half of the show. We left off talking about how nobody wants to come to the United States. Let's talk about the beginning of this here fourth and probably final half of the stream. Let's talk about some geological events specifically that happened off the tip of southern Alaska. A massive 7.3 magnitude earthquake, to be specific. Here's CBS News from yesterday with that ground-shaking story. See what I did there? Instead of ground break. Never mind. Never mind.
A 7.3 magnitude earthquake in Alaska this evening triggered tsunami warnings in the state. Those warnings have since been canceled in just the last hour or so. But you can see people there took that alert very seriously, moving to higher ground. The earthquake hit just off the southern coast this afternoon. It could be felt throughout the southern part of the state and the peninsula. So far, there's no word yet of any major damage or injuries.
Here we go. Thankfully, even though this is a very large quake off of the coast of southern Alaska, nobody hurt. No tsunami, which was really the main concern with this one.
And we are...
Now let's go down south to California, where fires erupted over the last 24 hours in Riverside County. Here's KTLA 5 to get us started from yesterday.
Closely watching this wildfire as it grows in Riverside County. Evacuation orders and warnings are in effect as the Dale fire burns 331 acres. Sky 5 was overhead within the last hour, and here you can see flames and heavy smoke, but fire crews say they're making good progress. Road closures in the area are also in effect, and there is an evacuation shelter at the Anza Community Center. Anyone evacuating can take animals to the shelter at Riverside County Department of Animal Services.
That breaking news in the Inland Empire right now. Fire crews fighting two wildfires along Highway 371 in Aguanga. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Carolyn Johnson. Michael is off. The Dale fire is the bigger of the two, and that one has burned more than 300 acres. The two fires started around 12:30 this afternoon. Two buildings have burned, and evacuations are underway.
All right, here's another look from the Dale fire. This is what cameras from Alert, California captured within just the past 15 minutes. You see it's still going strong. We want to bring in our meteorologist, Melissa McGee, as she is tracking some of the conditions near those.
Okay, and I have one more on this fire, although there's multiple fires we got to talk about.
Near the fire.
This is just showing multiple helicopters, firefighters, fighting this blaze in Riverside County. Now, from my understanding, this did get under control. One of our chatters almost had to evacuate from the earthquake in Alaska. Glad you're safe. Glad you're safe, Stick Dragon. Now, the fire we looked at in Utah on Tuesday has now reached 8,600 acres, doubling since we last talked about it. It was in the Monroe Canyon area. Here's KSL News Utah from yesterday.
The Monroe Canyon fire in Sevier County continues to grow, now burning nearly 9,000 acres.
And tonight, deputies confirming the fire is human-caused. News specialist Garna Mejia is live from Richfield with the latest. Garna?
Yeah, the sheriff confirming tonight that they believe someone started this fire. The Monroe Canyon fire has now burned through more than 8,600 acres. We're expected that to be closer to 9,000 by early morning. And it is threatening several cabins and homes. It has already burned through 2 cabins. What we're hearing from tonight's meeting, it was held here with hundreds of community members, including Dale and Pamela Magleby. Their family has lived in this area since 1870. They consider it, like many other residents, sacred land. Now, the Monroe fire is burning on that very land, with flames coming within feet of their cabin. But tonight, they're staying optimistic, grateful for the efforts of firefighters. They also say the weather has been helping, thanks to a lot of prayers.
The fires came really after us, as well as others. Took out some of our friends' cabins that lived just blocks away.
We don't know the outcome, but we know where the Lord's hands are in place here.
Fire officials tell us they're expecting an additional push of resources to arrive, with more than 200 additional staff coming in the next few days. The fire located east of Monroe is expected to continue to grow in a northeasterly direction. As to the cause, well, Sheriff Nathan Curtis tells us they've spoken with an initial person of interest, a UTV driver, and have ruled them out, but they believe this was human-caused.
There we go. 9,000 acres burning in Utah as of yesterday. Authorities claiming this was human cause, although they do not know the actual cause yet. Now, let's quickly talk about the Grand Canyon fire, which is still going on. 0% containment. Let's go here. Live now from Fox. Whoops, I just clicked mute. Don't do that. That's stupid.
The wildfire that tore through the historic Grand Canyon Lodge and raged out of control Monday still has no containment, but it's not only the only fire that we're tracking in the western portion of the United States. For more on this, let's go out to our Fox team with this update.
Firefighters in Arizona are reporting little to no containment on a wildfire burning through the north rim of the Grand Canyon. On Monday, the fire destroyed a historic lodge and several other structures after being allowed by the National Park Service to burn for more than 2 days. Anxious tourists at the Grand Canyon say they're ready to evacuate if needed as the smoke gets thicker and the fire spreads.
It's just sad to see that it's happening and to see all this smoke.
Seeing the smoke, seeing the pictures that we've seen from last night's terrible.
I've been here 6.
Let's not forget that the National Park Service is one of the agencies which Donald Trump, the Trump administration, has cut this year.
Years ago, and I don't remember it being like this, so it's pretty sad.
Arizona isn't the only western state dealing with wildfires. Colorado Governor Jared Polis issued a disaster declaration, freeing up resources to fight 4 out-of-control fires burning through his state. And in Utah, the Deer Creek fire near the Colorado border has now grown to more than 10,000 acres. Over the weekend, conditions were so bad, it created a so-called fire vortex. You can see the flames twisting like a tornado. Hundreds of residents remain evacuated, and it's not clear when or if they'll be able to return.
It's kind of a surreal feeling when you're like walking around your house and you're like, you know, how do you prioritize? Like, what do you take?
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are now asking the Interior Department to investigate why the Park Service allowed the Arizona fire to continue as a controlled burn. In New York, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much. And speaking of what's going on right now at the Grand Canyon, that Dragon Bravo fire.
Sir, shut the fuck up. Another great question that we should be asking ourselves, and that lawmakers should be asking, is why did Donald Trump decide to do a controlled burn at the National Park Service? Why did his, why did his administration find it prudent to cut the National Park Service budget, cut employees at the National Park Service, just like he's done at the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Association, or NOAA, or National Weather Service, or National Forest Service, or any of these other agencies he's got. You know? It's all questions we could be asking ourselves right now.
And 2 wildfires have now consumed over 60,000 acres in northern Arizona as firefighters try to stop the flames. And that's where we begin tonight. Nearly 1,000 firefighters are battling 2 fires near the Grand Canyon. The White Sage Fire and the Dragon Bravo Fire were both sparked by lightning, and they have been quickly growing in the dry and windy conditions near the North Rim. The White Sage Fire is the larger one, burning nearly 53,000 acres so far. It's forced evacuations for all of Jacob Lake and several areas around it, and closed a portion of 89A. But arguably, the more destructive fire is the Dragon Bravo Fire. It's burned over 9,000 acres along the north rim of the Grand Canyon. 70 buildings have been destroyed in that blaze, and crews say they're working to protect the remaining structures on the north rim of the Grand Canyon National Park. And one of those buildings that was destroyed was the historic North Rim Lodge. Fox 10's Taylor Wirtz spoke to a woman whose family watched the lodge burn. Taylor, what was her reaction?
Yeah, Ashley, she says that it was a somber affair for them all. She says, though, that for her family, it was just a loss of time and money. For others, it's the loss of their livelihood.
They see it. Oh my goodness. Leah Sawyer's family got the news of the Dragon Bravo fire raging across the Grand Canyon's North Rim. They worried that their trip hiking to Phantom Ranch might be over before it started.
I was a little concerned.
Before she got on her flight out of Baltimore on July 12th, Sawyer says she called the Backcountry Information Office to see if the fire would be a concern.
The office said it wasn't going to be something to worry about, and they were having it under control.
But before they could leave the lodge and make their way into the canyon,
Someone with the National Park Service stopped them.
National Park Service here. She's like, I'm so sorry to tell you, but they have canceled all camping in the canyon and they've closed every trail. I won't be hiking the canyon.
While she was able to visit other parts of the canyon, Sawyer says her family was there the night the lodge burned down, shocked by what.
All right. Now, multiple fires burning in the west, continuing to burn. Now, on the other side of this weather system, in, I think, Denver, Colorado Springs, where is this? Anyways, I think this is closer to Denver. Here's CBS Colorado from yesterday. In the place where the fire is not, there is a torrential rainstorm that has been going through the area.
Pouring rain, large-hail tornado warnings, all a result of today's storms moving across our state.
And the streets of Greeley were inundated with water this evening. You can see just how deep as the cars pass through. Let's take a live look from our weather tracker. You can look at that torrential downpour north of Bennett. And they say they are getting blown off the side of the road practically.
Yeah, you can't see anything in that. Certainly not safe out there. Many of those warnings and watches have expired tonight, but there is still, as you could see just then, a lot of weather happening.
All right, let's get right to First Alert Chief Meteorologist Dave Aguilera. And Dave, it has been an active weather day all day.
Certainly has. This is an insane storm right now, just to the northeast of DIA, that what you showed earlier. This is the same storm that blew through Greeley earlier in the afternoon and dumped 1 to nearly 3 inches of rain there. And we have several flood advisories and flash flood warnings to let you know about. In fact, you look at this here. We have, of course, the one in Greeley holding together, one over the rain we saw near Bennett, and now just as we come to you here, we have a flash flood warning back up in Jefferson County and Boulder County as well. Let's zoom in and take this full, and I'll show you exactly what we are dealing with here. So that flash flood warning that just came down the pike is for the Broomfield area there, and we have so far had about an inch of rain in about 30 minutes in that location there. So we could have flooding Broomfield, Lafayette, Louisville, Superior, and of course, as you look at that, that is heading right into the northern part of Denver. So it will move through the Northwest Parkway, I-25, and the northern part of Denver, all the way down to Arvada. So we're looking for that. Also holding on to that flood advisory till 10:30 up in Greeley. They had a second.
All right, I think that's what we all need from that video. But yeah, extreme weather happening on both sides of Colorado. One side is underwater, the other side is on fire.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Climate's not changing, you're just losing your mind. Totally normal stuff. Okay. Now, there was more flash flooding, not in Colorado, but up in Michigan on the same day. Here's CNN. Actually, wait, no. Click on Detroit. Sorry, click on Detroit Local 4. With more flooding. Yay.
I showed you there are several areas in Southeast Michigan dealing with the flooding.
Yeah, Victor Williams is live in Oakland Township right now. So, Victor, it's a big mess out there right now.
Yeah, it's a huge mess, Damon. I mean, take a look behind me. All of this really speaks for itself. The road is covered with water right now. I mean, there's no rain falling from the sky. But because of those thunderstorms that we had earlier with that heavy downpour, this is now the result. That water, as you guys can see, is moving. It's moving pretty well. I mean, take a look over here also. You can see the current is coming down the street also. So we know that police, they don't want you guys to drive through this at all. Some people that have trucks, they are braving it. So be careful with that if you do. As you can see, we have the Oakland County Sheriff's Department right here. At the same time also.
All right. Why did that just happen? Okay. Let's go. Let's go from Michigan to New York. Whoa. Shit. My fucking browser's acting insane. I'll be right back. Okay, we have problems, chat. My browser is not fixing itself. I've been trying for the last... How long has that been? 10 minutes? I lost track of time. God damn it. We've been having so many technical problems today. First it was lag. Then the soundboard broke. And now my browser broke. At this point, it feels like everything's working against me here tonight. I think I'm gonna have to shut down my computer because I can't do the stream without my browser functioning, because that's how we discuss videos. Can't discuss the videos without the videos. Yeah. I'm gonna have to restart my computer, everyone. I love you all. I'll try and have this back. Actually, what? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Ending this now and then restarting sounds hard. Maybe if I just reset this again, solve it. Oh god. Oh, this is highly frustrating to me. We've gotten through so much of the stream. This was the last half. This was the last half of the stream. And now this happens.
This is ridiculous!
And you're all super far behind me, so you aren't even hearing what I'm saying yet. There we go. We're in the office. Well, chat, I hate to do this to you because you deserve the whole stream. My list is my list isn't loading properly. None of this is right, and it won't allow me to even play the video. It won't even allow me to play the videos now. It is not working. Oh, this is so annoying. I think I'm just gonna have to do an extended Friday stream. I feel bad because we completed the goal in record time today. It feels sacrilegious to even say that I'm gonna somehow do this material tomorrow. But to restart the stream for a tiny portion of... We got like I don't know. I think I was planning on this going until 8 hours today because what I got here basically fills that out perfectly. I'm doing the math right. I think I am. Press 1 in chat if you won't murder me for not finishing the stream right now. Or restarting and doing the last half of the stream. I'll start the stream early tomorrow. That's my thinking, is that we start the stream... Alright, hear me out. We start the stream early tomorrow. We get extra content tomorrow. Right? I'll go... Oh, God. Bargaining right now. I'm just sitting here waffling. God damn it. So people are gonna kill me. I don't see any ones in chat. That's not good. I don't want to die. Alright, I'll try and restart my computer. I will communicate with people in Discord if I can get it done in a reasonable amount of time. I'm going to restart the stream. Jesus Christ. Honestly though, at this point I would rather end the stream. I'm not gonna lie. Let me just explain my thinking. I think I would rather end the stream. Do a late night after hours. Still. It would just do an extended late night after hours stream. Oh wait, that wouldn't even work either because my browser's not working. Oh fuck. I don't have enough music to fill that up right now. Oh. God damn it. Alright, everyone. I'm just gonna restart my computer. I'm gonna try and figure it out. I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm just gonna restart. I'll figure it out when we get there. The Anarchist with a sweet, sweet super chat, even though I'm in peril right now. Sorry, man. I made it late just to see the station in turmoil. It's okay. I appreciate you for your incredibly generous super chat in the midst of this horrifying situation. To be as generous as you are, and I just much appreciated. It's very much appreciated. What I think I've decided though is I'm gonna do an extra long stream. I'm gonna try and start early since we're ending early. But if I can restart the computer, depending on how I feel, I may restart the stream this morning. Okay? Oh god. An error occurred. No shit, an error occurred. This is very frustrating to me because, you know, to complete a goal, I feel like I have an obligation. This is literally my job, and I made an agreement with chat. So I do feel determined to try and restart this computer right now. Not gonna lie. But my browser's still not working. Been sitting here like staring at it, like hoping that it starts working. It's not. It's not. One would think that at some point it would start working. Just gave me a flicker of hope. It said an error occurred, and then it continued to not be functional. Yes, thank you for that. Oh. Aha. Wait. I said it. It's like somebody heard me. I was thinking out loud to you, chat. And suddenly, oh my god. How does that work? That's amazing. Yes? Are we good? Full screen? Clickable? Oh, yes, but it's muted. Oh, we did it. We did it, chat. I don't know what we did, but we did it. We succeeded. I don't know how. Doesn't make any sense to me, but we did.
As New Jersey tries to recover from Monday's deadly storms, a couple of railroad workers are being praised for saving the life of somebody who nearly drowned in the floodwaters of Piscataway.
Yeah, while responding to a separate call, they made a chilling discovery. An unresponsive man face down on the water, and that's when they sprung into action.
New Jersey reporter Tony Yates live in Piscataway with more on that story. Hi, Tony.
Hey, Michelle, David, the Conrail workers, you know those pickup trucks that they can literally drive along the railroad tracks?
God,
that's what they were in, and they stopped at this.
Son of a bitch, but the stream is frozen? You're shitting me. All right, that's too much. That's too much.
That's too much, man.
I need to restart the computer. Clearly some glitch occurred during the stream. Like that thing that, I think the thing that really started it off was the fucking soundboard. Jesus Christ, and now it's just frozen. Okay, I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. That's it. I will restart the stream. I'll let people know in Discord whether or not I'm going to actually... Like, I'm going to shut the computer, and I will tell people in Discord whether or not I'm going to actually restart the stream this morning. I'm sorry. This is insane. God damn it. Everything is computer, and everything's not working.
Come on!
Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noep, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D Cypher, Sue Bates, and Icebreaker. That's right, all these people help produce the show, which your eyes and ears hopefully just got done enjoy. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Once again, sorry for the inconvenience.